Peggy 16.
XDefiant brings together iconic factions from Ubisoft's many worlds. Throw members of different factions together in mixed teams, and no battle plays out the same way twice. Each faction brings a special set of skills to the table. Think of each faction as a class, with a unique set of traits, activated abilities, and an ultra that can change the course of a match, if you time it right. The spies of Echelon keep enemies off balance with subterfuge and info warfare, but they aren't afraid to get their hands dirty. Perfect for lone wolves, flankers, and anyone who appreciates the element of surprise. Cleaners specialize in area denial. They solve their problems and territorial disputes with fire. When you hear that flamethrower kick in, you might want to run.
Nice and clean.
Libertad's freedom fighters make their whole team better. They use BioVita therapies to keep themselves and their squad mates alive and in the battle, even against overwhelming odds.
Guerrillas never give up!
Members of DedSec can hack and take over enemy hardware, or even lock foes out of their abilities entirely and scramble their HUD. DedSec members also get to unleash this little guy.
We'll make some friends.
Phantoms are ex-ghosts who use their advanced tech for personal and team defense. They're the tankiest faction, and like Libertad, at their best when they roll with allies. Faction members can also equip any loadout, which brings us to the other stars of XDefiant, the weaponry.
Here they come.
Assault rifles, SMGs, LMGs, marksman rifles, snipers, shotguns, sidearms. Each one of the 24 weapons tuned for authenticity, feel, and gameplay balance. You can unlock over 40 attachments to tune each weapon to your preference, then combine factions and loadouts to create your own playstyle. And remember, every ability, ultra, and loadout has a counterplay, because in XDefiant, team tactics and old-fashioned marksmanship are key to any victory.
Peggy 16.
This is XDefiant, a free-to-play competitive shooter featuring fast-paced gunplay complemented with specialized factions. So, what are the factions? Our factions are all drawn from iconic Ubisoft worlds and represent distinct classes, each with unique abilities and ultras. You can choose any character from any faction to assemble your team of 6 players. And during the game, you can change your faction or loadout to adapt your strategy. For your loadout, choose from a large arsenal of weapons and attachments to customize and fit your playstyle. At its core, XDefiant features realistic gunplay and the fun, familiar mechanics of an arena shooter. Each battle will take place on one of our 14 starting maps. Play casual matches and have fun with players of all types and skills, where every match delivers an unpredictable and unique experience. Or play ranked mode in competitive matchups against your peers to push yourself further and see what you're truly made of, whether you're a beginner or ready to dominate the game. XDefiant is free with crossplay, so jump in with your friends across platforms. And as a live game with fresh new content every single season, XDefiant will continue to deliver an accelerating experience that will always be free to play and never pay to win.
Ubisoft's XDefiant is an upcoming free-to-play first-person arena shooter that, if I'm being honest, I didn't originally feel interested in at all. I had no real connection to any of the factions from the different Ubisoft games showcased in XDefiant, and the gameplay didn't capture my interest. However, I got to play for about an hour in a closed preview event, and I was surprised to find that I was wanting more playtime in after the servers closed down. An hour really isn't a lot of time to give a full preview in any game, so this is just a first impressions piece I wanted to share with you all. actually played XDefiant back in 2021 with one of Ubisoft's incredibly NDA'd close tests, and this was a huge change up from that iteration. It's a great sign to see that Ubisoft has taken feedback seriously and has made some major changes. In my opinion, XDefiant didn't really have a sense of identity when the first closed test opened. I couldn't figure out what the game was trying to do or how the game was supposed to feel. There was no real guidance on how to play the game or who the characters were, but loading into XDefiant now, there's definitely more structure to it. Let's start with factions. There's no story or narrative on why these agents from each faction are in XDefiant. And speaking with Safi Sada, creative director, I was told that there was no underlying story or reasoning for why these characters are in XDefiant. They're just merely inspirations. Each faction is really like selecting a class with different abilities and ultras, or ultimates. There were 5 factions available in this closed beta, and each faction has their own traits and abilities to make them stand out and be more viable in a team composition. There are 6 people on each team, and there's no limit to how many people can be from one faction. I honestly found myself playing predominantly as the Division's Cleaners or Splinter Cell's Echelon. The flamethrower ultra that Cleaners have was incredibly strong, and by that I mean you barely have to touch an enemy's hitbox to insta-kill them. Also, the flamethrower's time to use lets you get in quite a few kills before the ultra was used up. Additionally, the incendiary rounds passive Cleaners have were equally as oppressive and overpowered. If you had an SMG, you could basically run half your mag into an enemy and let the fire damage over time do its thing and watch your enemies desperately try to run away, only to die around the corner due to the damage over time effect. Echelon made it so my hitbox was incredibly small and I could run around in my invisible suit and pop in and out to kill enemies by surprise. I mostly bounced between these two factions since they felt the most overpowered, but each faction really had its own balance issues. The Libertad's healing abilities nearly instantly healed me and my teammates, and it was impossible to try and kill anyone standing in the area of healing effect because of how effective the rate of healing was. There's definitely a need for some heavy tuning and balance adjustments with the factions and their abilities. Yes, XDefiant felt fun in that hour of playtime I got, but I could easily see how frustrating things could be if one team just absolutely ruled the other from being made up of all cleaners. I think maybe limiting how many factions are allowed to be in a team, like take one Libertad and up to 2 of the other factions, would be helpful, especially since each faction seems to serve a specific team role. But I liked that none of the factions were limited to a specific weapon loadout. You can make loadouts that can then be selected by any faction when you enter a match. The time to kill, or TTK, was extremely fast and reminded me of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The SMG and shotguns were incredibly overpowered, not even with the Cleaner's additional passive abilities. Thus, any faster rate of fire weapons and immediate burst weapons were the best to use in matches. The shotgun, meanwhile, was basically a one-hit kill, and SMGs barely needed to run through a full mag before shredding an opponent. Again, some aggressive balancing here will help the future of XDefiant, but I will say the gunplay and movement felt so much better in this game than Hyperscape, which was Ubisoft's other recent attempt at a free-to-play multiplayer shooter. XDefiant, unsurprisingly, has game modes similar to Overwatch and Call of Duty, but the mix kept matches from feeling stagnant. The game modes included in the beta included Domination, Occupy, Escort, and Zone Control. I kept getting Domination and Zone Control, so I can't speak on the other game modes, but these two felt incredibly fast-paced and fun. Even when I was getting killed repeatedly and trying to run back to defend a point, I found myself giggling every time I would sneak up on an enemy to take them by surprise before taking out their other teammates and securing a point for my team. But it's not enough for a multiplayer game to be fun these days. There are only so many hours in the day, so not every game can survive and thrive. So when I asked how this game would be supported as a live service game, since I experienced a hefty laundry list of weapons, abilities, and mechanics that needed to be rebalanced, Sada explained that they built XDefiant to have a flexible code that would then make future changes and updates easier to implement. This is pretty huge for me, since one of my main games is Apex Legends, and one of the consistent issues throughout the seasons have been audio bugs. Oftentimes there's no audio cues on abilities, weapons, or footsteps, and that has been a huge problem with Apex. Respawn has stated that they're not able to just fix things immediately because the code would break from the 2 years they've been spending updating the game, so it's more complicated than pushing a simple fix. So hearing Ubisoft specify that they're building XDefiant to be flexible with updates and changes is incredibly relieving, especially since I wasn't a huge fan of how they handled Hyperscape, a game I reviewed and specified had a huge potential but wasn't updated fast enough to actually survive past a month of its release. I feel very hopeful for XDefiant as it shows a lot of signs that Ubisoft has learned from its past mistakes of launching an FPS game that just didn't resonate with the current standard for FPS games. Again, it's not perfect and definitely requires a lot of major and fine-tuning, but the core gameplay is there and it's fun. There's another closed beta happening on the 13th, and I'll be playing more then to see if changes have been made and how updates feel. But I'm genuinely feeling optimistic about the trajectory of XDefiant. For more on XDefiant and other gaming news, be sure to stay right here at IGN.
The XDefiant closed beta is here, offering 4 playable factions with 16 unique abilities, 5 game modes across 14 maps, and 24 weapons with 44 attachments. That's a lot of numbers, but if you're looking to get those numbers up in the win column, you've come to the right place. We're going to help you win by breaking down the faction synergies for each mode.
You notched a win, Agent.
Game modes in XDefiant are broken up into 2 categories, Arena and Linear. Arena matches have both sides competing to achieve a higher score than their opponents in symmetrical gameplay. Linear matches put one side on offense and the other on defense and force you to employ different tactics. Regardless of the mode, you'll need to adapt on the fly to counter your opponents. And luckily, XDefiant lets you change your faction and loadout every time you respawn.
Take out all the hostiles. Stop their package.
Starting with arena modes, we have Domination. 3-point zone control, capture zones to accumulate points, you know the drill. Because the points are stationary and holding on to them is the name of the game, you're going to want factions that specialize in area denial and defense, like the Cleaners and the Phantoms. The Cleaners Incinerator drone will lay down a strip of fire, good for cutting off routes, zoning enemies, or splitting them up. Or, if you're looking to make a splash, their firebomb can immediately clear a zone of enemies, provided you get in close enough to set it off. You might not survive, but neither will your opponents, leaving your teammates free to gain control. If all else fails, remember the Purifier. The Cleaner's Ultra ability arms you with a powerful flamethrower that'll roast anyone in your path. Once a zone is yours, you'll need to hold on to it, and that's where the Phantom's mag barrier comes into play. Put 1 or 2 of these down to protect your team from enemy fire while you fend them off. In Occupy, there's only 1 zone you need to capture. Simple, right? Except it's constantly changing locations, forcing you to be mobile and adapt to your surroundings. Static defense can still help, but you'll want to outmaneuver and outflank your enemies. This is where the Echelons shine. Their digital ghillie suits will turn you all but invisible, letting you stealthily approach to get the drop on unsuspecting opponents. When you need some support moving from zone to zone, call in Libertad. Not only does their passive trait provide area of effect healing over time, but their BioVita boost increases overall health and health regen for all nearby allies. That extra 20 health can go a long way in winning a firefight. When you really need that extra juice, activate Libertad's Ultra, the Medical Supremo, which doubles your health and dramatically boosts your healing for a limited time. The last arena mode is Hotshot. When you kill an opponent in Hotshot, they drop a bounty. Pick up that bounty to secure a point for your team, and grab your allies' bounties to deny the enemy team of points. Whichever player in the match holds the most bounties at once becomes the Hotshot, gaining enhanced movement speed, reload speed, and rate of fire. Any bounties the Hotshot picks up are also worth more, but they are marked for everyone to see and track at all times. Offense and quickness are key in Hotshot, so Echelon's digital ghillie suit is great for obvious reasons. But their intel suit is equally useful, especially for the Hotshot themselves. Everyone may know where you are, but you can return the favor with the intel suit's ability to detect nearby enemies. Say goodbye to those surprise flanks. If you really want to get the drop on your opponents, Echelon's Ultra ability, Sonar Goggles, will reveal all enemies through walls and arm players with Sam Fisher's 5.7 pistol, letting you make quick work of the opposing team. While the objective is picking up bounties, let's be real, you're gonna have to win some firefights. And you know what helps with firefights? Extra health. Utilize the Phantom's passive ability, Hardened, to always have 20 extra base health. Or trigger Libertad's BioVita boost to get extra health and regeneration. The health regen is especially useful in extended gunfights, or when you just barely squeak out a trade. When it comes to XDefiant's linear modes, let's talk Escort first. One team is charged with escorting a package on a predetermined route, and one team needs to stop them. Attackers move the package by being near it. The more teammates there are, the faster it moves. Defenders can stop the package by keeping attackers away or contesting the zone. They can even reverse the package if they control it entirely. Static defense won't get you far with an ever-moving objective, but thankfully, Phantoms have the Blitz Shield. This triggered ability will give you near 100% frontal cover from gunfire, letting you get to the package more easily and stay longer. Until someone outflanks you. When the match is on the line and you just need to move that package a few more inches to hit the next checkpoint or finish line, don't be afraid to pop the Phantom's Ultra, the Aegis. The Aegis drops a bulletproof shield around the user big enough for teammates to fit it. Get on the package, activate the Aegis, and enemy teams will be hard-pressed to stop you. Stopping you, of course, is the defending team's objective, and they have plenty of tools to make that happen. The Echelon's digital ghillie suit is great for surprising the attacking team from unpredictable angles, while the Cleaner's incinerator drone and firebomb can move them off the package. If all else fails, use the attacker's tactics against them. Pull out your blitz shield, and while they're distracted by your enemies, get up real close and personal and say hi. You know, hi with your shield. Finally, there's zone control. 5 static zones laid out in a linear map. Attackers need to stand in zones long enough to capture them before moving on to the next, and any progress they make in the capture meter is permanent. Here, the Phantom's mag barrier can be very useful, as capturing zones takes much longer than in Domination or Occupy. If you're pinned down by a defender's sniper fire, the Blitz Shield is always your friend when you need to get on the objective. The static zones are also prime locations for Libertad's El Remedio ability. Throw this baby out and it'll disperse a healing cloud for any allies in its range, and the best part is, it stays right where you threw it, even after you die. The only way to get rid of it is by destroying it or canceling the ability. So, if you're struggling to get to and stay on the point, throw out El Remedio and help your team, whether you're alive or not. These are just some of the strategies you can employ across XDefiant's 5 modes. The truth is, there's no wrong way to play. If you want 6 gillied up Echelon players on your team, you could probably make it work. But diversity and team coordination will make winning objectives much easier. Plus, a 5th faction DeadSec will join the rotation at a later date, letting players employ battlefield hacks and other new strategies. Regardless of which faction you choose, mastery of your weapons, loadouts, and abilities is key to victory. So, what are you waiting for? The XDefiant closed beta ends on April 23rd, and certain rewards you unlock while playing will carry over to the full game when it launches later this year on PlayStation, Xbox, PC via Ubisoft Connect, and Amazon Luna. For more on XDefiant, subscribe to this channel and visit us at news.ubisoft.com.
Mission accomplished.
It's a time for everything. Ready for war? Yeah! It's a time for war. I'm back for more, I'm ready. It's a time for war. Back for more, I'm ready. Victory is mine.
Hey everyone, we're so excited to show you Heartland, an all-new standalone adventure in the Division universe. The teams poured their heart into this game, and we can't wait to share it with you. Welcome to Silver Creek. Heartland's a free-to-play survival action shooter set in the Division universe that features streamlined survival gameplay and a beautiful new world to explore, filled with dynamic PvEvP gameplay. In Heartland, you play as a Division agent, given the task of protecting Silver Creek, a small town in Middle America. It's your job to keep the town safe from enemy factions, rogue agents, and a deadly contamination. Heartland explores what happened to small town America when the green poison was unleashed on the world. While major metropolitan centers got aid from agencies like Sarah in The Division, what help did the Heartland get? This game ties directly into the timeline and introduces all new characters and storylines to the franchise. I'm Keith Evans, Creative Director on Heartland at Red Storm Entertainment.
Hi, I'm Taylor Epperly. I'm the Associate Game Director on Heartland. I'm really excited for folks to see what the world of The Division looks like in small-town America.
Hi, I'm Carrie Bland, Community Developer on Heartland, and I can't wait for our players to see all the hard work and dedication the team has put in. We've spent a year in closed tests building on the experience, responding to the feedback we received, and have evolved towards a truly unique and exciting take on survival PvEVP gameplay.
Heartland launches with a robust experience for players on day one. The player's first task is to help Mackenzie Reed get Silver Creek's base of operations back up and running. Players will be tasked with completing a set of missions and projects, all focused on the goals of exploring the town and gathering the supplies necessary to help prepare the base of operations. Every mission completed gives players the tools and strength necessary to survive.
Silver Creek is a hostile environment filled with deadly contamination, roaming enemy hordes, and the looming threat of sickness and dehydration. Players will have to be prepared if they hope to survive a full day in the town.
As day turns to night, Silver Creek is sent into high alert. The survival threat increases, and dangerous PvEVP from rogue players and AI is introduced. Night is a deadly sandbox filled with unexpected threats, but there is that constant carrot of great rewards.
As players progress, they unlock the ability to select one of 3 active classes. Every class brings something unique to the table, from the survivalist ability to highlight loot behind walls, to the weapons expert ability to craft and deploy an assault turret. Combining these classes in a squad helps you overcome Silver Creek's toughest challenges.
Where one teammate might be falling behind, you really want to make sure that you're picking up that weight. Talking together and working as a true unit is the best way to make sure you're successful in Silver Creek.
Heartland features a deadly and unpredictable contamination that makes every trip into Silver Creek unique.
To help you in your journey, you'll be able to fabricate supplies, prepare your go bag for each new day, making sure you can achieve even the toughest goals.
The contamination shapes the areas of the map that are easily accessible, and using a filter protects agents from the contamination, but the filter depletes pretty quickly inside the contaminated areas. So depending on how many filters you have on hand, you might decide to head into a contaminated area and get some loot that other folks passed up. There's also the ever-present threat of dehydration. Dehydration can slow you down, so you really have to keep an eye out for fresh, non-contaminated water when you're out in Silver Creek.
Try to be as prepared as possible. You're gonna want to set yourself up for success out there. But if you do find yourself a little underprepared, hopefully you have a teammate that'll let you crawl inside their backpack. Who knows, maybe they have juice boxes in there.
In Silver Creek, Shade Agents are using the rocket rink and abandoned roller skating rink as their base of operations. For the first time in The Division, the entire base of operations is a shared space. You can socialize, form a group, customize your character, and prep for your next operation. Each session begins and ends in the base of operations, and you'll be talking to Carmelita, Kevin, and Mackenzie quite often.
Each time players exfiltrate back to their base of operations, they take the materials and gear they've collected and store it in their personal armory to help them prepare for future days in the town.
When you're going up against rogue agents, you kind of get into a bit of a cat or mouse situation. For me, I'm definitely more of a mouse. You don't have to worry about rogue agents if they can't see you.
There's a couple different strategies you can use against rogue players. I love using Heartland's class skills to set up ambushes, coordinating with my teammates to make sure we're repairing our armor as needed. And then when the shooting's done, I love looking through their loot and taking all the good stuff.
Heartland will be a living game. The stories we tell on day one are just the beginning. We can't wait for players to dive in and take this journey with us.
We're thrilled to take the next step as we enter our testing phase. Our community team will be looking at feedback shared across social channels and on our official forums, while we evolve our game together with our community, shaping the long-term Heartland experience. The team is committed to creating the best possible experience for our players, and the community is invaluable in helping make that happen.
I really think we've created something that the original survival players will recognize, while also innovating with open world operations, dynamic contamination.
The team here at Red Storm is proud and feel we're really onto something. Heartland feels fresh and distinct while still feeling at home alongside the other amazing games in this universe. Thank you for taking this journey with us. We can't wait to have you join us in Silver Creek.
The world of Avatar that James Cameron and his team at Livestream brought to life is epic in so many ways. It's brimming with life, it's bioluminescent at night, and it's majestic in scale as it is rich in details. As the world of Avatar is so different from anything we've done before, we had to do some major upgrades and big improvements to our engine. In the past, Snowdrop allowed us to build amazing cities, but to capture the natural beauty of Pandora, we needed to push Snowdrop even further. We have created the Pandora that you can experience from the deep, dense jungles on the ground to the grand vistas high up in the skies.
So with Snowdrop, using the microdetail system, we can propagate thousands of assets in one frame. This allows us to have a lot more highly detailed environment for Pandora.
For the game, we created a varied amount of vegetation using automated placement, and this is significantly more objects than we ever had before. So by moving visibility testing to the GPU, we can now process way more objects per frame.
So the advantage of Snowdrop is that it can handle quite complex shaders. To add more life to the vegetation of Pandora, we created many interactive shaders that can be affected by the player, from real-time wind simulations and interactions to intelligent plants reacting to your presence.
We don't just explore jungles on the ground, we also get to fly our bunch. So we added a new volumetric cloud system in Snowdrop to improve the visual quality of our sky.
With ray tracing, we can now illuminate Pandora in a way we never could before. This way we can have real light reflect from the emission and the bioluminescence coming out from the plants, making Pandora more vibrant and more realistic.
Real-time ray tracing allows us to greatly improve lighting in our game. Ray-traced global illumination and reflections make our game appear more naturally lit and more photorealistic, even when there are dynamic objects, dynamic weather, or time of day.
The different activities that NPCs can perform in the world and the different animations they have can make the world feel really alive. So for Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, we wanted to take this one step further and created a system where our NPCs understand the state of the world. For example, weather, player progression, or time of day.
The teams at Ubisoft have done a fantastic job improving Snowdrop. In every project we do, we push the engine further. But Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora is without a doubt the biggest leap we made so far. And we believe it will provide our players with a truly immersive Avatar experience on the new generation of hardware.
Fear clouds the mind. You can try to fight it, but you will not survive this.
The end of the 17th century, when ruthless corporations ruled the seas with an iron fist. They ignited a battle for global supremacy to dominate the world's most valuable trade routes. A flood of exotic goods from the Indian Ocean stormed the West, creating new addictions and a violent race for control. And where there's blood, there are predators. Labelled as enemies of all mankind, this new breed of pirates will show no mercy. Sailing through dangerous waters, they created secret trading networks and built their pirate empires. But they were always on the edge of losing it all and sinking to the depths as Skull and Bones.
A pirate's work is never done. As your fleet grows, so will our game. As in the pirate tales of old, you will always find a ship at the center of the story. One so terrifying that most will flee on sight. That is what we want for our pirates. Your ship is your entire world. It is where your success will be decided and how you will be recognized. In Skull and Bones, to build a unique ship that inspires fear onto your enemies, there are 3 steps. Step 1, pick your weapons and ammo. This will make or break your battles. From piercing ammo that ignores armor and causes flooding, to tearing ammo that rips your enemy's sails apart, slowing them down for an easy kill, my favorite is crushing as it deals a devastating blow to most armor. Step 2, choose your armor. With our game's weapon counter system, there will be an armor that can counter each damage type. That's how we keep tension high at sea. Lastly, it's the look of your ship. Put on your scariest war paint and head out with a ship that is instantly recognizable. Making this quick adjustment will transform you from sneaky smuggler to hard-hitting hunters or swift traders. Now, when you are out in the open sea, it's always best to have a friend or two to watch your back. In our PvVP world, you can choose to switch off PvP to prevent any friendly fire as well. Lastly, our game will be crossplay at launch. so you can pirate with your friends no matter what platform they are on. Until then, bon voyage, and see you all soon on the seas of Skull and Bones.
This could be the greatest heist ever. And you, Cully, will play the villain. Ready your ship. Gird your loins. And seize that fucking convoy! Destiny is calling. And our names are on her lips.
Hello everyone and welcome back to The Deck. It's been a while and we know that some of you have been eagerly waiting for a chance to play our game. We're working very hard to make that happen as soon as possible, but in the meantime, I brought a special guest to introduce you all to an aspect of Skull and Bones we haven't talked much about yet, which is our narrative and how it works. In just a minute, we'll be taking you through about 40 minutes of exclusive gameplay which we just recorded in our studio. But before that, let me introduce you all to our world context with this short trailer.
The end of the 17th century, when ruthless corporations ruled the seas with an iron fist. They ignited a battle for global supremacy to dominate the world's most valuable trade routes. A flood of exotic goods from the Indian Ocean stormed the West, creating new addictions and a violent race for control. And where there's blood, there are predators. Labelled as enemies of all mankind, this new breed of pirates will show no mercy. Sailing through dangerous waters, they created secret trading networks and built their pirate empires. But they were always on the edge of losing it all and sinking to the depths of Skull and Bones.
All right, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed this little introduction to our world context. I'm here today with Joel. Hi, Joel.
Hi, Alexi.
So Joel is our narrative director. He works on everything narrative for Skull and Bones. And today we're going to be showing you a bit of that. So can you tell us a little bit more about what we're going to show today, Joel?
Yeah, we're going to play an investigation, Alexi. And so investigations in Skull and Bones are really a way to tell a story through a series of steps. The player kind of follows a trail of something that they think is going to be interesting and likely going to lead to some kind of treasure or some kind of score. But it also tells a story about our factions and our world. And we do that by finding, for example, messages in bottles, scraps of lost journals, sometimes talking to different characters in the world. And through that, we were able to tell a story.
All right, cool. So I'm going to pick up the first clue of this investigation. I'm going to read it out and then we'll find out a bit more. We'll talk about it a little bit together.
Sure.
All hail Queen of the Sea for the mighty victory over our treasonous brother and King Wenye. The throne of great Ukuta is now fortified against foreign invaders. And our alliance with the Sultanate of Soha help ensure the prosperity of the Confederation of Ungwana. The Queen shall award a bountiful sum for information on the capture of renegade Mwenye, who escaped the sword of justice together with a band of traitors and made off with the royal crown of Ukuta, rightfully belonging to Queen Alisi. The thieves and traitors were seen in several villages within the realm, including Bandari. By royal decree, all heirs and avatars shall be killed. Bless her majesty!
All right, so that's the first clue, and basically what's happening there is a little bit of a fight between brother and sister. Both of them believe that they're the rightful heir to the throne, but the brother basically ran away with the crown, right? So for us as pirates, we're not really interested in taking sides. We're not really interested in who's right or who's wrong. What we are interested in, however, is the mention of that crown and potential treasure waiting for us.
Of course,
right?
Of course.
So what we're gonna do first, the first clue is basically telling us that we need to find out where the brother went. He's been sighted in Bandari settlement, so we're gonna be sailing towards that destination. But before we do that, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the region we're in and how does it fit with our world context.
Well, so in the world context, this is the golden age of piracy, and so this game is a historical fiction, and so we're really basing a lot of our choices in the game on being inspired by the region of the Indian Ocean and the factions that can be found there at that time. And during this time period, there is a desire from the West for all the luxurious goods that were discovered here by the West, discovered from their point of view, and there was a kind of a battle for who would have supremacy over those goods. And of course, that also leads to battles with the local factions, and it's really the mega corporations from the West stealing from the local factions to feed those new addictions in the West.
Cool.
And so there we see the dawn of the modern economy. Yeah.
All right, very cool. Nice little introduction there. So because we know where we're going, it's a bit of a distance to sail. So I've now traveled to another outpost, and maybe you can tell us a bit more about the role of outposts in the game.
Yeah, so outposts are really places to explore, find lore. From a narrative point of view, there's always lore to be found in outposts, but more than that, there are also places to trade, to pick up contracts, to cash in contracts, to sometimes pay off factions if you have an aggro with a specific faction.
It's also a place you can kind of meet other players and socialize with other players as well, right?
Of course.
Damn, fully multiplayer. Cool. So now we know that our next destination is going to be that Bandari settlement. I'm going to talk about it a bit later as we get closer to it. But our objective is going to be to plunder that settlement to find the next clue, right?
Yes.
But for now, as we're sailing, maybe there's more you can tell us about the exact region we're in and the regions of Skull and Bones in general.
Yeah, so we're in the coast of Africa region here, and as you can see from the landscape, it's a bit of a arid landscape compared to some of the others in the game. And here there's two major factions. There's the Confederation of Iguana, who are really more the local faction who have historically been here. And they're a nomadic faction and quite aggressive faction in terms of the game. But the thing about the people from the Confederation of Iguana is that they're nomadic partially by circumstances. And part of those circumstances is the fact that the Company Royale has moved into the location. And the Company Royale is really a mega corporation from France. And they're the colonial power who has disrupted the lives of the Confederation of Iguana. And there's a whole backstory and quite a bit of lore that can build up that sort of relationship.
Yeah. So one of the cool things about all this as well is that as we're sailing through and we see other ships passing us, the more you play the game, the more you find out that these ships actually have a lot of elements on them that are giving you information. Right. First of all, you can see the equipments they have. So the ships we just passed, for example, they were equipped with a lot of cargo, but also the sails and the emblems they have will tell you which faction do they belong to and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, of course. So there's visual identifiers. You know, there's all kinds of things that really help bring authenticity to the different factions in the game, whether it's visual, linguistic, you name it.
So a lot of work went to like making sure that when you're sailing through the coast of Africa, you feel that you're actually on the coast of Africa.
Absolutely.
There's also a lot of other elements like the wildlife, the vegetation, all of these things that make you really feel like you are actually sailing the coast of Africa, which is very nice.
Yeah, and if you want, there is wildlife in the waters that can be hunted by players, but not with the ships that we're sailing right now. Of course, you know, Skull and Bones has all different kinds of ships, and you're encouraged to use those different ships in different ways. Some are better for combat, some are better for fast navigation, some for carrying large loads. And of course, there are very small ships that can go through narrow waterways and are useful for essentially hunting water-based animals. And so that is an opportunity that we could explore in the coast of Africa, but because I think we're trying to complete our investigation, we'll have to do that next time.
So I know that there's actually a lot of rivers to explore. Luckily for us, the rivers we're in now are large enough for us to sail with those rather large ships.
Yep.
But like you said, like some rivers you're gonna have to basically switch to a smaller ship, which might not be as well equipped. But that'll be the only way to get some of the resources that the region has to offer, right?
Yep. And so it pays to have a varied fleet of ships, it's fair to say.
Yes. All right, so we're going to get closer to that settlement in just a little bit. There's a couple of information that we need to keep in mind when we get closer. First of all, so far nobody's really bothering about us because we're just not being very aggressive, right? But the moment we attack the settlement, that's going to change, obviously.
Yeah.
That settlement belongs to the local faction. But we're not here to actually plunder any resources. We're here to find the crew. So what we're going to do before we start the plundering is we are going to plan our escape route to make sure that we don't get into too much trouble.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm almost there now. But essentially, yeah, that's the key thing about Skull and Bones. When you want to engage the combat, depending on your objective, you want to make sure you're prepared for it. So if you want to plunder all the way, then you need to make sure you're ready for a long fight. On the other hand, if you're just looking for one specific item, then you want to plan an escape and you want to make sure that you can run away without getting too much heat. Because the way the plunder feature works is that the longer the fight goes on, the harder it gets, the more there's going to be reinforcements, and the more aggressive these reinforcements are going to get.
But if I've learned anything playing the game, things will go wrong. So let's see what can happen.
So hopefully we'll make it alive. Alright, so I'm going to drop anchor now, open up my map, and I'm going to set my escape route for that shipwreck on the far east. And whenever we're ready, let's get started.
I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Let's do this. So as you can see here, a bunch of our crew are jumping overboard to essentially enter the settlement and begin the plundering action. And so the fantasy here is as we're out here fighting and holding our ground, they're in the settlement scampering around, you know, stealing whatever they can get their hands on and looking for the thing that in this case we're looking for, which is the next clue in our investigation. And as you can see, those different stops across the top of the screen of what will happen during the plundering action if we survive is they will start sending out what they find while our crew is in there on small ships for us to pick up. So if they do their job right, we will get our clue in the first package.
Yeah.
And then we can make our escape. Obviously, the longer the battle goes on, the more at risk we're at here in this kind of confined space.
Yeah, but that's also how you get the highest rewards, right?
Exactly. So if you can stick it out all the way to the end, of course, you're going to plunder a heck of a lot. But as you can see here, we are facing stiff competition. Yeah.
So my strategy usually when we plunder settlement is the beginning's pretty chill, I want to say, all things considered.
Yep.
So what I try to do is I try to damage the tower first before all the big reinforcements come in. But in that case, we're getting a lot of heat from those flamethrowers.
Yes,
so.
It's not super chill at the moment, it turns out. And the tower is also, I see that you're taking some heavy hits from the tower.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, depending on the enemy you're facing, obviously you can see that there's different weak spots you can hit for extra damage, but they're also going to have different kind of weapons who might inflict different kind of damage on your ship, so you need to be kind of prepared for that as well.
Yes. Having a well-rounded strategy never hurts, because, as we mentioned, things will go wrong.
Yes.
And it is quite chaotic at the moment, but
I think we're almost there. Yeah,
yes.
I just got the clue, so now we can run away.
Let's do it
before all the big trouble comes.
Perfect.
So if you just follow me, I know where we're going.
Okay.
All right. So like you can see on the screen, we're leaving the plunder area now. So that means any potential loot, extra loot that we could have gotten, will be forfeited at this point.
Oh boy.
But we don't care because we have what we need.
Yeah, our escape is not yet guaranteed, though.
Yes.
That's fair to say.
And there's, like you were saying before, there's the Company Royale fighting here with local factions, so you can see some of that conflict happening right here.
Yeah, and that's part of the living world of Skull and Bones, and in this case, I think it's going to work to our advantage here because the Confederation of Iguana is going to be sort of torn about who to aggro more, us or the Company Royale.
Alright, so far so good. I'm going to use a repair kit just to fix my ship a little bit.
Yep.
I've seen better days. How's it looking for you? Are you able to make it out alive?
Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. I'm kind of running close to this Company Royale ship, so I'm gonna be curious to see. They don't seem to have any issue with us, but hopefully, oh yeah, yep. So they're under attack from the Confederation of Iguana, which is great news because that means I'm getting away.
It's quite ironic that we're being saved by the same people that we just attacked.
Yes.
But I think it's looking good, man. At least on my side, it's looking like it's gonna get quiet soon.
Nice. Passing a shipwreck here.
Yeah, there's a lot of flamethrower action behind you. Alright, so I'm gonna drop anchor around here, and I'm gonna start reading the next clue.
The Confederation of Ungwana is in upheaval. King Wenye has landed in Bandari Harbor. Though still wearing his crown, he is but a shell of the man he once was. Queen Halisi has taken the throne and strengthened her alliances within the realm. With Unyenye, Kevu, and desperation, he pleads for help. To see such groveling from royalty grieves me. Halisi's spies are everywhere. Those who do not pledge allegiance are being seized and executed. Prudence is vital. For this reason, I had to turn away the beleaguered king and beseech him to return to Great Ukuta and ask for reconciliation. His sister might be merciful. My pleas fell on deaf ears. Mwenye has disagreed. The dethroned king has departed to gather allies to the north and defy the usurper queen. Undeterred, Mwenye sails towards his fate. May peace be with him. Word goes around that Mwenye's ship has vanished to south of Jiwe settlement. I fear the worst. Lost too, sadly, is the crown of Ukuta. But for the best, perhaps, as the usurper queen is cursed to rule without the ancestral crown. Pigo to her tyranny.
So yeah, the fight between sister and brother is not looking good, to be honest. Looks like they still they can't find an agreement, basically.
Yeah.
So King Winnie ran away with the crown. The queen, well, the sister queen is basically destined to rule without a crown. But for our interest, we've been told to look for the next clue at a shipwreck next to Jiwe. So that's where we're going to sail now.
All right.
The other thing I noticed while I was reading the clue is that there's actually some graphics that you can display that shows the clue written in a language that I don't really understand or can't read. So maybe you can tell us more about this.
Yeah, I mean, we are obviously inspired by the people of the region, and so we've worked really closely with historians as well as language and culture experts to make sure that we're being accurate and being taking that inspiration as far as we can in terms of showing the authenticity that comes from the different factions in this region, or I should say from portraying the different factions in this region.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, another thing that I like a lot about, you know, talking about regional factions and regional cultures is the shanties. I'm going to play one right now, so maybe you can talk to us a bit more about shanties in the game.
Yeah, so the way I see it is we really have 3 different types of shanties in the game. Of course, we have your classic pirate shanties that I think people come to expect, myself included. But we also have some language-specific shanties like we were talking about, some that are not translated and are kept in the language of the local factions, which I think is very cool and really exciting. And in addition to that, we also have certain shanties that are really specific to the world lore of our game. So shanties about the characters in our game, about some of the legendary kingpins, about some of the myths and the overall fantasy of our game.
Nice. Very nice. So yeah, as we setting a bit, we can enjoy the different sceneries and changing the lighting as we get closer to nighttime. And one thing I like as well when I'm sailing and there's not too much combat or action going on is taking advantage of the different cameras that we have in our game. So
yeah, absolutely.
Really
I mean, if you take the time to make your ship look awesome, you want to celebrate it
Exactly.
when you have a moment, you know.
I mean, that's the key thing about a pirate, right? You take pride into making your ship impressive and good looking.
Exactly. You just like your hand is going to be encrusted with rings. You also got to have your ship encrusted with cool stuff.
Yes.
It's one of
And then the other thing that I find are both like quite fun, but also very distracting is obviously the world is really big, right?
Mhm.
And you set sail thinking, okay, I'm gonna go look for something specific. And then as you set sail, you look around and you see one thing interesting. And if you like me, you'll get tempted to find out what it is, and then you lose focus basically, and you get distracted by other things, and then you forget why you were at sea in the first place.
But that's all right. We're happy to have players get lost in our world. That's part of the goal, and I think that was part of what it was like to be a pirate, was to
I guess so, yeah.
see opportunities and seize them in the moment. And so
Yeah, but in our case, we can't get distracted because our
No.
time is limited.
We're on a mission.
Yes, and I'm now arriving to that shipwreck we were looking for. So I'm just going to get a little closer, drop anchor, and then I'll read the next clue.
Great.
All right.
Dear sister, your betrayal is complete. Here I lie bleeding from mortal wounds and contemplating the afterlife at the table of our ancestors. All that remains of my domain is a dhow and some meager rations. Your venom poisons our lands. Your cruelty has trampled the hopes of even my most loyal followers who abandoned me at the first chance. Off the coast of Bandari, we were boarded by pirates, led by one captain, Freeman, who seduced my crew with promises of freedom from servitude in a secret haven, Lanitra. Let them go. I'd rather die fighting as a king, noble in his cause, than ever live a moment as a common rogue. Alas, without a crew, my ship ran aground, and I was injured. At least Nima and Azizi remain at my side, true servants to the end. Even now, they tell me to stop fighting, as it is time to join my ancestors at Pillar Tomb. The next world beckons me. They will offer to carry me, but I will walk myself into the center of the sacred stone circles. Crown of Okuta shall never be yours. It remains mine until
Okay, so it looks like the story is taking quite a dramatic turn towards the end. There's a couple of things I've learned from that clue, actually. The first one is, after years of working in that game, I finally found out how to pronounce the dhow. I didn't know it was pronounced that way. But the other thing is, so like the story said, basically the King Winnie had a very unfortunate encounter. He met a certain Captain Freeman, who then convinced his entire crew to basically abandon him and live free in a place called Lanitra.
Yeah.
So maybe you can tell us more about this Freeman and
Yeah,
Lanitra.
so Captain Freeman is really a mythical character. I like to say he's part of the foundational myth of our world. And so Captain Freeman has a story that you're going to put together in the game by doing all these different investigations. You'll get little snippets about Captain Freeman from every investigation to put together a full picture of who he was. And one thing that is known widely is that he was part of what was called at the time, or what we call the heist of the century, meaning that he took part in the biggest score any pirate had ever done. in our world by doing a massive score against the Dutch Merchant Company. And so he was one of the also founding members of this sort of pirate den, borderline pirate paradise called Lenitra. And in Lenitra, it was very much an egalitarian, almost democratic society where pirates supported each other, worked together, really began to work against the mega corporations in a quite coordinated way. And it included even some of the other characters that we'll meet in our game, like one of our major characters, John Skurlock, for example, was an inhabitant of Lenitra. But tragically, Lenitra was destroyed and being attacked by the Company Royale and the DMC, the Dutch Merchant Company, given the events of the heist of the century and some of the other things that Captain Freeman and his ilk got up to. And so really that whole idea of having this like pirate utopia has been destroyed in the mythology of our game, and what we're left with now is a world that is much more cutthroat, much more dog eat dog. It is a much harsher and grittier pirate world than that mythical pirate past that some of the characters in our world can remember.
There's no more safe haven for us to live our life free.
And Freeman himself is sort of a mystery lost to time that hopefully we can learn more about by doing those investigations.
All right, so I know there's a lot more to that story, and we'll probably leave that for players to find out when they finally get to play our game in open beta or at launch.
Absolutely.
But one thing I need you to tell me, and I don't know if you can answer that question, was Freeman a good guy or a bad guy?
I think, as far as pirates go, he was a good guy. He did believe in the sort of utopian vision of Lenitra, and he did want to do right by the little guy, so to speak. And his goal was really to take issue with the mega corporations.
Fair enough. But I guess in our game, it's all a matter of perspective, right? You can, depending on how you feel and which side you want to be on, there's no real good guy.
No, I mean, even the best good guy is still going to have gray area to take issue with. I mean, pirates are pirates, right?
Yeah, and it's a difficult world, right? So being 100% good in that world will probably not get you very far.
Exactly right.
So while we're talking, we just arrived at our final destination, our third outpost called the Pilotom. I'm going to show you a little bit how that place looks, because it looks quite amazing. But I also I would like to ask you a bit more about NPCs in the game in general, and like different vendors and...
Yeah, so we have vendors, or hawkers, you might call them, who are the people who are really going to sell you all the different things in the world that you're able to buy and consume, and there is many. I mean, when it comes to ingredients for upgrading your ship, things to feed your crew, things for upgrading your weapons, upgrading your appearance, all those kinds of things you're going to get through hawkers, as well as the ability to take on new contracts, new opportunities, maybe even pay off factions. Like, for example, if we had an ongoing feud with the Confederation of Unguana based on our plunder earlier, we could potentially pay off somebody at an outpost like this who's related to that faction. But in addition to those characters, we also have pirate kingpins in our world. And so I mentioned John Skurlock a minute ago. He's one of the first pirate kingpins that players are going to meet, and he really stands as an example of the kind of kingpin the player is going to want to become.
Cool. So I like that you said he's one of the first, because I know there's more. I know we can't talk about it yet, but I know there's more. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I also believe that when you start engaging with those kingpins, they will look at you based on your reputation. They will look at you based on your actions, and depending on that, you might get different contracts.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole world of Skull and Bones is about infamy, and so the player really starts as an outcast, and they want to rise and become an infamous kingpin. And so those contracts and those relationships you're going to build with other kingpins are going to grow and change based on your infamy in the world. And actually, one of the things I'm really proud of is the whole world of Skull and Bones is very reactive. So the actions the player does, the infamy they gain, the player the other characters in the world really recognize it and respond to that.
Cool. Another thing I really like about Outposts in general is that sometimes you're just walking around, not really sure, you're not necessarily looking for anything specific. In our case, we are looking for something specific. I'm just, enjoying the scenery a little bit. But then every now and then you pass by something and you hear weird sounds. And I know that there's a lot of stuff in the game out there, and I've asked around, like, what's going on, and nobody really knows.
Well, there are certainly surprises, treasures, tricks, and everything to be found in these areas, in these outposts. And I will spoil nothing.
Yeah, no, and there's a lot to discover. I played the game quite a lot myself, and there's a lot of outposts I still haven't fully explored. So all that being said, I still haven't found this treasure. So from the clue, if I remember correctly, it said that the treasure is buried in a stone circle grave kind of thing. So I'm gonna try to find this.
Sure.
Full spoiler, I actually know where it is, so I know where I'm going, but I'm just gonna pretend I don't know, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's pretty. It can be hard to find if you don't know what you're looking for. Once you know what you're looking for, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and it's important to pay close attention to the clues actually for investigations. Investigations are not meant to be straightforward. They're meant to be something that we have to.
There's not going to be a big marker
on.
telling you where to go. So
that's right.
All right, so I think I found the grave now, and I can dig up the treasure chest. So I'll just be waiting for you a little bit, and then we'll dig it out. All right, let's dig it out. I think.
Nice. Perfect.
So yeah, as you can see, I found the treasure, I decked it out, and that should give us the last piece of information for investigation, which will allow us to complete the investigation. So I'm going to read that last bit of info so that we get the kind of a closure to the story.
Sheltered from the tyrannical eye of the usurper queen by the guardian spirit of our ancestors. At the behest of our king, we take the crown of Ukuta and depart to the north, far from the queen's malevolence. I pray that King Mwenye will be honored by our ancestors. Azizi, loyal servant of His Majesty Mwenye, the eternal Mutwala of the great Ukuta.
Alright, so the sad news here is that there will be no crown for us. As we learned from that last bit of info, the crown was taken away by the servants of Mwenye, and I don't think there's ever going to be a chance for us to find it. Who knows?
No.
The good news is we did get a little reward for us for completing the investigation. But before I equip it on my ship, can you tell us a bit more about other investigations in the game?
Yeah, well, and like we mentioned, we do also, one of the things we did get is a piece of a larger story about Yuriko Freeman. So all the other investigations are going to obviously give some promise of treasure and reward, but also will fill in some more of the gaps about Yuriko Freeman and his story. And because we know Freeman did the heist of the century, and no one knows for sure whatever happened to the treasure that was taken in that heist, there's some hope that by completing all the investigations that we may be the ones who ultimately find it.
Cool. Yeah. Exciting. So that reward that I just equipped on my ship is a vanity item, is a new figurehead, so I can show it a bit more now. But maybe you can tell us a bit more, like what is the connection between vanity in our game and the local factions? Can we get items from the local factions to customize our ships and our captain?
Absolutely. We can, and we can get all kinds of different ones to spice it up in different ways. By the looks of it, the one you have there, it seems to be the Yuriko Freeman emblem. I think that symbol of the hammer, it comes from his backstory, and yeah, that looks very cool.
All right. And that was it for us today. Thank you very much, Joel, for coming on the show and talking to us about the game and the narrative.
My pleasure. Thanks, Alexi.
All right. We'll see you all very soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot to all of you for tuning in today and watching our show. I hope this answered some of your questions, but also encourages you to ask some more. We know there's still a lot of things you would like to know about our game. How far can you go with customization? How deep are our combat mechanics? What are our monetization plans? Or even how much content will be added after release? These are all topics we intend to address through future episodes of The Deck, our dev blog, and our social media. So keep an eye out, and I'll see you again very soon.
Basim, Laserhawk, are you ready to give up who you once thought you were?
I am.
Ready to sacrifice everything you held close?
I am.
Are you ready to leave your life behind and walk the path of shadows?
I am.
Then, out of the dark, you will come into the light. And from the light, you will return to the dark. Never forget the tenets you have sworn to uphold. Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent. Hide in plain sight. Never compromise the Brotherhood. From this day forward, you are a hidden one.
Assassin's Creed Mirage, coming 2023.
Welcome, Hidden One.
The first gameplay trailer for Assassin's Creed Mirage has finally emerged from the shadows, and it shows that Ubisoft's upcoming historical murder sim is taking the series back to its roots. The trailer may only be just shy of 2 minutes long, but there's plenty of details packed in there. Here's the 5 major things that you need to know. In Mirage, you play as Basim, a character who played a pivotal role in the story of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. These events play out 2 decades before he meets Eivor though, so Mirage is something of a prequel. You'll be working with the original assassins, the Hidden Ones, under the mentorship of Roshan, voiced by Emmy Award-winning actor Shohreh Aghdashloo.
You have died and been reborn.
While much of the narrative framing draws on the modern RPG era of Assassin's Creed, it looks like the gameplay is distinctly old-school AC. Mirage is set in 9th century Baghdad, and we can see that it provides an urban city map with a design philosophy drawn directly from the original games. Streets, roofs, and towers create a labyrinth of parkour routes, and there's not a single open field in sight. This is properly classic Assassin's Creed. Basim has even undergone the original Assassin's ritual of cutting off his finger to make way for his hidden blade. After 6 years of RPG combat design, it's great to see Mirage put a huge emphasis on stealth. We can see Basim employ several techniques that we've not seen in the series for several years. In this sequence, we see him silently tailing an enemy and then pickpocketing a key from them, which is used to unlock a door. We then see Basim sitting and waiting on a bench, or perhaps he's eavesdropping. Longtime series fans will remember that tailing, thieving, and eavesdropping formed the core of Assassin's Creed 1's preparation missions, and so it's great to see them returning. Let's just hope that we don't have to do them on an ever-repeating loop this time. It's not just Assassin's Creed 1 that Mirage tips its hat to in this trailer though. Here Basim's accomplice says,
"We need to find a way to get you inside without being seen. You could bribe the guards to look the other way."
Basim ignores that advice, choosing to stick blades into the guards' necks instead. But this whole scenario tells us that we'll have a choice in how we approach our missions, something that was pioneered by Assassin's Creed Unity. Unity's main assassination missions had an almost Hitman-like approach. Each one could be completed in a few different ways, using a number of different opportunities. An early mission, for example, allowed you to bypass a tricky infiltration by stealing the keys to Notre Dame, and when inside the cathedral, you could kill your target by waiting for him in a confessional booth. This approach was totally abandoned after Assassin's Creed Syndicate, but it seems like Mirage will return to those ideas and hopefully build upon them. With Mirage fully embracing Assassin's Creed's stealth roots, it's good to see all the classic kill moves are back in action. Aerial assassinations and ledge kills are present and correct, and Basim can be seen using a throwing knife for ranged kills. It looks like the bow and arrow is being left in the RPG games. But there's more than just the classics. Here we see the new Assassin's Focus ability in action, which allows you to quickly mark and kill several targets in a row. It's basically AC's version of Splinter Cell's brilliant mark and execute system, and is hopefully just as thrilling to use. While Mirage is definitely looking like a stealth game, it wouldn't be Assassin's Creed without some full-blooded combat. We don't see a huge amount of swordplay in this trailer, but what little we do see is made up of several very cool animations, including a very slick move where Basim rolls over an enemy's back, and this lovely sword spin. Returning to Assassin's Creed's roots isn't all about stealth and swordplay though. Perhaps the most iconic thing from AC's early years is the image of a hooded killer free running across an ancient city, guards in tow. Appropriately for this throwback game, Mirage promises to serve up plenty of parkour. You can spot plenty of classic moves making their return, including the beam hop, corner swing, and rope lift, as well as the signature eagle dive. But it looks like we're getting new additions to the environmental toolkit too, such as this pole that Basim can ride across gaps that are much wider than he could jump. Those are the big things we spotted in the new Assassin's Creed Mirage gameplay trailer. Did you spot any other cool nods to the series past? Let us know in the comments. For more Assassin's Creed, check out the Mirage cinematic trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
When we got the opportunity to work on the next game of the series, we sat down with the rest of the core team and asked ourselves, as fans, what kind of Assassin's Creed game we'd most want to play.
Many of us felt the desire to revisit some of the old imagery, narrative theme and gameplay that made us fall in love with the series.
After 15 years of journeys across the ages, from the Third Crusade with Altair to the Viking expansions with Eivor, we wanted to go back closely to where it all began and pay homage to the beginnings of Assassin's Creed.
Coming off Valhalla, we started to explore the idea of introducing a new playable hero, Basim, and creating an experience that is a love letter to the origins of the franchise. Coming of age story with revamped mechanics to bring the feel of the early games into the modern day.
We are going back to the Middle East, but this time in 9th century Baghdad. 300 years before the time of Altair, we are telling the story of Basim and how he became a master assassin.
We look at the first AC games and started to wonder what exactly defined the assassin experience to us. And from there, we put all our effort into bringing our take on the assassin fantasy. As a hidden one, parkour is a key pillar to the experience. With Baghdad as your playground, we are bringing the action back to a urban environment.
For parkour, we look to our previous games for inspiration and chose to put the emphasis on comfort and fluidity. In Mirage, parkour is easy to learn and to master. Our approach is closer to the Ezio games, where it's all about keeping the flow and the momentum going, with the design centered around verticality. Many elements from past games are making a return. We have the corner swing, the ability to vault over objects, elevators to quickly reach high ground, but also new ingredients, such as the pole vault, allowing you to cross large gaps between two rooftops. Of course, Basim is faster and more agile than Ivor was, and to give that feeling, we reworked our animations to reinforce the sense of speed when jumping, vaulting, and free roaming.
Streets are narrower, denser, and packed with obstacles to navigate. By choosing the right path through the environment, you can move from street level to the rooftops in a blink of an eye, a useful skill for any assassin.
Another core focus of Mirage is stealth. We want players to work in the shadows, plan their next move, strike, and then vanish. There are more ways to assassinate, with new killing animations, some leveraging a stealthy approach, others delivering a violent killing blow. We also have direct throwbacks to the first games with moves like the bench assassination that you might recognize from AC2, or the kill from the rooftop gardens, an old favorite of Altair's.
We want to encourage you to be sneaky. Basim has been trained to fight by the hidden ones, but for him, combat is a last resort, and his main approach is to hunt and strike while remaining unnoticed.
We also reworked our enemy AI to improve detection and vanishing loops, making guard behaviors more responsive and readable. New enemy archetypes will also increase the stakes. The marksman can shoot your eagle and prevent you from using it. The spearman pokes through haystacks, and Hornbearer can call for reinforcements. That's where your assassin skills come in handy.
During his training in Alamut, Basim learns the ways of the Creed from his mentor, Roshan, and his fellow Hidden Ones. We get to see him learn the tenets and philosophies that will guide him through his missions, like hiding in plain sight.
Social stealth is making a return. We're bringing back the systemic blending with larger crowds that allow you to move undetected through the business location. But you can also bribe small factions with specific tokens in order to control AI groups and make your way through guarded areas.
As an assassin, your core mission is to track down and eliminate the Order of the Ancients and free Baghdad of their influence. In our game, the Hidden Ones have established a network of bureaus across the city to keep an eye on the Order.
The bureaus in Mirage act as gameplay hubs, from which you can take on side contracts with various objectives, from rescue missions to assassinations, and help the Hidden Ones in their fight for freedom.
We want you to feel truly immersed in the life of a Hidden One, investigating your target's identities, tracking their movements, and sharing information with your allies. Then, when the time is right, you can strike from the shadows. We've crafted a new investigation board which replaces our most recent quest log in Mirage.
And with our black box missions, we give you the freedom to approach key assassination missions however you see fit.
We know how excited our community is. We also have a nice surprise for our long-timers. We implemented a nostalgic visual filter as an option for those who wish to explore the game with a desaturated blue-gray color palette from the very first AC game.
This is a project led by a team of passionate people who have their very own vision of the assassin experience in mind.
There is much to come, and we can't wait to unveil more about Basim's journey.
The Assassin's Creed franchise has spanned the globe since it debuted in 2007, and entries have taken players from Renaissance Italy to ancient Greece to the American Revolution. Along the way, the series has changed dramatically, from sequels that made good on the promise of past entries to entirely new takes on character progression. So which games are the best out of Ubisoft's long-running series? IGN's biggest Assassin's Creed fans came together to agree, argue, and eventually cull together our favorites. It's worth noting, this list pulls from the mainline Assassin's Creed series of console releases, so no mobile or handheld entries were considered as they vary greatly in scope and design. So without further ado, here are IGN's top 10 Assassin's Creed games. After the tipsy sway of Black Flag's pirate protagonist Edward Kenway, Assassin's Creed Unity was a return to the tone of original Assassin's Creed. As the first AC game to be exclusively released on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, alongside PC of course, Assassin's Creed Unity was a graphical powerhouse for its time and boasted enormous crowds of NPCs, but its launch was a bit of a bumpy ride. The cavalcade of bugs, glitches, and an intensely overburdened map led some to flee the game, but those that stuck with it found a great setting in revolutionary France, newly enhanced movement options that made scaling down the side of a building much easier and fun, and multifaceted assassination missions. And frankly, seeing Notre Dame in all its glory makes AC Unity well worth the price of admission. Meanwhile, that same year on the Xbox 360 and PS3, Assassin's Creed Rogue introduced us to the assassin-turned-Templar Shay Cormac for this pseudo-prequel to Assassin's Creed 3 and Unity. Rogue trades Havana for New York, and the warm waters of the Caribbean for the ice flows of the North Atlantic and riverlands of the Hudson Valley, but keeps and even expands on the excellent naval combat and Arkham-esque swordplay of Black Flag. The story may not take any huge risks to upset the franchise formula of Assassin's good, Templar's bad, but it's an interesting trip through the looking glass to see how things operate on the other side of the hidden blade, and a must-play if you loved Black Flag, but don't want to play it for the 5th time. Assassin's Creed Revelations wrapped up Altair's and Ezio's stories, and despite some unremarkable additions like the Den Defense mode, it was a memorable and thrilling send-off. From flying down zip lines in Constantinople to hanging out with Leonardo da Vinci, Revelations was packed full of fascinating adventures. Ezio and Altair's final chapter was, in a way, both a sign of things to come and a celebration of what came before. Not only did we get one final fling with these two after seeing them grow and learn from lives full of adventure, but we had a chance to say goodbye to the first era of Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood continues the story of Ezio Auditore da Firenze, cementing him as a fan-favorite protagonist for the series. It trades the diverse locations of Assassin's Creed 2 for an expanded version of Rome and its surrounding countryside, and builds on the new mechanics introduced in AC2, swimming, property management, firearms, and recruitable allies. This chapter of Ezio's story is filled with charm, wit, and drama, and thanks to its updated combat, we got to be the aggressive combat assassin we always wanted to be. It was also the first game in the series to introduce multiplayer, allowing players to step into the shoes of the Templars to see who among their friends truly was the best assassin or hunter. It may not have advanced the formula as much as its predecessor, but it's still cherished by many as one of the very best. Valhalla didn't reinvent the wheel like Origins did, but it did make some pretty substantial changes. Combat is weightier and more impactful than ever before. Traditional side quests have been replaced by world events, making exploration and discovery much more organic, and the absurd amount of loot you'd have to organize and sift through was toned down substantially, making rewards feel much more valuable on the whole. Eivor might not be our favorite of the Assassin's Creed protagonists, but his or her story is an engaging one and is one of the best blendings of historical fantasy and mythology that the series has ever seen. Assassin's Creed games are often as defined by their locations as they are by their protagonist, and Syndicate's 19th century Victorian London in the throes of industrialization may be the most memorable of the bunch. Sneaking around factories, racing horse-drawn carriages down the street, and even fighting Jack the Ripper all ground Syndicate in a setting that, while still fantastical, feels real. Contributing to this sense of place is the string-heavy score from Journey composer Austin Wintory that doesn't sound like anything else in the series before or after. Dueling protagonists Jacob and Evie Fry even have their own soundtracks. It's a small touch, but it's one in a string of small touches that makes Syndicate's world cohesive. Also, it's hard to recall any game this side of Bloodborne that lets you fight this effectively with a cane. In many ways, we have Assassin's Creed 2 to thank for not only proving the formula works, but for also giving us the defining analogy of a video game sequel fulfilling the promise of its underwhelming original. Though later entries would add even more depth, Assassin's Creed 2 made assassination missions more dynamic, with increased flexibility in how you approached objectives, more options for hiding or causing distractions, better combat, and better mobility with the ability to actually swim. New catacomb missions let players put their parkour skills to the test. The upgradable home-based villa gave players a reason to keep investing in picking up collectibles and coins, and new weapons and gear from everyone's favorite video game character, Leonardo da Vinci, kept gameplay fresh. All of these changes were also connected to a beautifully realized Italian Renaissance era that introduced an all-time protagonist, Ezio Auditore da Firenze, and meaningful additions to the current-day story that brought the two time periods together in the wildest way possible. I mean, you fistfight the Pope only to have an otherworldly deity speak through Ezio to Desmond in the present day. It was an unforgettable ending to an entry that proved how incredible Assassin's Creed could be. Oh, and it's got one of the weirdest video game references of all time.
It's a me, Mario!
Assassin's Creed Odyssey takes Origin's combat style and a newfound focus on role-playing, adds some extra ingredients to the mix, then sets it all against the sprawling backdrop of ancient Greece, aflame with a war between Athens and Sparta. It's an enormous, vibrant game with some of the most stunning vistas we've seen in the series, both at land and sea. Naval warfare returns here, and it's wonderful. The new spin on Assassin's Creed's notoriety system sees you hunted across these environments in a series of cat-and-mouse chases that are the most tense in any AC game to date, while the nation struggle system sees you fighting large-scale battles in the name of Athens or Sparta. It's also got a relatively compelling story for a game that can take 60-odd hours to beat, with some eccentric side quests fronted by a genuinely charismatic protagonist, whether you play as Alexios or Cassandra. Even after you finish Odyssey, there's still so much to plunder and discover, and it's a delight to simply exist in its world. Origins marked a turning point in the series. It was the game that turned Assassin's Creed from a stealth-focused action RPG into a straight-up open-world RPG with a size and scope rivaled only by very few games. But even setting the historical significance of Assassin's Creed Origins aside, it's important to note that it's just a damn good Assassin's Creed game. Its central story involving Bayek and Aya, who initially set out to find justice for their murdered son, and ultimately wind up founding the order that would eventually become the Assassin's Brotherhood, is extremely compelling. The world of ancient Egypt is a marvel to explore, and while many facets of its mechanics were improved in later games, the shift to loot-based progression and a more action RPG style of combat was just the kind of shot in the arm that the series needed to reinvigorate it in the eyes of fans. After a long run of assassin protagonists, Black Flag tried something different, introducing us to a main character who was a pirate first and an assassin second, and the ensuing adventure thrived because of it. It introduced a massively entertaining sandbox playground in the Caribbean, featuring a plethora of islands teeming with treasure and activities to embark upon, and an upgrade system that made the idea of hunting wild animals and harpooning something other than a chore. Instead of relegating the idea of sailing as means to an end, it built upon the framework of Assassin's Creed 3's naval combat to make nautical adventures the shining point of Black Flag. Whether it was hunting the hapless merchant ships or bracing against some of the toughest buccaneers ever to sail the seas, attacking other ships cemented itself as something too good to pass up anytime one floated by on screen. Aided by its impressive seamless transition from land to sea, it allowed the freedom of choice for players to either sail circles around enemy ships while blasting them to pieces, or ramming head-on to leap onto the enemy ship before unloading a brace of pistols like a whirling dervish. Not only did Black Flag cement itself as one of the greatest in the series, it's easily become one of the best pirate games to immerse yourself in as well. And there you have it. Those are IGN's top Assassin's Creed games. Disagree with the ranking? Think another entry should have been on the list? Let us know your favorite Assassin's Creed in the comments. And if you're looking for more top 10s, check out our list of the best PlayStation exclusives and the best Xbox exclusives. And for everything else in the world of Assassin's Creed, stick with IGN.
Our kingdom is cursed. The prince has been kidnapped and taken to a forbidden land. All hope rests with us, the Immortals, to rescue him and save the Empire. But we weren't prepared for what was coming next. Then again, they weren't prepared for me.
Whether they ready or not, better get better with time. I can't see an enemy ending the plot. My struggle came with a purpose, now I'm about to turn it down to a burden. You see, I ain't begging, I'm undeserving. I put that on every battle. I thought I had to play the plot. Don't take a chance when we take a fight. Been through the dark times, so I came with the dark side. Let us show you the light. See how it rolls up, boy, the warrior grown up. Now we're giving them hope. Keep them all warriors, victorious. Put it home on them, enemies get close. So I see the danger coming close.
In these times of darkness, hope is the only thing that keeps us fighting. I will fulfill my destiny and save the kingdom.
Beyond Good and Evil 2 is massive, and traversing its open star system is completely seamless whether you're on foot, in vehicles, or in space. You play as a customizable space pirate captain who carries a sword, a gun, and a jetpack as basic equipment. Your character and weapons can also be enhanced with augments, which grant special abilities and let you experiment with different effects in combat. Trapping foes in a time-slowing bubble, for example, or freezing them in place with chained electricity. Enemies can also use augments, like these scientists who can heal their soldier buddies with augmented bullets, so you'll want to get a close look at who's carrying what and plan your strategy accordingly. In order to see what your enemies have equipped, you'll need your spyglass, which displays the stats, skills, and augments of other characters, as well as revealing more details about locations and points of interest, even from space. It's a key part of recruiting, too. Take a close look at an NPC with your spyglass, and you'll see if they have any skills worth adding to your space pirate crew. Of course, your crew isn't the only company you can bring along. Beyond Good and Evil 2 is an online game, and while you can play solo, co-op buddies can jump in or out at any time. You won't be tethered together either, and if you want to wander off and explore while another player does their own thing, you're free to do so. Welcome to Ganesha City, a dense, vertically built metropolis where the rich live at the top and the poor huddle in shanty towns built into the sides of the city's foundations. It's sprawling and richly detailed, and it's just one small corner of a moon called Soma, itself just a small piece of Beyond Good and Evil 2's gigantic open world. It's also built for aerial exploration, so in addition to your jetpack, you'll have access to a wide selection of flying vehicles. Any vehicle you see can be commandeered and driven, and they can all tune in to Radio Cheetah, a station by space pirates for space pirates. You'll also be able to fully customize your own rides, swapping out modules, wings, engines, equipment, and cosmetic options to tailor your machines to look good and hold their own in a fight. You'll need special equipment or skills to take on larger vessels, but your fighter ships are agile, able to execute barrel rolls, lock onto targets with homing missiles, and dogfight with police if you inadvertently break some city law like flying too close to a major tourist attraction or robbing a bank. And like your weapons, ships can be equipped with augments, enabling you to do things like firing healing missiles at your co-op partners. Your ships are also capable of hitting extreme speeds, covering thousands of kilometers in a matter of seconds. This is essential for getting around planets in a hurry, as well as for flying out into orbit to rendezvous with your mothership, a huge vessel that serves as your home base. Even out here in orbit, you can seamlessly transition from piloting a ship to spacewalking with a nano spacesuit to protect you from the vacuum. Popping out of the cockpit and into the cold abyss of space allows you to use your spyglass to investigate a planet, peering down at treasure-hiding geoglyphs, cities, and settlements, all of which are still buzzing with activity far below you, enabling your co-op partner to explore and interact normally with city life even when you're this far apart. Alternately, you can switch over to the Universe map, a fully 3D rendering of System 3 that can be zoomed in and out to give you an overview of everything from close-ups of a planet's surface to the continuously orbiting layout of the entire system. For more, watch the full Beyond Good and Evil 2 livestream linked in the description below, and to find out more as it develops, be sure to subscribe to this channel and visit us at news.ubisoft.com.
We're here at Ubisoft Toronto, and we'll be sitting down with some of the team working on the Splinter Cell remake, as well as hearing from some special guests. We'll discuss what made Splinter Cell a pioneer in the industry, some of our favorite memories and moments, and we'll talk a bit about what's next for the franchise. So we're here at Ubisoft Toronto's Performance Capture Studio. Can you guys believe that it's been 20 years since the original Splinter Cell came out, way back in 2002? It makes me feel a little bit old, but that's okay. I think it's a good memory to have of a great franchise. So maybe we can just talk a little bit about some of our memories of it and where we were when we first experienced, Sam Fisher and Splinter Cell way back.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was the first Splinter Cell, the original. 20 years ago, I was still in high school, still had a full head of hair. And at the time, broadband internet was not ubiquitous like it is now. So we would get our games on demo discs, which you would have attached to magazines. And I remember popping that into my PC. And even though it ran a bit like a slideshow, I played through it like 4 or 5 times. And it wasn't until I played it on my friend's Xbox that I truly understood what a technical marvel that game was. The lighting, the shadows, the animations, everything about it blew my mind, and it's been stuck in there ever since, and I totally love the franchise now.
It was amazing to see what Splinter Cell was doing at the time compared to other games, like that dynamic lighting, like just being able to shoot the lights, creating your own dark spaces, your shadows, like recreating the space for how you wanted to play. Like that was the thing that I thought was really different from the other games that came out at the same time that are also focusing on stealth gameplay.
You could solve the problems kind of, dynamically as you wished and
right,
yeah.
In your own way.
Yeah.
I also started with the original Splinter Cell, right? On the Xbox with the Duke controller, big beefy controller in my hands. But what stood out to me was more the gameplay. It was this action-adventure game where you were playing as, this stealth spy style guy, but unlike other games in the genre, you didn't just have your gun out all the time. You weren't just coming up to every enemy, every obstacle, shooting them in the head. It instead was about stealth. It was about going around enemies. It was about watching a situation, a very simple situation, figuring out how am I gonna get past this without them seeing me. That was so different.
Yeah, I think for me, I came into the franchise a little bit later. I started with Chaos Theory, and I remember, it got recommended to me by a friend. He said, you need to check this game out. And I first got into that level with the lighthouse and the storm, and you had the rain coming down and the thunder and lightning, and you were sneaking from corner to corner, and you had that kind of soundtrack by Amon Tobin playing over the top of it. It was super memorable as this experience altogether with the different kind of shadow gameplay. You went down into the underground where the guy was being tortured with the kind of the backlit like shadow of the experience that was happening, and I just remember coming away from that feeling that the atmosphere had just been nailed, and it kind of hooked me in ever since.
I cannot believe that the Splinter Cell series is 20 years old. This is a game that for many redefined the third-person stealth action genre. One of my favorite points was that Splinter Cell was an original Xbox exclusive. When the original Splinter Cell released in 2002, it raised the technical bar from the lighting, which was some of the best we've seen up until that point, to the cutting-edge graphics. For me, the original set the scene for one of my favorite entries in the franchise, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, because that kicked off an entirely new part of the series, multiplayer. This is the game that really helped people understand the vision that we had for a brand new service called Xbox Live. Some of the press called it the single best reason to get online. This was a huge leap forward in the industry.
So let's talk about Sam Fisher, the person at the heart of the franchise. He's not your typical kind of gung-ho, bravado-filled hero. He's got more depth than that. He's got a lot more kind of warmth to him. He's got a wit and a charm and a conscience, and he can make his own decisions on the battlefield. He's not someone that's just kind of coldly murdering everyone. He's got these kind of qualities to him that really resonate with people.
Just pulled up Celestinia's last dry dock report for the Maria Narcissa. They have a newly installed central alarm system.
Don't tell me. 3 alarms and the mission is over?
Of course not. This is no video game, Fisher. But you don't want the whole place alerted to your presence. Keep it under control.
In the original trilogy, Sam has a very unique personality, right? He is witty, he is sarcastic, but he's also an elite operator still, right? And then in the later games, he goes through personal loss, and that whole storyline is very carefully interwoven with the narrative of those extra games. So it's an evolving story with Sam Fisher.
Dad?
Sarah.
I thought you were dead. They told me you were dead.
Sarah, I'm sorry, but if I hear that Black Arrow radio chatter right, we are out of time. I'll let you sit next to him, but we gotta go.
So that really shows how human like Sam is, right? This even comes down to the way that in gameplay he interacts with his enemies. One of the unique things about Splinter Cell is that rather than just shoot every enemy you come up to, he can also talk to them. You can take an enemy in a grab and interrogate them to get information.
Hi there.
Hi.
What's the door code?
28469.
It was a pleasure working with you.
Likewise.
And while he's doing it, he'll crack a joke, like a dumb joke. Yeah.
He's not a monster. He's not here to say, I'm going to kill you. But he's treating them as just enemies on the other side of the battlefield.
I like that he has very strong morals, right? Like he's not reveling in death. He's actually showing respect to the fellow soldiers, but on the other side.
There was this level in Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. You're in Solus, war-torn, and there's this US plane that has crashed, and Sam's objective is to get the data out of the plane. But Sam's like, some of the pilots are still here.
Let me get the pilots to safety first.
I'm telling you what the
player can choose as Sam to pull the bodies out of the wreckage and get them away from the bombing zone. Lambert's like, do your mission, but Sam's like, I'll do me.
Yeah, Sam gets the order, but Sam also makes the decision what he does with the order. And in that same vein, the player is making that choice. That's, again, the player agency. They are in control.
Sam Fisher is like such a plain name, but everyone knows who he is, right? Like he's associated very closely with Splinter Cell. You know that's the guy. And then what's kind of cool is you think of him as a spy, right? He's a covert operative. He's doing things in the shadow and sneaking around. Everything about the way he talks about his missions, and the way he tackles the missions, the way he talks to his other team members, the way he moves around the world, everything just felt ultra realistic.
So the original game did some incredible things with technology to really push the immersion of the world that you were in, and it made it feel like it was a living, breathing kind of, something bigger than just a level space or a corridor or something like that. It had this breakable glass technology that was reasonably kind of new and exciting at the time. The cloth physics, when you went through those and they kind of moved and flapped around in the breeze as you were kind of, sneaking through all that kind of stuff. We had the fish tank physics, the famous fish tank. You could shoot the fish tank, and the water would actually lower down to the point where you shot. And at the time, that was kind of super cool and never really been seen before. And obviously, the lighting, the shadow, all of that tech is absolutely integral and important to a stealth-based game. And it was pretty fundamental at the time.
No one really did dynamic lighting in that way, in the same way that Splinter Cell did. Traditionally, you would use a baked light map or shadow map, which was baked into the environment. But when Splinter Cell did it, it was truly dynamic. You could shoot out almost all the lights, and it would be pitch black. And it would really make you have to use the gadgets that Sam's got, like the night vision goggles and things like that.
Right. Sam is operating in the shadows. The world is moving despite his presence. And a lot of this was really shown off in the second level of the original Splinter Cell, the police station level. Near the end of the level, you are going through the second floor offices of this police station. It's after hours, so all the lights are off. The only lights in the room are coming from the desk monitors. So these police officers are, clacking away at the keyboards, but they don't even realize that Sam is there. You are actually a ghost going around in that environment.
It was interesting how the player could interact with the environment in very dynamic ways.
Yeah, and Sam had the stealth meter, which let you know your visibility, which changed based on the lighting in the environment. And then in Chaos Theory, you also had the audio meter, right? So you could tell how much sound you're making, and it would be affected by other things in the environment, like the sound of engines, which you, again, could turn on and off and affect those things.
Right, and the player could also understand the sound that they were creating while navigating through the environment.
And today with Splinter Cell Remake, we can use a lot more of the rendering and processing power to create some really compelling and detailed settings, and also spend some of that processing power towards our AI processing between, the different AI archetypes as well. We're going to have to try to simulate, the different kind of behaviors and reactions and ways of moving. Obviously, a special forces soldier will be better trained. They're going to, breach differently or kind of enter rooms differently to something like just a regular security guard would, for example.
And with Snowdrop, we now have the tools to be able to produce some of this stuff, right? We have advanced lighting in the form of ray trace global illumination, which gives you much more realistic lighting effects, like light transference from different objects onto different materials. And on the audio side, we can also have much better audio simulations. We can have audio occlusion where the sounds will get absorbed by different material types. You can have sound bouncing through a window to you around in the corridor. So a much more realistic audio setting as well.
Yeah, we can really improve the AI engagement, right? Like how they are reacting, what they're reacting to. With all of that, we can make improvements to the cat and mouse gameplay between Sam and the enemies, right? Especially with our enemies behaving like trained professionals.
With Splinter Cell Remake, animation is a big focus for us. Some of those interrogations back in the day with the facial animation, there's a lot we can obviously do 20 years in the future from that as well.
A lot has changed since then.
So obviously animation is an area of tech as well. We can really push for a game like Splinter Cell. What does Sam look like? What does he feel like when he's moving in these environments, when he's taking cover, when he's kind of crouching under things, doing the pipe movements or the split jumps or the takedowns or the interrogations. There's so much in there that relies on the animation quality and that tech-driven kind of animation system, just making you feel like you're in that space and part of that experience.
Yeah, and we have the capability to really dive deep on that animation now on the tech side. The animation is definitely one of those big focuses that the original games did so well. We want to do that justice.
No question, my favorite Splinter Cell thus far is Chaos Theory. I gave it a 9.9 out of 10. For Official Xbox Magazine back in 2005, which remains and will forever be the highest score that we ever gave a game on the 100-point scale. You had this gorgeous, stunning sandbox campaign with Sam, with all these memorable missions like the bank, like Shanghai, the New York apartment, so many different cool settings to sneak around in. It was amazing sound, stunning graphics on the original Xbox, just an unbelievable game.
The level design in the original Splinter Cell obviously was a little bit more kind of linear in the beginning, and then over the course of the franchise, it tended to open up a little bit more.
Right. You can see the evolution of the level design over the franchise. So you compare, say, in the original Splinter Cell, the police station level, the policey streets. The player's kind of navigating, through these tight corridors, through this very designer-oriented path, going up a ladder, up a scaffolding, down a zip line, through a vent, all to go forward. Player rarely had options on how to proceed. In Chaos Theory, there's the bank level, one of the most favorite levels. Yeah, my favorite level in the Splinter Cell franchise. There are multiple ways to enter the level and there are multiple ways to proceed through the bank itself. You're doing this heist, you need to sneak in. There's just security guards that are kind of like patrolling around through the night, and you can either bust through the front door with, guns blazing, or you can kind of go around the side, get up to the rooftop, and do this really cool rappel into the bank lobby.
A lot of options there as well, right?
Exactly. And it just gives the player this breadth of options to proceed through this non-linear layout.
Yeah, and obviously Splinter Cell is not an open world simulation or anything like that, and we need to make sure that we're providing the right experience.
Right, we want to bring back those level design principles from chaos theory to the original Splinter Cell.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The bank from Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, one of the most legendary missions. That's probably the first mission that a lot of people, myself included, think of when they think of Chaos Theory. Just the million different ways in and out and around that level and that mission, just so memorable. Definitely stealth action redefined.
The original Splinter Cell really embraced that ghost play style, right? That idea that you're not just going around shooting, every enemy in the face, leaving a ton of bodies around. It was more about making sure that you're completing this objective in a very professional way, where the enemy barely even knows you've ever been there.
And that really speaks to the fantasy of the character and also the organization, right? The original Splinter Cell was about the formation of Third Echelon. And they're an organization that is solving really complex global problems, but no one should ever know they were there.
I think sense of mastery also, if we're talking about perfectionism in the game, is something that's really important. We even would like for the remake to take that a step further. We would like to make sure that the entire game playable from beginning to end without a single kill, if at all possible. So that's something that's important for us as well. And by the way, I do just want to point out I have not 100%ed Bathhouse. Just for the record, I am sorry. I will work on it and I will do better.
It's a very hard level.
It is a very hard level. It's almost like it's a benchmark, I think, in many ways.
And a lot of that comes together in the original Splinter Cell's alarm state system, right? This was meant to test the player and really show what their progress in the mission. But it was a bit harsh. The first alarm would, the enemies would start wearing vests. The second alarm, they'd start having helmets on. And then if you mess up 3 times, the mission just instantly fails. Lambert would be like, "Good Lord, Fisher, what are you doing, Sam?"
My God, Fisher, have you gone insane? The mission's over.
We want to scale that back a bit in the remake, and we want to give the player a few more opportunities to de-escalate some of those situations, right? Obviously, stealth is an extremely important pillar for us, and we aim to incorporate modern design philosophies, improving the minute-to-minute stealth gameplay that was so special in the original.
So Sam, being the ultimate covert field agent, he has an enormous array of tools and abilities, gadgets, and movements at his disposal. And with all of those, they aim to create these moments of tension by, you know that there's an enemy nearby, you know that there's a threat coming around the corner, and he has these tools in his kind of toolbox that he can use to react to that stuff at a split second. If there's an enemy that's coming kind of around the corner that you didn't spot in time, he can do these split jumps, get up high and kind of, avoid contact. He can, plan ahead by looking under doorways and kind of using these tools to kind of understand where the threats and that sort of things are. So we want to create these moments of tension that the player will need to use those tools and gadgets to react to.
Because of the gameplay and because of the mechanics and the environmental design, you felt like you were there. So you have these moments where I'm hiding behind a desk and some guy's walking down the aisle toward me, and you're just you're nervous, right? Because even though you're Sam Fisher, right, you have tools, you can take people out, you're strong, but because you're hiding in the shadows and you don't want to be found, you don't want to make noise, you don't want to alert the other guards, you don't want them to shoot at you. It just creates this really awesome cat and mouse tension that you haven't seen in any games like that before.
We have some exciting things coming up as well with Splinter Cell. There's an animated series that's being worked on with our friends at Netflix, as well as the remake itself, which of course we know because we're all working on that, which is pretty cool. It's not simply a remaster, it's being built from the ground up. We get to do all the content from scratch, fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, we're aiming to create this top-tier remake and push quality as much as possible. That should help us set a good foundation for the franchise going forward.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great posts from the community. We read the open letter that was on the subreddit. We see all of the other posts on the various socials, and it's really energizing us to keep going.
And obviously with a remake, 20 years later, we can look back at the plot, the characters, and the overall story of the original game, make some improvements, things that might not have aged particularly well, small things, but the core of the story, the core of the experience will remain as it was in the original game.
We've also been exploring new and innovative tech and ideas, as well as features and elements from the other Splinter Cell titles.
We're very early in production. We're still prototyping. We don't want to rush anything. We want to make sure that we absolutely nail the game. We actually do everything in the right way and produce an absolutely stellar quality experience. And we will be going dark for a little while so we can focus on making the absolute best game possible. So that wraps it up for us. Thank you for joining, and thank you to our industry friends Ryan, Dan, and Major Nelson as well.
I want to wish one of my favorite franchises ever, Splinter Cell, a happy 20th anniversary.
Thank you, Ubisoft and Sam Fisher, for all the amazing stealthy memories. I'm excited to see what you have in store for us. I've got my night vision goggles and I'm ready to go. Thanks again for having me participate, and happy 20th anniversary to Splinter Cell.
Hello and welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. Now this is our month-long celebration of all things gaming. That means exclusive game trailers, reveals, new gameplay, and deep dives into upcoming releases. Now we've got a lot coming up, including today's big Ubisoft Forward event showcase thing. What is a forward anyway? I don't even know. Like an email to someone else that gets passed to you? I don't know. Whatever it is, it'll probably involve Assassin's Creed and maybe Avatar and possibly some rabbits. And we're teeing it all up and breaking it all down in our pre and post show coverage. In the meantime, do you like free gaming gear? Well, you're in the right place. IGN Rewards will be giving away tons of consoles and gift cards all throughout our Summer of Gaming live showcases. So be sure to tune in to IGN throughout June for your chance to score. Now coming up, we've got game trailers, previews, and a bunch more. Now right now, it's time to check your head and say hello nasty to our first trailer. Here's Beastie Ball.
open your own sushi restaurant? Then I've got the game for you. Dave the Diver is a casual single-player adventure RPG. Fish and explore the deep sea by day, and by night, manage your own sushi joint. Join Dave and his quirky cast of buddies to uncover the secrets of the mysterious blue hole. Dave the Diver will be coming to full release on June 28th on Steam. Don't miss out on this amazing adventure. Let's take a look.
Meet Dave, an interesting little human with a precarious love for the sea. He spends his days diving the chilling depths of a mysterious blue hole. And when he isn't merely surviving or rummaging resources, he's often found snapping photographs, racing seahorses, farming, and really anything that grabs his attention. It's this gluttonous appetite for adventure that gets him into all kinds of unique situations. Luckily, he's at the top of his game and at the top of the food chain. I suppose even the most voracious hunters have their off days. The blue hole is home to unimaginable secrets. And with Dave's unquenchable thirst for discovery, there's no telling what he may encounter. Dave the Diver.
Would you look at that? We're back. And this is IGN Summer of Gaming. Now, Ubisoft Forward is coming up later, but we've still got some stuff to show off before then. Now, you've been very good so far, and you deserve a reward, an IGN reward. Now, IGN Rewards will be giving away free gaming gear all throughout the Summer of Gaming live showcases. Now, it's our online destination for IGN members to claim exclusive discounts and gain access to special in-game items. So be sure to tune in to IGN throughout June for your chance to win prizes like an Xbox Series X and a $100 Xbox gift card, plus free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR. Now, the best thing about IGN Rewards is it's all free. Just go to IGN.com/rewards to join our growing community today. Now, coming up in a little bit, our crew in the studio are gonna kick things off with pre-show coverage for Ubisoft Forward. But first, here's a look at Demon School.
추적 중인 목표는 아니지만 어쩔 수 없지.
Nigga,
끝이다. 당신 지루했어.
かなり特殊な空中の軌道を描いて、相手を翻弄できるようなキャラクターになってるのかなと。であとワイヤー移動中に出せる独自の技もありますので、そういうのでいろいろと攻めていける、攻めの足がかりとか、その特殊な相手を翻弄するのにワイヤー移動を使いつつ、MP スキルは抜刀術、基本的には刀を使って攻撃するんですけど、その刀が抜刀術なんでやっぱ長いですよね。結構大振りなんで、そんなにめちゃくちゃ素早いっていう感じではないですし、一応そのリーチが長い分やっぱり隙もちょっと大きめではあるんですよ。画面全体を制圧できますし、当たると結構なダメージがいくようなキャラクターの作り方になっていますね。これは今まで 30% 体力が 30% を切ると、覚醒状態に移行していたんですが、これが、覚醒状態に入ると覚醒効果と覚醒必殺技というのを使えるんですが、この覚醒状態を選べる、覚醒状態が複数あって選べるというようなシステムになっていまして、片一方は今まで通り体力が 30% になったら発動、もう片一方は体力が 50% でもすでに発動してしまう。ただその 50% はやっぱり 30% に比べると性能はマイルドになってます。
普通の石
入力すると、特定の入力すると白ダメージ、いわゆるその白ダメージ、その回復可能ダメージ、一定量を負って、その代わりにガードの硬直、いわゆるガードで攻撃をガードした時に自分がその固まっている動けない時間が一定の量になります。なのですごいその技に大振りの技とかそのガード硬直っていうのが長くて、でその後相手に攻められるっていうのがあるんですけど、それをそれを使うことによって短くできたりします。それをした後の次の攻撃、連続ガードなんとして途中で出せるんですけど、ガード構築中に食らう攻撃はガードブレイク値、ガード上にガードブレイク値がある、ガードブレイクゲージがあると思います。そこは減らなくなります。
Rated T for Teen.
Hear the whispers through wind and field. Feel the power that's our shield. It's godly mercy. It's Dahlia's call. We've pledged to her our souls and all. But this grace brought beckoned and stirred from traitors' lips, exalting
Black Desert Online is an MMORPG played by 20 million adventurers worldwide on PC. And now, the latest free expansion, Land of the Morning Light, invites you to explore a brand new region with all new boss fights, quests inspired by Korean folklore, architecture inspired by the Joseon Dynasty period, and tons more. Let's take a look. Would you look at that, we're back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming. Now, Ubisoft Forward is coming up later, but we've still got some stuff to show off before then. Now, make sure you sign up for IGN Rewards for your chance to win free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game, Rift VR. Now, there's a ton more benefits you'll find out by going to IGN.com/rewards. But for now, we continue our countdown with more trailers and gameplay. IGN Summer of Gaming continues right now.
Well, all right, quickest round ever. Wait, what? No, he jumped off the map.
Let's go.
He got hit by the train.
Oh, there we go.
Dude, what you just do? Already? You got two? We got two giants. Let's go.
Let's go. That's a late time.
Is that her?
Now that was El Paso Elsewhere right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. I mean, it was technically elsewhere, not here, but we're here now, and that's all that matters. You're here. Now don't forget to go to IGN Rewards for your chance to take part in all the giveaways happening all summer long. Just go to IGN.com/rewards right now and sign up to become a member of our growing community. Now there's tons more benefits, like free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game, Rift VR. Now, in just a minute, I'll throw it over to our crew in the studio to kick off the pre-show coverage for Ubisoft Forward. But first, we gotta take a very quick break. IGN Summer of Game continues in just a moment.
Survive a brutal island filled with fearsome enemies while designing your dream shop in Sailblazers, a new multiplayer open world survival shopkeeping game from Airstrafe Interactive. Let's take a look.
Nice.
Thank you for believing in me. Together, we'll make it the best shop the island's ever seen.
Nice work. Keep this up and you'll be running your own shop. Maybe your own district.
Welcome to Kazai Village.
Who sent you? You will regret working for the Outlaws.
Take this!
This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and today it's time for Ubisoft to show what's in store. We can expect to hear more about at least one of the upcoming Assassin's Creed games, but what about an update on The Division, The Crew, or Far Cry? Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is long overdue, and we're dying to hear more about the untitled Star Wars project. Do you think Skull and Bones will get another release date? We'll have to wait and see, but the wait won't be long. The IGN Summer of Gaming Ubisoft Forward pre-show kicks off right now.
Hello everybody, this is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we are counting down to today's big event, Ubisoft Forward. I'm Max, that's Akeem, Stella, and Brian. Before we get started, just a friendly reminder that Summer of Gaming is going on all month long. Be sure to join us tomorrow for Xbox's extended showcase. One wasn't enough, apparently, as well as plenty of new gameplay before and after that. We want to know what you think of this all, so tweet at us during the show using the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming, and afterwards we will be using the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i powered by a 13th gen Intel Core i9 processor to see what you had to say. Right now, it is time to go over what we are expecting to see from Ubisoft today.
Star Wars!
Star Wars, yeah. Star Wars for sure.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Star Wars.
Yeah.
I'm so incredibly excited for this game. That trailer yesterday, just cinematic so far, but did everything to setting the stage for what this world's going to be like. Scrappy, we've got outlaws, we've got scoundrels, we've got the whole criminal underbelly of the Star Wars universe. Not a lightsaber in sight.
Thank God.
And you know what? They've had their time. They've had their time.
Horribly unsafe.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is looking like it's kind of the sweet spot. We've gotten a lot of Star Wars that's exploring kind of new parts of the timeline. This is original trilogy territory.
Yeah, this is right between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. You can tell because Jabba's getting his carbonite delivery.
What if that's some other guy? What if that's not Han? It's just some other random dude.
It looks a lot like it's him. We know
Nick
it's him.
Nolte's there or something.
But yeah, Max, you and I were kind of geeking out because we haven't really had a video game exploring this time period since Shadows of the Empire. Which was not canon or deemed not canon in the Great Disney Purge.
No,
Are you too bored yet?
No, look, I'm looking.
We could do
what are you talking about? I'm looking forward to this. Are you kidding me right now? Like this is like one of the first open world Star Wars video games.
You're typically not a Star Wars guy. Is this doing anything for you? Is this moving the needle?
It's doing a lot for me. Coming from Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order. This is a different vibe, and I'm kind of digging just like the look. The look of it, it looks vastly different.
Yeah.
Also, I love open world games. I'm kind of curious what an open world Star Wars game is gonna play like.
Yeah.
Space axolotl who can run.
I know.
It's your little pet. I love him so much. I don't know.
Its name is Nix. N-I-X.
I
It's
love
very
that.
cute. It looks like it's going to get into all sorts of mischief. I really like the swoop bike in this game.
Dude,
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Swoops first appeared in Shadows of the Empire. They did. They were in that.
Swoop, there it is.
Yep, pretty much. I love it. No, that's like if a speeder bike is a motorcycle, a swoop is a chopper. It's just an engine with a seat on it, pretty much. But so I actually was scrubbing through this. The blasters they have are ones that showed up in Battlefront already, which is kind of cool. I want to know what the gameplay is like here. I feel like we have an idea of what Ubisoft games are like, Like I feel like it could go a number of directions, but like, yeah, I'm so happy about this. Like I loved Survivor so much, and this looks like it's just different enough, but the same in the right ways,
Yep.
Like,
Oh yeah.
I honestly, I feel like a kid again because when we were growing up, we got pretty good Star Wars games on a pretty regular basis, and like.
Yeah, y'all Star Wars fans are eating good.
Yeah.
This year and next year for sure.
The exclusivity deal with EA is free from the Carbonite, and now other studios can hop in. Like, obviously they made Jedi Survivor, which was great, but this is massive. This is a studio that's never done this before, and I'm really interested to see that.
Yeah, I'm wary. Like the thing is, Massive has only just done like Division games that we know. Like that's pretty much what they've seen. And I'm really hoping that there's not, with all due respect to the Division, I'm hoping that there's not too much like games as service stuff in this. I'm really hoping we're getting more single player experiences because that's just, I don't know, that's well suited for Star Wars as like a narrative thing. It's just, we want to do full-on escapism and fantasy. And
Seeing this teaser yesterday, we were terrified for a moment that this was just a card battler, and then she throws the cards down and runs out, and I was like, oh, thank
really?
Oh my god, that would have been the worst reveal ever.
Look, this is, we got a, Final Fantasy 16 thing that led to a DoorDash Taco Bell commercial? We've been hoodwinked before.
Yes,
that's
true.
We've been swooped.
We've been swooped.
You know what? Again. Having just played KOTOR, I'm so excited for swoop racing.
Yes.
Which by the way, that was kind of tough sometimes, getting it all, like shaving down just a few seconds, so I'm really excited. And like, I've wanted more like that. I know obviously like the KOTOR remake, it's stuck in oblivion, but so this might be that taste that we want, which I know that one had like a grand tale of like you being the main character, of the world. And I'm really happy that this kind of focuses on someone who's just on the outskirts of that. And it's really refreshing because I'm like, give us a story of someone who came from nothing so that, and they're not like tied to anyone special, and explore that.
Yeah, and and they're not a Jedi.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't see any lightsaber.
Me neither. We got a Rancor. That makes me so happy. That's my favorite beast in Star Wars.
At this point in the timeline, like somebody pulling out a lightsaber in a bar, everyone's like, what is that? Like it is a relic from another era. You don't see them on a regular basis. It's a weird oddity, but like, there's like.
Why was she looking out of a VCR? What was that?
Let me tell you about Star Wars. Looking through VCRs, running around with ice cream makers, talking into a Gillette ladies razor. These are things that people do in this galaxy.
Future,
Isn't there one scene in the movies where like they use colored Q-tips as like the audience?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the pod race scene has that. It's just a bunch of little anyway, another thing we know we're seeing is Assassin's Creed Mirage. We got a teaser for that during, was it Xbox's thing? No. Summer Game Fest. Yeah. I think a lot of people are kind of cautiously optimistic about this. Assassin's Creed games have been, they've been pretty consistent for the most part, but they took a pretty hard shift with Origins, and they went from being, open world action adventure stealthy type games to being basically just action RPGs, which they were good, but they're also not what people conventionally like about this series. So this is supposedly kind of a return to form. This is going back to basics, like Assassin's Creed 1, similar setting, similar time period, and I think, how are you all feeling about this?
I feel good about this. Yeah, it's sort of a same kind of career arc that Zelda's had, right? Where it was, we got so many of them, we liked them, it hit a point where it felt a little repetitive, they rebooted it as like a full open world thing, but now they're doing the thing that Zelda hasn't done yet, because Tears of the Kingdom was so good, where they're pulling back and going back to the roots, back to the basics a little bit. And I dig that, because I think I like the more kind of intimate Assassin's Creed stuff that's more focused on stealth, more focused on parkour and hiding and stuff like that, and less about like, I need to get in a boat and travel across the whole world and do side quests and stuff like that.
And the great thing about this is, let's say you're an old school fan, so you're going to be treated quite nicely with Mirage, but maybe you kind of like, the evolution of the entire franchise with Valhalla. We're still getting, Codename Red? Yeah. That Shinobi-themed Assassin's Creed, and we're also getting Hexy.
Yeah, that's the witchcraft
Almost
one.
like, yeah, exactly.
Which is like horror-themed.
Exactly.
I'm super into that.
Yeah, same. So they're still giving us new things as well, and treating the hardcore old school fans to something that they're used to.
That's only a few of them. They've basically announced like what, 4 or 5?
Plus a hub. A box to keep them all in.
What Assassin's Creed Infinity is the big multiplayer thing that I don't think we know much about. But there's also Hexy. There's Hexy and Nexy. There's Nexus VR, which is
Hexy Nexy.
That's not what it's called. But no, I mean I feel like Ubisoft typically is really quick to be kind of like an early adopter of whatever platform it is, and I was kind of shocked that they didn't come out swinging with anything on PSVR 2. Yeah. They've had some stuff on the Meta Quest. I don't know how Assassin's Creed in VR works. That sounds like a really good way to puke everywhere.
Well, I was gonna say Hitman works in VR, so I mean,
that dude walks slow. He doesn't climb stuff.
I mean, fair enough, yeah. But I mean, I would love an Assassin's Creed PSVR 2 game. That's how Ubisoft could really wow me today if they show us some sort of some PSVR 2 action with Assassin's Creed. I doubt that's going to happen.
Would you do the thing in VR where you jump off the roof and land in a pile of hay? I would not. I would be too. I'm a big baby. I'd be too scared.
I think I would actually fall flat on the floor.
That's what I'm expecting. That's the kind of thing I feel like Ubisoft usually is like, yeah, we'll take like one. Like they made a VR game about being a firefighter in Notre Dame burning down.
Yeah,
that's a game. They also made Eagle Flight where you're just a bird in a lot of stuff in Paris. They really like to do that.
I really liked Eagle Flight.
Eagle Flight was cool, but it felt like almost just like a fairly simple mechanic kind of spun out into a whole game, which a lot of VR games have that to them. And like, I'm curious if, an Assassin's Creed VR experience is more than just the experience if it's like a full-fledged game.
Right.
Yeah. Which, be cool to see that. But
Max, do you want to talk about the big cats?
Thank you for
asking. think you do. I think you want to talk about those big cats.
Want to talk about Avatar.
That's right.
I thought we were talking about Cats the movie.
I know.
Somebody at the PC community is going to get weird with that probably.
That would be weird in VR.
That's weird. Or we don't even talk about
reality. Are you kidding me? Did you see the movie? Let's not get into that.
That was the last movie I saw in theaters, and then the pandemic happened, and I think I was being punished.
And now the Pandora's happening.
The Pandora's happening. That's right.
You got there before. I was about to go there too.
Well, I already went there. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, no,
I love you all dearly. So this is interesting because again, like Massive's developing this. I'm hoping this isn't a Division-y type thing. People are like, is it going to be like Avatar Far Cry? And that sounds like a nice thing. That's kind of like, I don't know, chocolate and peanut, maybe not chocolate and peanut, like peanut butter pretzels. It's like, maybe it's not for everybody, but
Paw Cry, Fur Cry?
Paw Cry, Tar Cry, I don't know. Yeah, I'm into it though. Like this is, it seems like perfectly suited for it. Like it's a big sprawling world. You've got all these critters running around. You can go with your pink ponytail and shove it into the horse and ride the horse, do whatever.
Can't say that here.
You can go up on that guy, go hello there, and I see you, and then put the ponytail in his ear or wherever, and
It does look gorgeous. I'm not like a super fan of Avatar. I enjoy
one
it.
Is.
I enjoy. No, there are some.
I started doing it ironically
because
caught on.
No, but remember there was actually like a psychological phenomena where people were like getting depressed because Pandora wasn't real.
Yeah,
and
I think they were depressed to begin with. But
but obviously, this might help maybe because if they do actually capture the magic that Pandora has, this might like be that entry to be like, oh, you know what? It may not be real in person, but we can explore it digitally.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's also like, I don't know, this is totally ripe for video game stuff, right? You've got helicopters, you've got mechs, machine guns, bows and arrows, rideable pterodactyl lizard frog things. Big lush worlds to explore, dinosaur creatures.
Yeah.
Like there's just so much stuff here that's like screams video game.
I mean, Ubisoft made an Avatar game back in like 2012, which is an ancient thing at this point.
Yeah.
Like it's a long time ago. Not 2009, whatever, but it's an old game, but Avatar hasn't been completely strip mined for video, just on Obtainium. But it's like there's a lot to play with here, and it's kind of cool. We're at this point where I think we're sort of at a golden age of licensed games. I think video games are finally like big enough as an industry and as medium that IP license right holders, whatever, are like, let's not just make shovelware.
Yeah.
Like let's make a good game. And I think we've seen Ubisoft sometimes to a fault has had like almost formulaic game design. There's very much like the You run around an open world, you knock out outposts, you climb a big thing, unlock portions of the map, rinse, repeat. Maybe you got a little stale, but like applying a beloved property to it could make that interesting. So
I think we were just talking about this like casually too. We're just like, man, do you remember when movies always had a video game that accompanied it?
Yeah. That's when they cost $17 to make. Yeah, no, there's so many old bad, licensed games, but there's also a lot of like kind of, fun ones. But, I feel like the real turning point was, the Arkham games. Like that was one of the earliest instances where it was like, this is a AAA game based on a beloved property that isn't a movie tie-in, but it has its own. Now we're getting that with Spider-Man, and Star Wars is the rare exception because LucasArts was always kind of working in tandem with Lucasfilm. That said, there have been plenty of bad Star Wars games. Avatar is kind of a new thing. Like the first Avatar game, definitely olden days type of license game. But I'm hoping this is another story. And again, like this is a universe we've been to basically twice. It hasn't been beaten to death, and there's a bunch of stuff in this world that we like. Star Wars. How many times have we seen the Battle of Hoth? It's been kind of done to death in a lot of areas, but Avatar, less so.
Yeah.
Now, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was a nice surprise reveal.
Yeah. My man Sargon in that bad boy. I don't really know who he is. But that's the name of the main character.
This feels like a pretty I don't know the Prince of Persia universe too well, but this feels like it might as well just be its own thing. Like it seems like a pretty
Well, 100%. Yeah, I believe he's so Sargon. He's on a journey to save the Prince of Persia. This is, I believe this is like, he's going to save the Prince of Persia. It's kind of like what they do in the Legend of Zelda games.
You said the title.
Well, I did. And I believe this is a bit of a side scroller, kind of like taking it back to its roots.
It's got a little Metroidvania Dead Cells going for it too, which I'm totally into. I think the hip hop music in the trailer was kind of a tonal mismatch, and some people weren't wild about it. This also we have a Prince of Persia remake that's kind of in development limbo right now, so I think people wanted to see that. But for me, old school side scroller fan, this is extremely my ish. I'm all about this.
Yeah, I've never played Prince of Persia. I actually have it downloaded on my Ubisoft Connect app, but I've not played it. But it looks interesting, but side-scrolling is not a genre that I'm really into most of the time. So I don't know. I'll watch you play it.
Yeah. I mean, I just love all the attacks here, how quick they are.
Yes.
Like this is a lot of side scrollers are just about platforming, and we clearly see that. But there's also this is a hack and slash. Like you can flip people over.
Like the original Prince of Persia games were basically just platformers, like kind of puzzle platformers.
Very cumbersome platforms.
I love those growing up, and going back to them is rough. I think they did like a kind of HD remake of the original on Xbox Live Arcade, I think.
Yeah.
And it was it's fine, it's kind of whatever. But this looks like a full-fledged kind of reinvention of it, and I'm down to check it out. Yeah. It kind of reminds me what they're doing with this of more recent. Oh, looks like it's about to start. All right, well, shut up. We check it out. Let's see some Raven Rabbits. We're gonna have a post show after.
Yay!
So,
Here we go.
See you back here. Check it out.
I want Rayman.
Welcome to the Ubisoft Forward pre-show. The main show will begin in 15 minutes, but until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy a jam-packed pre-show.
The past year of Rainbow Six Siege has brought some of the most impactful updates in the game's history. We asked top creators from YouTube and Twitch to tell us what they think about Siege today.
Siege is a completely different game than it was 3 years ago. There's way more operators,
There's so many things that you can test out when there's a new operator, whether it's the interactions with the other operators, or maybe the operator just has a cool gun and it's just fun to play.
Zombie specifically, I guess, in the most recent, impactful defensive, add-on for operators. I fell in love with her. I thought it was cool that you could hide yourself. You could even hide the bomb chassis and convince people that the site that they were supposed to be attacking on wasn't actually there because you had, successfully hidden the bomb.
Most hero shooters dream of having their entire roster essentially be viable operators, and I think Siege has really nailed that.
When I stream Rainbow Six Siege, and
those tactical plays are some of the most satisfying that you ever get in gaming.
Cross progression was awesome. I started on PS4, so I had several years from being one of those veteran year one players under my belt, and so I had all the cool skins and even levels, renown, all that kind of stuff. So having that suddenly be on my PC account, which I started, I don't know, probably 3 years into my journey, was fantastic.
Console community has been begging Ubisoft for some kind of answer to the Zim situation. And I know the mousetrap was a huge announcement that a lot of console players were waiting for.
The most groundbreaking thing added to Siege for me was Ranked 2.0.
I'm really
change attachments, switch seamlessly between weapons and operators. It's an amazing change.
The newest season has just been released, and a whole lot more is on the way. So there's a lot of Siege to be excited for. Why not go watch a game in action and see for yourself?
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you know that you can't live without that anymore. I feel like moving countries to pursue my dream and career was very difficult at the beginning because I had to leave some people behind, in Brazil. But you have to be the best, you have to think that you're the best. There's a pressure of being a team captain because, for example, if I'm not scared to play a match, my team's not gonna be scared, on social media, when people see that, they respect me. Everybody's gonna look up to us oh, a new dynasty, the forbidden word. I feel we have everything that we need to be the best team in the world. We just have to prove to everyone else. My dream is to win two big tournaments in a row. To win is the most important thing. If we lose this game or win this game, it's my fault, So it's all on my shoulders.
We work in a discipline that has certain gaps between the people that make buildings and the people that use buildings, and I think we could use games and virtual spaces as a way of breaking down those boundaries and inviting new audiences to participate in architectural design. There's an important relationship between architecture, urbanism and video games. An understanding of how real cities are formed, how people behaved in cities, how people gathered in crowds is often very, very helpful in being able to articulate that meaningfully in a fictional world as well.
Video game urbanism is the name of our teaching studio. We've been teaching this for a number of years now, working with students to promote the use of game engine technology as an architectural method for design.
We've been gamers since we were young, and I think that really informed, in some way, our decision to become architects because we've always been really interested by spaces. So Ubisoft approached us to reinterpret one of their games in any way we'd like to.
We were interested in how Unity opens up the city in a new way, rather than just experiencing things from the street, being able to really kind of navigate across the buildings, the rooftops, the facade, interacting with architecture in a different way.
As architects, we're trained to see buildings in a particular way, but a game like Assassin's Creed Unity lets us break that and see the city in a new light.
So when we were researching the game, we found it really interesting to read some of the interviews and some of the material from the developers as to how they approach the design of the architecture, and hearing that, you're facing real virtual problems we also face as architects sometimes was a really interesting insight. We thought it would be really interesting to explore video game architecture using an architectural methodology such as a scaled model.
So we go from the riverside to the old kind of medieval areas of the city where the buildings are much smaller and irregular, through to the larger kind of boulevards.
And we're standing here today in the Bourse de Commerce, which is obviously the highlight of the model here.
We picked the Aloe Blé because we think it was a really good example of a building that's use has changed maybe quite a lot from the game to the present day, even to the fact that it's got a new insertion in it from an architect that we really loved. And it was a really interesting building to look at.
We really like the way that games are totally kind of user-centric spaces, which is definitely something architecture can learn from.
What's up, everyone? We're playing the XDefiant beta. Thank you to Ubisoft for sponsoring this video.
Found out that Just Dance 2023 has a story mode now.
All things Far Cry 6 and how I feel after playing the game.
Stay tuned for exclusive reveals on Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and the Crew Motorfest, all in 10 minutes.
It's okay to be scared. I know.
Moron! You suck!
Still learning about mentality. You gotta work on yourself, you gotta be better about it.
Christine got blues. Christine got blues. She ain't got it. Unless it's a blue 8, and then we'd be screwed, son.
Or unless it's a red 7.
Oh shit, she had red?
Ja, man. Oh mein Gott! Clip das, clip das, clip das, clip das, clip das, clip das!
Do it.
Join the call.
Yeah!
He actually did it.
Oh! Oh! Oh man, I mean, we kind of caught the transition. We did another casual bar spin there.
Top 4 eliminated.
I knew I'd been training for the splits for a reason. Oh my god, I'm so excited. It's coming tomorrow. It's coming tomorrow. I'm amazed. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Did he crash into me? Layla, your dance was so amazing, by the way. I want you to know that Ubisoft San Francisco just donated $10,000. I know, right?
What in the fuck? What is happening?
This thing looks like the wide body of the future. What the heck is this? I don't even know what to say. It's like bottoming out as I drive the thing.
Oh, right, that's a thing, I remember.
I think we reached the 50,000 thanks to Assassin's Creed 2.
Really, we did? Oh my god!
Let's reach the goal and call it even. Yeah, so that's crazy. Wow, that's we started at like 13,000 something. So yeah, getting to the 15 is insane. That's really insane. Thanks everyone.
The show's about to begin. Get your snacks, get settled. Ready? Let's go!
Go
Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Jump on the dance floor. Shake it. Shake it.
Jump on the dance floor. 1, you wanna move like me. 2, you wanna dance like me. 3. Music is
Jump on the dance floor. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Jump on the dance floor.
Bult efgosa na vieranel, tok veje hemitse. The RDA's greed poisoned our world.
Secure the perimeter. All threats must be eliminated.
They took everything from us. From me. I was trained in their ways, their technology, their weapons. Things that a Navi should not know. And then one day, they left.
Hell's Gate is under attack. Evacuate now. Kill all the Navi children.
But before they did, our teacher saved us and put us to sleep. This is your only chance to survive. And there I remained for 15 years. Until one day, I awoke. And I was free. Free to explore my world. Free to decide who I was going to be. Free to discover what I was meant to do.
Now you see what they kept you from. Your true home.
Pandora is under attack again.
Don't let the Na'vi get in our way. Get rid of them.
And I have a choice to make. I choose to protect my home. two worlds. I am no longer. I am Navi. Sivako.
Hi there everyone, I'm Jim Cameron, the creator of Avatar and Avatar: The Way of Water. In developing both of these films, I set out to imagine another world, a world as rich and complex as our own. And we wanted the audience to feel as though they were really on Pandora, to dream with their eyes wide open, and to explore this world with our characters. And it's always been our vision to embrace technology to allow us to find new ways outside the cinema to immerse people in this world. Our friends at Ubisoft share this same ambition, and the team at Massive have been pushing the boundaries of what's possible in games to bring a new corner of Pandora to life. So with Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, our creative team at Lightstorm has been able to share their insights with Massive's talented team, who are experts in creating living, open worlds. Together, we'll be able to bring players to the Western frontier, with new environments, new flora and fauna, new characters, and an original story that coexists with the events of the Avatar films. We can't wait for you to join this adventure, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the world of Avatar once again. We can't wait for you to join this adventure, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the world of Avatar once again.
My name is Didi Dienfeld, and as the game director, I'm proud to be representing the team behind Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora today, and excited to share a sneak peek of what we've been working on. In this all-new story, you'll set out on a journey of discovery to unravel the mysteries of your past, learn what it means to be Navi, and explore new parts of Pandora on land or together with your trusted Banshee in the air. Our ambition is to create a playground where curiosity is rewarded. This tangible and highly immersive first-person experience will allow you to closely connect to a beautiful open world, touch and interact with it, using your size, your superhuman strength, and your natural agility to gain the upper hand. As the Navi say, Sivako, let's rise to the challenge on December 7th. Until then, we're delighted to show you a glimpse of this adventure. So prepare to lose yourselves in the beauty and the danger of the Western frontier. Thank you.
Welcome to Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, a first-person action-adventure game that invites you to explore the engaging world of Avatar in an immersive open-world experience. I'm Didi Dienfeld, game director, and I'm excited to reveal what's waiting for you on Pandora. The story of our game begins when the RDA expands their operations to the Western frontier. John Mercer, one of the leaders of the RDA, abducts you and other Navi children from your home to teach you the ways of humans, hoping to mold you and turn you against your own people. But his plan is interrupted by the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains, and you are put into emergency cryosleep. When you awaken 15 years later, you are a stranger in your birthplace. Knowing the dangers posed by the RDA, you set out to take them down and look to secure the help of other Navi clans. Initially, you're perceived as an outsider, so you have to reconnect with your lost Navi heritage to gain their trust. On your adventure, you'll find your own path as you discover what it means to be Navi. You'll explore new regions of Pandora, each with their own unique biomes. The Kinglor Forest is a lush rainforest brimming with life and dense vegetation in the shade of awe-inspiring floating mountains. This is the home of the Aranahe, a clan of peaceful weavers who will guide you on your first hunt and on your first flight. The Aranahe will show you the way to the rookery, where you can bond for life with your very own Ikram. The Ikram is a devoted companion that you can name, feed, and customize. Experiment with acrobatics and feel a rush of adrenaline as you dive from the sky and explore the open world of Pandora from the air. If you travel north, you'll get to the upper plains, an expansive grassland filled with contrasts and open views as far as the eye can see. The nomadic Seswa clan live here in symbiosis with gigantic beasts called Sakru. Earn the clan's trust, and they will teach you the art of riding dire horses. And further west, the mysterious clouded forest, where hidden in the mist, nothing is as it seems. Here lives the Kamatiri, a clan of healers with their own dark reasons to stay hidden. RDA operations are threatening the balance of Pandora. They build facilities of all sizes to exploit resources at any cost, spreading devastating pollution. In the process, animals are hurt and poached. You'll need to stop the RDA from ravaging your home. And when you are ready, you will take the fight to them. As a child of two worlds, you can learn to master multiple combat styles. Your powerful instincts allow you to get an overview of the battlefield, mark your enemies, and identify weak points. Traditional Na'vi weapons are versatile and precise. You can use the longbow to hit long-range targets, or the staff sling to set up traps. For a more explosive approach, you can leverage your human training and go for the blast of an assault rifle, a shotgun, or go bigger with the occasional rocket launcher. On foot, you can also rely on your incredible strength to take down AMP units. Above the clouds, your Ikran will help you in aerial combat against the RDA. Destroying RDA facilities will have a tangible impact on your world. With the pollution removed, Pandora heals. You'll be able to harvest the best quality material again and craft better gear and weapons. You will also find ingredients to cook and make meals to get stronger. As you keep discovering what it truly means to become Na'vi, you'll improve your skills by connecting to Awa through the Tarshu plant and learn from the memories of your ancestors. Skill upgrades can improve many aspects of your character, such as your natural agility to move through the world, your stealth approach when hunting or fighting, or the handling of your weapons and mounts. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora is a captivating action-adventure game designed to maximize the power of new-gen consoles and PC. You will be able to play the full story campaign in single-player or with a friend online in two-player co-op. We invite you to explore this world of wonder. Become Na'vi and take down the RDA to protect Pandora.
name is Mark Rubin, executive producer on XDefiant. What you just saw was a collection of live clips and reactions from players streaming our game during our closed beta test in April. And we've been absolutely overwhelmed by the amazing response to our game from players all over the world. Now, for us, community has really been the core of this game's development. And we've had 28 public tests so far, with the recent closed beta being the largest, and of course, the first with no NDA. And throughout all of these tests, we've done our best to listen and respond to the feedback of players. So thank you so much to the more than 1.5 million players who have participated in those tests, and the countless creators and streamers who shared their footage and feedback about XDefiant. Now we're ready to look towards the future. We are currently planning on launching later this summer. But before we do that, we will be holding another test to address some of the feedback from the closed beta. This open session will be available to everyone on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S from June 21st to June 23rd. This is a short test, but we are opening it to everyone to get as much feedback as possible on our new netcode, our controller tuning, and of course, to stress out the servers as much as possible. So if you have not played XDefiant yet, this is your chance. But let's talk about what's going to happen when we launch later this summer. We will start with a 6-week preseason that will have all of our launch content with 14 maps, 5 factions, 24 weapons, and much, much more. We then move into our year 1 content schedule, which is packed with some really exciting content, with 4 brand new meta-changing factions, each with unique characters and skills, 12 new weapons, and 12 new maps. That's 1 new map every month, all inspired by Ubisoft's amazing worlds. And I think you may really be surprised at where we go. Year 1 is really going to have a lot of great gameplay content, all focused on creating a fun arcade FPS experience. And we are committed to staying true to our community and to strive to make XDefiant the best place to compete and have fun. Now, it's been quite the journey to get to this point. So thank you again to all of the players that supported XDefiant so far. And for everyone who hasn't yet had the chance, we hope to see you in game soon. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's so exciting to be with you today. About 30 years ago, in 1989, I discovered a great action-adventure game, both challenging my skills and respecting my cleverness. It was Prince of Persia. I am Muniradi, game director of Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Time has come to open a new chapter and to journey in legendary Persia, in an era where the laws of mortals were ruled by the laws of gods. You are Sargon, a fearless sword prodigy, the youngest member of a squad of 7 elite warriors, the Immortals. One night, Prince Hassan, sole heir to the throne, is abducted and taken to a hostile and cursed land, Mount Kaf. You and your brothers-in-arms are sent on a rescue mission to save Prince Hassan. However, this assignment will cast you straight into the lion's den. And it is here that you, Sargon, and the whole kingdom must prepare to face the greatest threat of your lives. This is your story. In Mount Kaf, your destiny awaits. When entering Mount Kaf, your mission is clear. Find Prince Hassan and bring him back to Persepolis. However, Mount Kaf becomes a prison full of hostile inhabitants. Now separated from your allies, you discover a grand citadel full of mysteries, where time flows differently.
What is this sorcery?
The past coexists with the future. In this cursed land, exploration is everything. This is a semi-open world that delivers new secrets as you find new powers. But to reach new areas, you have to master your skills and your sense of timing, a trademark of Prince of Persia.
What would you like to buy?
During this epic journey, you won't be the only one trapped in Mount Kaf.
Goddess and blacksmith to the gods.
Some dwellers are willing to help you, while others are more reluctant. But Sargon is a swordsman like no other. He is a fierce warrior, known for being elusive, ruthless, and extremely skillful on the battlefield. Fueled by anger, he constantly puts his life on the line to perform devastating attacks. Time powers are back. But this time,
What the hell was that?
not only in your hands. To face such a challenge, master a new side of his time powers and defy gravity. By combining all these skills together, you can express your creativity to solve Mount Kaf's mysteries and execute brutal combos in epic combats. And that's just a glimpse of what Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown is all about. I'd like to thank Matrix, who composed the in-game music you are just listening to. And of course, my fantastic team at Ubisoft Montpellier. We cannot wait for you to get your hands on the game. It releases on January 18, 2024 on all platforms. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, my name is Adi Shankar. I'm a TV and movie producer. You may know me from the Castlevania animated series on Netflix, or one of my fan fiction shorts on YouTube. 7 years ago, I got a call from Ubisoft offering me the opportunity to adapt one of their very, very, very serious franchises into an anime. But instead, I came back to them with a crazy concept inspired by the mood of Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. Yeah. This concept used Ubisoft's vast library of characters and remixed them into one delirious anime series that would become this love letter to the 90s. Or at least how I remember the 90s. And to my absolute surprise, Ubisoft said no. Just kidding. They said yes. That's why I'm up here. Come on. This is the story of how the first anime series by Ubisoft was born. Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix. This show is many things. It's violent. It's a dystopian fiction in the spirit of the works of Aldous Huxley. It's a spoof. It's a satire. It's dark comedy. It's a love story. And as a descendant of Indian mystics, yeah, I can tell you it's the most philosophically conscious show you've watched in a long time. The series was picked up by Netflix. It was animated by the renegade genius pirates at Bobby Pill's studio. And today, I'm very happy to announce that barring an apocalypse, which may happen, it will be released worldwide later this year. And that's not all. I'm even more excited to share with you an action-packed, Easter egg-filled teaser trailer right now.
You want to be entertained? Don't change the channel. Join the revolution.
Hey everyone, it's an honor for us to be here with you today. We're home free, and this is our song Skull and Bones.
The seas forever roar, yo-ho, yo-ho. Till I'm not but skull and bones, yo-ho, yo-ho.
Outcast a kingpin was born upon the sea. There was meant to walk the land, a pirate's life for me. Alas, you winding up the sails, don't speak to mutiny. Find yourself a wanton quarter, bottom of the sea. Among the shores of St. Anne to the eastern shores, I'll take my chances on the wind to loot and plunder scores. A flag, it stands for us alone, no one else around. We owe our honor to the sea and not to any crown.
Yo-ho, yo-ho, the seas forever roll. Yo-ho, yo-ho, the winds forever blow. Long after I'm a Davy Jones, till I'm not but skull and bones. Yo-ho.
Me hearties, bring her out.
Heave-ho, me hearties, bring her out.
A pirate's life for me I found.
A pirate's life for me I found. Yo-ho, yo-ho, the seas forever roll. Yo-ho, yo-ho, the winds forever roll. Long after I'm a Davy Jones, till I'm not but skull and bones. Yo-ho, 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 the seas forever roll. Yo-ho, yo-ho, the winds forever roll. Long after I'm a Davy Jones, till I'm not but skull and bones. Yo-ho.
I've never been a quitter. get what you give. I'ma run it up to the day that I did. And when I zoom past, eyes on me, I'll be going too fast. You only get what you give. I'ma run it up to the day that I did. To the day that I did.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. 5 years ago, the Crew 2 took off. Now, each month, millions of thrill seekers, just like you, are enjoying, playing, eager to see what's next. I am Stéphane Bellet, Creative Director of the Crew. Thanks. Hey. Today, at last, it is my pleasure to introduce the future of the Crew, Motorfest, our own new take on the action-driving genre. A celebration for car lovers to share and experience car culture fantasy on the beautiful island of Oahu in Hawaii. No matter how you enjoy cars and driving, on your own or with your crew, Motorfest has something for everyone. Motorfest, your portal to a medley of high-octane experiences. You choose how you like to have fun with your cars. This is what Motorfest playlists are all about. Playlists are truly at the heart of Motorfest. Wanna immerse yourself in the most exciting worlds of car culture? Yeah. Dive into the legacy of the world's most influential automakers. Light up the night street racing scene, Japanese style. Unleash the cutting-edge power of electric supercars. And this is just a taste. For the first time ever, we leave the US mainland behind. Our festival has landed in one of the most breathtaking and vibrant places on Earth, Oahu. Let's find out why Oahu is the perfect playground for driving fun. Race through the city street of Honolulu. Barrel up black ash-covered slopes. Adventure deep into lush rainforests. Or cruise the dunes at sunset with your friends. Opportunities for fun and challenges are endless. A unique playground like this calls for a profusion of vehicles. Choose and customize your ride with one of the most diverse lineups ever. From past, present, and future. Recognize the latest from Lamborghini? I think so, yeah, I know. You are as thrilled as I am to get behind the wheel of this beauty. Hey, some of you have spent a lot of energy building the perfect vehicle collection in the Crew 2. In a few weeks, you will be able to import your vehicle collection into the Crew Motorfest for free. Thanks. So stay tuned for more news about the collection import and our complete festival program later this month during our summer showcase. Since the beginning of the year, thousands of players have tested the game and given us priceless feedback through the Insider program. Join the party, register now for a closed beta, and share with the world your experience in July. From the entire team at Ubisoft Ivory Tower, mahalo, thank you. Welcome to Motorfest. Enjoy the ride.
Jet black hair with blonde ambition. Couple cool kids on a late night mission. Kick it old school, this a new edition. Bankroll, roll with no audition. Hurry up, babe, please get ready. Take too long and I might get petty. Need a little, you know what, to keep steady. Cause the night's so young and the post so heavy. Like it's that kind of night. Walk right past the light. Everybody drift out to the nights. The guys. Big boom in the room can't handle us. We don't know the words, so we're all just singing. La 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 la. La 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 la. Everybody la 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 la. We don't know the words, so we're all just singing. Look at me flex in a brand new fit. Smelling so good like a brand new whip. Step for too long, better up that tip. You think you had enough, baby? One more sip. One more sip, get one more sip. Throw that back, yeah, baby, flip that switch. One more sip, get one more sip. Cause I've become that. It's that kind of night. Walk right past the light. Everybody drift out to the lights. We don't know the words, so we're all just singing.
Hi everyone. I hope you enjoyed that first look at this exciting new way to play Assassin's Creed. Coming to MetaQuest this holiday, Assassin's Creed Nexus will push the boundaries of VR and let you become the assassin. You will feel what it means to parkour, fight, and be stealthy in new memories from 3 legendary assassins, Ezio, Cassandra, and Connor. I cannot wait to see our players feel the thrill of virtual reality in the Assassin's Creed universe. But there is more. Nexus is not the only game that will offer new ways to play Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Codename Jade is our first open-world RPG game on mobile. It will take you to ancient China in a time of intrigue and conspiracy. In this brand new adventure, you'll experience the iconic Assassin's Creed gameplay for free, anywhere, anytime. I am glad to announce that you can register now for the upcoming beta. Here's a glimpse of what you can expect.
Legacy. It's honoring those that came before us, learning from their triumphs and mistakes, to illuminate and hold their stories to the light for all to see. That inheritance of knowledge helps to guide and shape our future. Now it's your turn to build on those foundations and rise to even greater heights, to step out of the shadows and into a vast world, to make your own legacy.
We've all been waiting for this moment. Assassin's Creed Mirage is a very special game, designed as an homage to the first titles of the series that many of us fell in love with. Coming October 12th, Assassin's Creed Mirage takes the franchise back to its roots. Sarah, our narrative director for the game, will come on stage to tell you more about Basim and his journey. But before that, let's watch our story trailer.
What are you doing?
Don't think.
Time to put my medal on.
Fulath, tell Basim the story of the feather.
Our tradition of the feather comes from Egypt. The feathers of the heron were dipped in the blood of the targets. The feathers forge our paths, remind us of who we are, who we can be.
The Order has held dominion over men and their empires for centuries. Strike quickly and end this.
Swallow your questions, serve without complaint. Who is she to tell you when to strike?
Everything you do serves the hidden ones. That is a strange kind of freedom.
You are not the first to walk the shadows broken. Pour your pain into the Brotherhood.
We are messengers of justice, and not the final judges.
He knows not.
what he is. Have you not wondered at your nature?
What does it mean to be free? What must be sacrificed in the quest for freedom and justice the hidden ones fiercely pursue? How can you find your path and fulfill your destiny when you don't know who you really are? As he grows from street thief to master assassin, Basim thinks he has found a sense of purpose as a hidden one, working in the dark to serve the light. But his nightmarish visions keep haunting him, leading to more questions with no answer. In Baghdad, seeking the truth comes with a price. The capital of the Abbasid Empire, one of the richest, most diverse, and most advanced cities in the world, is at a turning point of its history. Unrest is growing, seeding a revolution against corruption and arbitrary justice, an uprising that will turn the tides of history and change the lives of everyone. Childhood friends, fellow hidden ones, as well as newly formed allies and enemies will shape Basim's adventure. But his horrific visions are the face of a struggle that he can only handle alone. There is a lot to look forward to in Assassin's Creed Mirage, and the best way to make you understand our unique back-to-the-roots experience is to show you the game. In the following gameplay walkthrough, we meet Basim right after the assassination of his first main target, as he reports back to Roshan in Harbiya's assassin bureau. Enjoy.
There you are.
Get away from Don't let him escape!
Time to vanish.
Get back here, dog! You hear that, bloodbag? Stand and fight, you worm! You're dead! Getting away!
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I am glad you're safe.
Alhamdulillah. A first of many achievements to come, Basim.
We should only hope. There's still much work to do. While our focus was on Al Ghul, Fulov quietly scouted the city for where we could erect more bureaus.
I have found dwellings in 3 districts that are most unassuming. Debid and Rebecca have arrived from Alamut and set off to Al Abbasiyah and Karkh. I will make my way to Sharqiya shortly.
And I will join Rebecca in Karkh, where corruption is as common as the arid air. See Abu Ja'far about some things he's been working on, then come find us.
Have a look, Basim. I may have something that is of interest to you.
Resourceful as always. My thanks, Abu Ja'far.
This is the place. What do you see, Enkidu? Let us reconsider the approach. Act as usual.
That guard who likes me said she and Ali's followers are trying to overthrow the prince.
What madness! They will surely fail.
Shit! What? She got the bastards!
What? Hey! Die now! Hey! The sky is safe, my friend. Survey the area, Enkidu. There is my target.
I heard his favorite was a spy, and that could be why we had her locked up.
You learn your play!
What I wish to know, and no more need die this day.
Thank you so much.
Come on!
There he is! Stop him! No!
Where is the sword? He must face the law!
Hello, everyone. So first, I want to start by saying thank you to all gamers all around the world. It's thanks to you that we are here today. You are at the heart of everything we do. And to all Ubisoft teams around the world as well, I would like to say a big thank you. Your talent and passion are at the foundation of this fantastic lineup. So I hope you are all excited to explore the amazing playground you have seen today. At Ubisoft, we are creators of worlds. We are also proud to partner with some of the biggest names in entertainment to create original stories in beloved universes. Now, I am very happy to welcome Julian from Ubisoft Massive to give you a first look at Star Wars Outlook and gameplay. So thank you. Julian?
Calm down. Do you want to see gameplay or not? All right. Let's get over the speech and let's get to the gameplay. Star Wars Outlaws takes place in a time of great civil unrest across the galaxy. For some, this is a time of turmoil. For Outlaws, this is a time of opportunity. As a cunning thief, Kay Vess and her companion Nyx fight for survival every single day, relying on their skills and resourcefulness to get by. As they struggle to make ends meet, Kay and Nyx dream of the day that they will finally be free. But while seeking this freedom, Kay unexpectedly becomes one of the galaxy's most wanted. So to free herself from the bounty that follows her, Kay will need to pull off one of the greatest heists the Outer Rim has ever seen. As they navigate the underworld, caught between criminal syndicates and vicious, ruthless villains, Kay and Nyx will manage their reputation by taking on risky contracts and navigating complex relationships, all whilst avoiding oppressive imperial rule. Kay and Nyx's journey will take them across the galaxy through stunning, varied open-world locations and the wilds of space. One of these locations is Toshara, a moon that features windswept savanna and amberine canyons. Carved into Toshara's striking landscape, the city of Miragana serves as a central hive of scum and villainy. Kay and Nyx will encounter several criminal syndicates that learn that everything is measured in the value of influence, reputation, or cold, hard credits. This presents an abundance of opportunities and dangers for a young, ambitious scoundrel like Kay. On behalf of Massive in Sweden, along with Ubisoft Annecy, Barcelona, Bucharest, Chengdu, Milan, Montpellier, Paris, Shanghai, Toronto, and our amazing team at Lucasfilm Games, it's our privilege to present to you this first ever look at Star Wars Outlaws gameplay. If you're willing to take the risk, the galaxy is full of opportunity. Thank you.
Good boy.
I want that fighter stripped for parts by tomorrow.
On it.
All right, Nix. Let's go get paid. That worked.
He's the boss because he knows how to handle the Empire.
We cannot trust those officers. They take our credits now, but what stops them from stabbing us in the back?
Nix. Hit that button. Nice one. Hang on tight, little buddy.
I was just leaving. Okay, we'll figure this out. Shield! Hey, Nick! Catch! This is getting bad. Let's try this out. Dink Ferric!
Stop her!
I think that went pretty well, right? These guys don't quit! Hang on! That was close. ND5, I got the package. Where are you?
Waiting for you at Jauntus Hope. Were you seen?
I said I got it. What else matters?
Should I assume we won't be working for the Pikes anytime soon?
Well, they'll probably forgive me.
Comforting.
There's Jauntus Hope. We made it, Nix. Hey, Andy.
You're late, Kay. Doc is waiting.
What? Are you worried?
No.
Okay.
No, but you Troy.
What?
Be careful. Donka's a broker, not a friend. She can't be trusted.
Who can out here? See you back at the ship.
Round 2 and I still like my odds. K. Vess. Back already?
I told you she's fresh, but she's good.
Who's this?
Just a friend. Join us.
Job was more complicated than you said, Dunka.
You lived. Hey, these aren't toys. They're investments.
Wait. We haven't met. Don't really know many of you. Stealing illegal contraband, running with syndicates. I could say you're a threat to the Empire. But I won't have to if you're smart. Thanks, but I'm smart enough to get myself out of trouble. You pay the tax just like everyone else.
Whoa, kid, let's just relax.
You won't make it off to Shara alive. Maybe.
All troopers, we have reports of a fugitive in Jaunter's Hope. Move to apprehend.
That Imperial announcement wouldn't be about you, would it?
Could be.
I told you not to trust her.
Not the first time we've outrun the Empire.
We need to leave.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nothing on the sensors yet.
Anybody on the sensors now?
TIE fighters on us.
Got one!
I feel inclined to remind you that we should shake the Empire quickly.
Thanks, I'm working on it. ND, get us out of here.
Spooling hyperdrive.
Let's jump. We made it. Hey. Got your new toy.
So, where do we go next?
Anywhere we want.
again, everybody. That was Ubisoft Forward, and this is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we're going to discuss everything we just saw with looks at Assassin's Creed, Avatar, Prince of Persia, all that good stuff. But first, if you have a million questions about Star Wars Outlaws, you're not alone, and luckily, Brian got a chance to ask the creative director a bunch of his. Check it out.
Star Wars Outlaws is the bold new Ubisoft game exploring that gritty corner of the iconic galaxy far, far away. Here to tell me all about it is Julian Garritti, creative director on Star Wars Outlaws. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for bringing a new Star Wars game for us to take a look at today. I am so excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. We've been sitting on this one for a bit, so it feels like such a relief.
It's out there.
To start talking about it, not to refer to it by its code name. We can talk about Star Wars Outlaws.
We can say the full legal title of the game. It's awesome. Give me sort of like a pie-in-the-sky overview on what this game is.
So the way we like to think of this game is that it's the first ever Star Wars open world experience. It's the scoundrel adventure set between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi that's me as a 7-year-old kid would have loved to have played. So this is, starting with the scoundrel archetype, fancy, going out to, okay, but what could be cool to add to that open world? Being able to have a speeder, a ship, being able to explore not only different planets, but space and jump from hyperspace to another system, another planet, all of that stuff within one experience.
What was something you were kind of looking to create when you thought about how big should this world be? How interconnected should it be in terms of like traveling from place to place?
So, when we were working on the high level concepts, the first concept was a true scoundrel adventure. And that means, thinking about how we adapt combat to a scoundrel archetype. But the second was all about the beauty and the joy of exploration and having these beautiful, exotic, but familiar landscapes and being able to go out and explore those on your speeder. And then, because we wanted to make it a little bit bigger, multi-planet space, open space gameplay as well.
Right.
So being able to jump into your ship, go into orbit, discover what's there, get tangled into a few dogfights, a little bit of exploration, and then hyper jump into a completely different system.
Right. So you're effectively trying to find this balance between the intimacy of scrappy little gunfights and fisticuffs, and then big battles in space.
Absolutely. And the let's say connective tissue in between all of that are the characters.
Right.
Because when you close your eyes and you think of Star Wars, it's not just the ships, it's not just the blasters, the materials that you see, but it's also the incredible characters, both alien and human, that you meet. And that's really the propelling red thread of the adventure that we're going to have. You're tangling with the underworld, you're tangling with the most ruthless criminal syndicates out there, but the characters are what makes you want to go on, to go forwards. And it's really something we took a lot of pride in. So there's a lot of player choices in cinematics and in gameplay that will, craft a story that really feels unique to you.
We have seen morally gray, morally kind of like ethically ambiguous characters in Star Wars media and in games a lot. They're usually Jedi though, right? Like it's usually just like, is it the light side, the dark side, blah, blah, blah. This feels more like that Han Solo scrappy scoundrel. She's bar fighting, punching people in the face, no holds barred, not holding back. Tell me how you landed on this sort of archetype around this character, because I love it.
We started off when thinking about the project and kicking off the process with Lucasfilm Games, we started off thinking about what archetype within the Star Wars archetypes could we really lean into, and could we develop a really interesting and different gameplay experience around? And for us, that was the scoundrel fancy. So the scoundrel fancy, it's a very Star Wars word. It's every time I used it in head office in France, they were like, it's a bit old-timey word. Like, it's okay.
It's like pirate terminology, right?
But that's why,
it
explains Star Wars Outlaws at the end of the day. So that was the fancy. And then once you have that box and you're thinking, what can we do with an outlaw-style gameplay?
Right.
You start thinking of the narrative elements too. And what we wanted to do is to show somebody who was a rookie, somebody who's just starting out, a petty thief that finds themselves like making one bad decision after another and ending up in an incredible situation where they're tangling with the underworld and the most unsavory characters in the whole galaxy.
Which are my favorite. Like I saw Jabba the Hutt and I geeked out. Like he's on my shirt today. Like I love that character. And it's not just Jabba the Hutt. It's Jabba the Hutt getting, his Amazon delivery driver is bringing him Han Solo in carbonite.
A carbonite surprise. Yeah.
And that seeing a game set between Empire and Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi is my favorite Star Wars movie. I recognize that Empire is the better film, but Jedi's more fun. This is an area that hasn't really been explored in Star Wars games, I think, since Shadows of the Empire, which is also focused on it's the sort of like derelict corners of the galaxy. Yep. Why there and now, right? Why that timeline? Because you're playing with a lot of different criminal syndicates and stuff like that. The Empire has been taken down a peg a little bit, but they're building back up. Why was that the era to speak in?
The first one is because the team is incredible fans of this era, right? The second is that this is the perfect era. And when we were, starting off the discussions with Lucasfilm, it was very clear that 1 year period between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, that's where the rebels aren't part of the picture, the Empire is taking more and more control, but the syndicates, they're taking more power. They're exploiting all of these weaknesses.
Right.
So it really is a moment where the underworld is thriving. And there's no better situation for an established or a rookie scoundrel to cut their teeth than this particular moment.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I really want to dig into here, because it's really special and it's very varied, is the gameplay itself. We saw fisticuffs.
Yep.
We saw stealth. We saw gunplay. We saw hopping onto a speeder bike, standing on the speeder bike first, like the coolest kid in your neighborhood, right? Who was just like would hop on his bike and roll down the hill. Then going in space and ship combat.
Yep.
So tell me about that flow. Talk about how all of that breaks down the freedom and creativity there.
I think, again, you have to start off with that one idea of how do we really lean into the scoundrel archetype and the scoundrel gameplay and what makes that special. So combat, fisticuffs, absolutely a part of your arsenal. Gadgets, guns, definitely. But this isn't, a hyper-trained military precision agent.
Right.
This is a resourceful underdog who's going to take every possible opportunity to get out of a situation alive, no matter how elegant or inelegant that's going to be. Right. So it's about using Nyx as well to attack, to pick up weapons, to be able to have some more firepower for a while. We see that in this sequence here.
And Nyx is interacting with environmental objects, almost like hacking them, right?
Yeah, pressing levers, buttons, sneaking
being a nuisance.
Yeah. And then, of course, you're going to have stealth because you're a thief. And sometimes the best course of action is not tangling with the Empire or some syndicates. And then you've got your speeder, and that grows your access in these huge open world environments. So here we saw it in Tashara, jump on your speeder, and that's it. The world is open to you. And you're going to be driven by your goals, but we're trying to make it so that you're always distracted by little things. A ship may fly overhead. You could follow to where it lands. See if there's an adventure that calls you when that happens. And then, space. That's the other frontier that we wanted to break down seamlessly. Jump in your ship, go into the atmosphere, explore the orbit, get into firefights in space, from intimate dogfights, a little bit like this one, to taking down much, much larger vessels.
Wow. Now, in terms of your ship, your speeders, stuff like that, even down to your blaster, your pistol, right? Are these things that you'll be able to upgrade or amend in any kind of meaningful ways?
Yeah. They're all designed with very light RPG elements to them.
Oh, awesome.
So, it's part of the toolkit of progression in general, is to give you those goals. And being able to upgrade your speeder is going to allow you to explore wider areas. Being able to upgrade your blaster will allow you to have different functions on it. Here we saw that she had to swap a module to take down the shield of a pike before taking him out with a good punch with a gun butt in the face. So there's a lot of things that we're allowing you to personalize and to customize to your will as well there.
What was something you knew you absolutely had to get right about combat in general? Like what was, because I know your studio's done gunplay before and you nailed it, but now you're flying through space and you're taking down TIE fighters and stuff. That's a whole new world, right?
I think you really have to divide this into two games in terms of like the combat. In terms of space, our singular objective there was to focus on the accessibility of being able to fly and shoot at the same time. So it was real, thrilling, very fast, very, very accessible so that anyone could pick up and play and have a good time. So it's not a simulation at all. Right. And for pure gunplay, it's how do we make sure that you feel like a resourceful underdog, that you feel that you're taking a trick shot, you're taking a chance when you pick up your blaster. That's very different from what we've done in the past. And, it will create the identity of this game when it comes out as well. There aren't other games where you play a scoundrel, resourceful underdog at the end of the day.
No, especially not when it flies into space and goes through hyperspeed and all that fun stuff. The scale of this game, obviously, like so much to reveal, so much to work on. You've got to go back to your studio at the end of this week and finish making it. Obviously, there's so much to do there. Can you give us sort of at least paint a bit of a picture about how big this game is?
We featured a lot of different locations. Every location, what we're trying to do is to have a really peculiar and distinct player profile to it. So playing in Tashara will feel very different from playing in Kijimi, for example. So it's about the varied gameplay experiences that we can weave together there.
From planet to planet.
Exactly. That's what we're focusing on.
Which is like always been one of my favorite things about Star Wars, right? Like Hoth and Tatooine feel completely different.
Completely.
Yeah.
And give you really different opportunities.
Yeah.
So that's really our big focus at the moment.
It seems like there is, we talked a bit about the morality. There's a sequence in which you can kind of be like, I'm not paying for this. I'm just going to walk out, which immediately puts you on the most wanted list in the region. Is that playing into a sort of a larger morality system? Yes. Okay.
So it's a great question because for us, when we were thinking, again, scoundrel fantasy.
Right.
What's the scoundrel fantasy? What can our hero Kay Vess and her companion Nyx do?
Yeah.
They can fight, they can bar fight, they can gunsling, but they can sneak. They're thieves, so they know their way around fights instead of through them. And of course, they can talk.
Right.
They're smooth talkers, and because she's a rookie, she doesn't maybe have the confidence that some of the other more legendary characters have, but she's finding her way out, and she fakes it until she makes it. And we're giving players the option of making dialogue choices because we want them to role play that scoundrel too. And that feeds into something we're calling the reputation system for the time being, but it's built around this concept that as a scoundrel, you live and die by your reputation with the different criminal organizations, the syndicates, the villains that you're going to meet. So you can craft your relationship with each one of those separate syndicates, and of course that will unlock, if you're in good terms, it'll unlock jobs for you, contracts, better prices, access to faction territories, that type of thing. If you're in a bad way with them, they're going to send people after you.
Oh man.
So
I love it.
Stealing from one to pay the other.
Yeah.
The full-on scoundrel fence.
Oh my God, I love it so much. Good luck in the game. I cannot wait to play the full thing.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming. That was Star Wars Outlaws. Thank you so much. I cannot wait for this game. For all things Star Wars, Rancors, Gamorrean Guards, Hutts, and more, stick with IGN.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
So secretive, even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious? Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is... we've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com. Black Desert Online is an MMORPG played by 20 million adventurers worldwide on PC. And now, the latest free expansion, Land of the Morning Light, invites you to explore a brand new region with all new boss fights, quests inspired by Korean folklore, architecture inspired by the Joseon Dynasty period, and tons more. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. You're watching IGN Summer of Gaming. We put out the call on Twitter to ask what people thought of stuff using the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. We're trying to get that pulled up, but right now, let's talk about what we thought of Star Wars.
I don't think I want to talk about Star Wars.
You don't talk about Star Wars?
No, I'm so incredibly excited for this game. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is everything I've always wanted from a Star Wars game. You've got flying, you've got swoop bikes, you've got combat, there's stealth. Seeing the full gameplay deep dive today, talking to the creative director, has just gotten me... I basically just have even more and more questions, right? I think one of the biggest questions I have right now is like, how much does this sort of morality system play into the bigger scope of the game, right? We know that Kay has a branching narrative path right there where she can be like, I can pay off the Empire and not deal with any conflict, or I can just be like, hey, screw you, gun to your head, I'm walking out, and then immediately your face shows up on all the TVs. So is that going to be a thing that's like, does that go, how grand does that go in the galaxy, right? Like, will they chase you from planet to planet? Will there be sort of like a good ending, a bad ending? Like, how much of that does it really keep track of, you know?
Right. we know there's 3 factions. I'm curious if the Empire's one of them, or if that's like the sort of overarching, you know, like we've seen GTAs where there's gangs that you got to watch out for, but then there's also the police, you know? And I feel like it's going to be kind of like that. But yeah, to back things up, we jumped on Twitter. Sagir Khan says, this looks like every Star Wars fan's dream game, even the snobby entitled ones that can never be pleased. I'm intrigued. It was actually really funny watching this in the chat because there was one guy who was like, no fly ship, no buy, just spamming that. And then like, yeah, you can fly the ship. You just go off planet. You just
Amazing.
CIV says, I legit teared up when they entered orbit and into space. This is everything I've ever wanted from a Star Wars game. I don't want to like overhype it, but I think like I think this is sort of, you know, it's the kind of thing where like I think if you ask like 10-year-old me to describe like the most just pie in the sky ambitious Star Wars game ever, I don't think I would dream this big. You know?
I mean, it's a pretty slam dunk example of taking some of the best stuff that works in games, right? Like there's definitely some GTA, Red Dead. You've got some third-person action, Uncharted stuff. A little bit of like Watch Dogs hacking via your, you know, pet puppy that can interact with terminals and stuff like. Yeah, Nyx is awesome.
Love Nyx.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I want to know how big these planets are, how big these playgrounds are. There's just a lot here I can't wait to dig into.
Yeah, the vibe I got was kind of like an Uncharted, Red Dead Redemption sort of thing, like especially when you went into the open world aspect of it. But I was like, oh man, this looks really good. Like that formula really works for a Star Wars game, especially one that seems to be really heavy on narrative, which I'm very excited for because I love this story that we're getting bits of. And we were talking about her character design and the fact that she looks very much like she's very comfortable with being on the run constantly. Like she's obviously always getting into trouble. And I love that. And I'm so excited to explore more about her attitude, who she is, her relationship with her pet, Nyx, who is very cute. And I'm so excited.
I mean, I love everything about this. I feel like even if I wasn't a Star Wars fan, which I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan there is, I'm a huge GTA fan and Red Dead Redemption fan, so I mean, like, I would play this game based on that alone.
Well, it's interesting because it's like we got Shadows of the Empire ages ago, and that was a game designed almost entirely around the idea of Han Solo is in Carbonite right now. How do we come up with some sort of like scrappy, outcast, scoundrel character to take his place?
Yeah, it was Dash Rendar.
Dash
Rendar as we have Han Solo at home. And like I hope they find some way of incorporating him. We've seen them like kind of cherry picking. Like Jedi Survivor had armor that was basically Dash Rendar's. It was called, like the Outrider. Like the Outrider is his ship, which has shown up in like Rebels, I think. I want that dude to be a compulsive liar who hangs out in a bar, and he's like, yeah, you know, I helped rescue Han Solo and Carbonite. I defeated Prince Shizor, the head of the Black Sun, and people are like, that's not the head of the Black Sun. You just made that up. I don't know.
And it's like once again, Han Solo's on ice during this time period, and we're getting this like scrappy scoundrel character who's sort of duplicitous and working with everybody, making money.
I saw a lot of people, complaining that we have a female character and that you can't switch between them. 6 weeks ago, we got Cal Kestis' second game in Jedi Survivor, and we talked to the creative director about that, and I think I asked like why there isn't like different good bad endings, and I feel like the answer to that is the same reason you can't sort of swap between male or female versions of Kay, and that's because it's canon. Like it's part of the Star Wars story. You can't change the ending if you want it to tie into the larger picture.
You know, another thing that really bothers me is that there have been so many other games where you've been locked to a character that is a specific gender, a way that they look and everything, and it's like, it's not a new concept.
No,
it's also for a lot of people, empathy is, so
like navigating in the new modern Star Wars Disney playground means like you kind of got to stick to the script a little bit, right? Like there's a lot of post-it notes on a wall. This is not technically how they design the narrative there, but you have to make sure that your story fits perfectly between or like predisposed and pre-created areas. This is why we've never really seen anything canon between Empire and Jedi. That was like a
the comics are exploring that right now.
Right.
I have a hunch. We see a shot of the third faction. I forget what they're called, but there's this alien it looks like Sarko Plank, who's like a deep cut background character from The Force Awakens, but they just started putting him in the comics, which are currently exploring this exact time period. And I'm wondering if that's that same guy or if it's like one of his cousin or something. But it's kind of neat to see them. This is like my favorite thing about Star Wars is when they like use leftovers and like mix them in together. Now, the other big epic open world multi-billion-dollar franchise game based on a popular formerly Fox, currently Disney property is of course Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, which, yep, that is Avatar Cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
actually.
Which, I mean, I think it says a lot about like that seemed like a perfect game to me, and then it says a lot about Star Wars that I'm like, let me see Star Wars more, you know. But yeah.
So you're not as excited for the Avatar game then?
The Avatar game it feels like such a known quantity. Like it feels like a safe bet.
Yeah.
Kind of comfort food sort of thing. Like we've had Far Cry Primal, we've had Far Cry Blood Dragon, we've had Far Cry there's even DLC where you go to like alien planets. This just kind of feels like they just mixed all of that up, but it's got, the James Cameron coat of paint and it's set in that universe.
Yeah.
I love it, which is weird. I never would have thought 2 years ago I'd be sitting on the stage and being like, I'm incredibly excited for the new Avatar game. But here we are. That said, I agree. Star Wars came along and I was like, yeah, that's the one though.
Well,
but this is really cool.
Yeah, I'm just glad that old man James Cameron introduced himself because I didn't know who he was at first. So
I know.
I'm glad he kind of came out and told us what he does for a living.
I think I want him to more off. He's like, I'm the creator of Avatar. I also am the first guy to drive a manned submersible to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. No big deal. And just like, oh, sure, man, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I said this before, but like, this is a much less explored. This is a frontier pop culture wise too.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't gotten literally hundreds of novels and comics set in this world. That said, it's also one planet that's relatively undeveloped. Like that's kind of the point, is that it is a frontier. It has a culture there, the Na'vi and all that. But like, Star Wars is a whole galaxy. Like, you're not going to go off planet in this. You're going to run around Pandora. You're going to fly a pterodactyl.
So, Max, I know you know a lot more about the game. So, how does this tie into like the movies, though?
So it takes place about the same timeline as the second one. Okay. Like, you play as a Na'vi who was basically abducted by the human bad guys, trained in human ways, which is why you have shotguns and stuff, and then gets cryogenically frozen when the humans have to go off planet, and then conveniently you come back out basically when they return. But at that point you are trying to sort of basically become part of the Na'vi, and like you're a full-blooded Na'vi, and you basically show up and you're like, hi, I'm one of the Na'vi too, and they're like, dude, you are wearing khakis and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to fly a pterodactyl, my friend. And then it's that. So it's this weird kind of like inverse Jake Sully thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm not even like cautiously optimistic. Like if this drops the ball, like someone's getting a talking to. This is, but yeah. We've actually got a breakdown of that Avatar trailer coming up, so stick around for that. Until then, our own Reb Valentine got a chance to chat with the Ubisoft narrative director about Assassin's Creed Mirage, so let's check that out.
Howdy, my name is Rebecca Valentine, and I am here with Sarah Beaulieu, narrative director at Ubisoft for Assassin's Creed Mirage. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so excited about Assassin's Creed Mirage. I know you're hard at work on the final touches on Mirage. It's coming up later this year. It's the upcoming new entry in the Assassin's Creed franchise. It's promising a return to the series' roots with a focus on stealth and this beautiful, intimate city setting in Baghdad. So I'm thinking about how this is a return to the series' roots. We're talking Assassin's Creed 1, which I'm a huge fan of. And I think longtime fans know this is quite different from what we've seen recently in games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So what would you say are the biggest differences if someone was coming out of Assassin's Creed Valhalla and then playing Assassin's Creed Mirage?
So first thing, you said it's stealth. So we focused on stealth really much. We focused also on parkour, really, because Baghdad is such a dense city with very narrow streets, parkour and assassination, which is also a good, a very important pillars of ours. So that's going to be not the main difference, because it's still, the Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Assassin's Creed Valhalla actually showed parkour and stealth and of course assassination, but it is very key and very core to our game. So yes, the three pillars.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that struck me a lot was learning that combat was not not necessarily being deprioritized, but it's kind of a second option, effectively. Like when stealth does not work out, when stealth and parkour goes wrong, then you are caught up in fighting. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. That's not Basim's thing, combat, close-up combat. His thing is stealth, really. So what we wanted to do is really encourage the player to find ways to actually, get to a target, hunt the target, strike the target. So you have different opportunities. You have, you can bribe the guards to enter. You can actually, cause distraction some way. That's different ways to actually enter what we call a black box mission. So that's, these places, these spaces where you can hunt a specific target in different ways. So yes, stealth first and combat last resort. Yeah.
Is it fair to compare it to, I remember in Assassin's Creed 1, you were able to sort of, you would go to the area that you knew your target was in, and then you would spend some time gathering intel. So you try to listen in on conversations or figure out, a strategic way to approach them. And then that would sort of inform the different pathways you could take. Is there a similar thing happening with Mirage?
Exactly. That's what we call the black box missions, actually. The black box missions is exactly what you described. So, we want to encourage the stealth. You have different opportunities, and if you want to replay the missions, you can do it again. It's also, as a player too, I know that I want to replay some of the things, some of the missions, and I played Assassin's Creed Mirage very, very often, and I tested, the different opportunities, and it feels fresh every time, and it feels new, and it's what we want to do. So in terms of narrative, what we did is actually mixing what we see from the earlier games, so the linear story, the more linear story. So we have that in Mirage. At the beginning it's very linear, and then we open to the to the world, and you have different targets you can hunt in the city, and you can play it in any order. You can reach a first target, then come back to the second target, etc. So that's the open world structure, but still you can feel the evolution of Basim as an assassin inside the open world structure, and then go back to something more linear. So we kept this very linear progression and evolution of the character in mind, even in the open world structure. So yes, different opportunities, different paths, etc. But still, it's a character-driven story.
That's wonderful. So, tell me a little bit about that character, Basim. He's a street thief, I understand, who becomes an assassin.
Basim is a character that I loved in Valhalla for many reasons, but the Basim you are going to meet in Mirage is not the Basim from Valhalla at all. It's a fresh, new character. It's really not the same character as you saw before. Basim
so wait, it's absolutely not the same guy, or it's
a very different character. He's not, in terms of personality, he's still a young person at that moment. He's still a young thief, and his evolution is really progressive. So what I like in Basim personally is the fact that he's a very complex character, and he has issues, I would say. and I related, and I think that's the point in Mirage is how much the fans and the players are going to relate to his struggles, because it's struggles that everybody has, and we focused on that really in this evolution as a person, Basim as a person. So yeah, I hope you love him as much as I do.
So Assassin's Creed 1 came out way back in 2007, and I know since then, there's been some criticisms of how certain aspects of representation were handled in that game.
Yeah.
So what work have you done here to reflect on that feedback and make sure that Mirage's details and story and representation are as authentic and respectful as possible?
So actually, that's something I'm really proud of, and I'm proud of the team on that matter, because so we have experts inside Ubisoft who actually helped us on a very, very daily level, and then we had experts on the outside. So some people came just to give their advices and expertise on very specific topics. So that's the first point. And the other point was inside the team again, we wanted, so for example, we wanted actors who came from Middle East or whatever the characters they were playing were from. So, for example, Basim, his origins are never told in Valhalla. We know that he was born in Samara, and back in the days, especially in Baghdad, people would come from everywhere. So you have people coming from Middle East, but also from other countries, and we have this diverse city that we wanted to portray. So again, we had experts from every field, and I'm really proud of that aspect, really, because I think we did a great job on portraying this diverse city with all the people in it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. I mean, I know it's not quite the city that we saw. It's a different city than what we saw in Assassin's Creed 1, but I know there's going to be some similarities in like architecture and culture that, you know, cross over there, and I'm very excited to sort of revisit some of that feeling.
Yeah, it is quite different though, because it's different. It's 200 years before, and it's also a very again, it's a very diverse city, so you can meet people from all origins there. Baghdad was the center of the world at that point in history, so we really feel that in terms of of the people you meet again, and the architecture too.
How do you feel about sort of going back and revisiting this very specific style of Assassin's Creed that you've kind of moved away from over the years? Is it scary? Is it risky? Is it challenging? Is it exciting? Where are you at on that?
Yeah, we are very aware of the heritage and what we need to do, what we want to do also as players, you know, because the dev team is also a team of players. So that's both challenging and exciting. Personally, it actually warms my heart to see how people react to the walkthrough, to what we did in the last couple of months. So I hope that people will love the game and will love Basim and will love the gameplay. But again, it's exciting.
Well, Sarah, thank you so much for coming and talking about Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'm really stoked to get my hands on it later this year.
Thank you for having me again. Thank you.
Assassin's Creed Mirage is coming to PC, Xbox, and PlayStation on October 12th. We got a little bit of time to wait, so for now, stick around. We've got more Summer of Gaming coming up.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors, beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Open your own sushi restaurant? Then I've got the game for you. Dave the Diver is a casual single-player adventure RPG. Fish and explore the deep sea by day, and by night, manage your own sushi joint. Join Dave and his quirky cast of buddies to uncover the secrets of the mysterious blue hole. Dave the Diver will be coming to full release on June 28th on Steam. Don't miss out on this amazing adventure. Let's take a look.
Meet Dave, an interesting little human with a precarious love for the sea. He spends his days diving the chilling depths of a mysterious blue hole. And when he isn't merely surviving or rummaging resources, he's often found snapping photographs, racing seahorses, farming, and really anything that grabs his attention. It's this gluttonous appetite for adventure that gets him into all kinds of unique situations. Luckily, he's at the top of his game and at the top of the food chain. I suppose even the most voracious hunters have their off days. The blue hole is home to unimaginable secrets. And with Dave's unquenchable thirst for discovery, there's no telling what he may encounter. Dave the Diver.
Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora has been on our radar for some time, but it wasn't until this year's Ubisoft Forward that we got a clear idea of what kind of a game it is. Despite being developed by Massive Entertainment, the studio behind the Division games, Frontiers of Pandora clearly has a lot of Far Cry DNA. Here are 11 things that we noticed or have questions about in the most recent trailers. First off, let's set the stage. You play as a Na'vi who is abducted by the RDA and raised in human customs, but also trained to fight with human technology. That explains the gun-wielding Na'vi. This messed up project was the brainchild of this guy, John Mercer, who looks to be the big bad. The goal here was to make these Na'vi child soldiers fight their own kind, but before that could happen, the events of the first film took place and the RDA was forced to evacuate. On the way out, Mercer orders you and the other Na'vi children killed, but luckily, somebody put you in cryosleep instead. That raises a question though, who put you in cryosleep and what happened to the other kids? These are good questions that'll undoubtedly be answered in time, but based on the number of fingers your savior has, they're a genetically engineered avatar, not a native Na'vi. That suggests that not all the human characters in the game are necessarily bad, but will they actually be any help in your liberation of Pandora? We'll have to wait and see. Your character comes out of cryosleep 15 years after the first movie, just in time for the RDA's dramatic return to Pandora. That puts it squarely in the same time frame as The Way of Water. The game's setting is the Western frontier, which is a part of the planet we haven't seen before, so it seems unlikely any familiar faces will show up, but you never know. Massive's goal here was to tell a new story set in the universe, not try to connect to the movies. So that answers the when and the where, but what about the who? Well, that's kind of up to you. You'll be creating your own Na'vi hero and customizing their appearance. How much, if at all, your decisions will affect the narrative remains to be seen, but at the very least, the goal here is to allow players to take some ownership of their character. As for the moment-to-moment gameplay, well, it looks a lot like Far Cry. There will be RDA facilities to liberate in classic Outpost fashion. You'll have your choice of going in loud, putting your human training and gear to good use, or you can take a stealthier approach using lower-tech Na'vi weaponry and maybe disabling some alarms along the way. We get a look at explosive arrows in action, so expect to be crafting some different types of projectiles and possibly customizing your weapons. You've also got Na'vi senses that can be used to tag enemies from a distance. So yeah, basically Far Cry. One way Avatar will deviate from Ubisoft's other open-world shooter series is that your Na'vi biology has you almost twice the size of your human foes, which doesn't really seem like a fair fight, unless of course they're outfitted with amp suits, which a lot of them are. Even then, you'll be able to rip enemies out of those, but something tells us that's not going to be possible right away. We get a brief glimpse of a skill tree, and it seems like you're using your neural queue to commune with Awa and relive memories of the warrior. In other words, you can shove your alien ponytail into a magic plant and unlock some sick takedowns. Never has a skill tree been quite so literal. In a good open world, the main character is the world itself, and Frontiers of Pandora looks like it understood the assignment. The key thing here, to set it apart from every other open world, is the verticality. There are floating mountains and massive trees and giant plants that'll launch you into the air. And getting around will have you relying heavily on your Ikran, or Banshee. How that relationship actually affects gameplay seems like it'll really determine whether or not this experience feels unique. Like Jake Sully, you'll be undergoing the rite of passage of your first flight, which entails taming one of these kick-ass space pterodactyls so it'll be your best friend. It looks like you'll be able to feed and customize it, which is reminiscent of horses in Red Dead Redemption 2 or Breath of the Wild. But Ikran can fly. Are they any good in a fight? NPC animal sidekicks were a big hit in Far Cry 5 and 6, and it seems like your connection with your Ikran will be even stronger than your working relationship with Cheeseburger the bear. Again, Frontiers of Pandora has a lot of familiar Ubisoft DNA. The Ikran flight reminded us a bit of the VR game Eagle Flight, and there's been plenty of bird's eye view stuff in the Assassin's Creed games. But true to the source material, forming a bond with your Ikran will be integral to the experience. Far Cry has had rideable animals and it's had aerial combat, but this looks like the best of both worlds. And, you know, of course you can ride the dire horses, but they can't fly. Expect to see plenty of other wildlife, not all of it so friendly. Then again, the enemy of your enemy is your friend, so we might get eaten by a Thanator or mauled by viper wolves, but they might also help us do some eco-terrorism to the colonizers. Can you ride a Thanator? Well, if you can't wear an amp suit, you better be able to ride a frickin' Thanator, or I want a refund. Anyway, the last Avatar movie showed us the life of nautical Na'vi, but aside from a brief glimpse of swimming, it doesn't seem like Frontiers of Pandora will have too much water. That's fine, as it clearly has sky-high ambitions. The overview trailer calls out 3 biomes: the Kinglor Forest, which should be somewhat familiar to anyone who's seen the movie, the grasslands of the upper plains, and the Clouded Forest, where nothing is as it seems, whatever that means. From what we've seen, Frontiers of Pandora looks like something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue, but for anybody impatient for the next Avatar movie or the next Far Cry game, it definitely looks like it'll hold them over. What did you think of this game's big reveal? Let us know in the comments, and for more info on Frontiers of Pandora, check out our interview with the Associate Creative Director, and for everything Avatar and video games, you're already in the right place, IGN.
And we're back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming right here on IGN, obviously. We're unpacking Ubisoft's big announcements, so let's talk about those. Assassin's Creed Mirage, just one of the games we saw, but yeah. What are we feeling about this?
Well, if you're going to start with me, what
did you think?
It's okay. Well, the thing is, I feel like it's kind of hard for me personally to get excited for more Assassin's Creed. We've been getting them so often that I'm not too excited for this, but you know what? This is good for those that have been itching for the old school Assassin's Creed. They're going back to basics with this one, so I'm pretty sure they'll be happy for this.
I liked the open world ones. I feel like they were getting a little too bloated. I was reading a stat that it was to do everything in the last game, it was 160 hours or something like that. And who would do that besides me in A Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom? But this is more focused. This is back to the roots. Yeah. I miss this. I think this was one of those things where we had so many of them, I got burnt out on it. Yeah. It's been a nice break. I'm ready to return to old school Assassin's Creed.
It's been a nice break. What do you mean? You mean from the Assassin's Creed franchise? Because we've got one in 2020.
I know. I mean, the big open world ones was one thing, but this is back to sneaking around in the shadows, jumping around the rooftops, stabbing guys in the necks, jumping in the hay, hiding in the boxes on the roof.
I just feel like they took go back to your roots a little too literally, because I don't really feel like it's showcasing next gen.
Wow.
Graphics.
Just haters up here today.
I'm just listen.
No.
Here. So here's the thing. Assassin's Creed releases so often, it feels like a Call of Duty game to me, because it releases and it's a lot of the same formula. Mm-hmm. And recent titles have been just using Assassin's Creed as a title holder to kind of get people to be like, oh, Assassin's Creed, I know that franchise, I like that. But they've derived so much from that original point.
Mm-hmm. So to your point, this is actually cross-gen, which is why it doesn't look mind-blowingly awesome. But also, there's a lot of people who own those other consoles, so Ubisoft, search for ubiquitous software, meaning it's everywhere. That said, to the Call of Duty point, I totally agree, which is why it's hard to get excited about these, because they are, they do come out so frequently. And like Call of Duty, where they were like, you know what, we're taking a year off, we're not going to do it. And then they were like, never mind, just kidding. Ubisoft was like, we're going to stop churning out an Assassin's Creed game every year. We're going to take a couple of years off. And then they just went right back to doing that.
Yeah.
And then, Valhalla got a bunch of updates after the fact, which I think people liked okay. But again, it's such a massive, sprawling game. It's also, Ubisoft is betting pretty hard on Assassin's Creed. They've openly said that.
Yes.
And it's funny to be like, we're going to take a little break. And then also, we have 4 of them in the works.
Yeah. They're beating it over our heads at this point. They're also working on a Netflix series. I do believe it's a live action series. It's like we've bought in. We know Assassin's Creed is a thing. Can we move on?
It's their most identifiable IP, aside from those lovely rabbits.
Oh, don't get me started on that. Are we really going to talk about rabbits?
No,
or
we're not.
Are you just saying
I'm just
that?
kidding. I do that a lot to annoy people. We also saw Assassin's Creed Nexus, which is a VR game on MetaQuest.
On Quest. See, you're talking my language when you say VR, because we said this in the pre-show. We said, I said I would love to see some sort of Assassin's Creed VR game. And we got that.
Right.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
And then the logo. of the Meta Quest popped
Yeah.
up, and I was like, what the hell? I almost smashed my PSVR 2, which is underneath this table right here.
You got to stop kicking it. You're a huge fan of PSVR 2. You're an early adopter. You bought it on day one. That system is what, 3 months old?
Yeah.
It was $550, and I think it had one game at fake E3, summer of gaming, everything we're doing here. This is not coming to that platform. That's crazy.
Which is insane to me. Yes, like I feel like this would have been like a no-brainer for PlayStation to somehow get their hands on. I don't know.
Ubisoft their thing used to be just launch titles. That was they put out so many Wii U games at launch. They put out so many Vita games, even for systems that were unproven. Like they put out a bunch of PSVR 1 games. Maybe they're trying to fine-tune it, but I feel like more likely this is an exclusivity deal with Meta, which probably drove a dump truck full of money up to their house.
Either way, he's going to throw up on that carpet.
Oh, yeah.
Look, fans are going to love this, though.
Absolutely.
You get to play as Exio, which is awesome. Exio is like, he's an OG, Assassin's Creed.
We got Connor.
Yeah.
From 3. I like him, even though I don't like that game that much.
But I want to see gameplay because that was just a lot of fancy cinematics,
Well,
and I'm just like, how is this going to work?
I mean, here's the thing: is like MetaQuest gameplay doesn't really look good if you're not playing it.
I don't have. Do you have the stomach for this?
Yes,
Can you do
of
this?
course.
I can't do this. Like I'm gonna need
Ironclad stomach.
Dramamine or whatever.
Now,
ginger root.
Another game where you jump that's probably not going to make you nauseous is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which yes, totally. Again, this is another sort of safe bet where I'm like, you show it to me, I'm like, yeah, I'll play that if I play it. It's. I think. Do we know the price point for this yet?
I don't know. I have a feeling that's going to be a contentious one.
Yes.
Because I saw the $60 price point for the new Sonic game was sort of a lightning rod for debate there. Games are moving to $70 almost regular. Almost every game we saw today had a pre-order thing. Star Wars, Avatar, $70. And so I don't know. It's like Dead Cells was like $20, right? And this is kind of evocative of that.
So actually, we got an update, so you can actually pre-order the game, and the standard edition costs $50, and the deluxe edition costs $60.
Oh man.
Okay.
See, I would say that this is like a $30, $40 game, but I'm not a developer, so I can't put value on it. But for me,
I don't see myself paying 50 clams for this.
I mean, it sucks because I don't know. We don't know how big the game is. We don't know what the.
What do you use for currency? What do you pay?
How many buckaroos would you?
Is that how they bought stuff in Persia back in the day?
I don't know.
Okay.
Your money stinks.
Anyway, it's not fair to look at a game based
on pearls
on
and clams.
This is the worst bank
over there.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
My point is, it's like this was a game that was $50 in the 90s. Like we look at games with this perspective and we assume that they should be cheaper, and part of that is because of indie games having a lower price point, like Dead Cells, for instance. And I don't know. It's tricky, but like clearly they've spent time making it. But it's weird to see like that's $50, and then you look at what Assassin's Creed looks like, and you're like, that's $70, and it's like there's a lot more in a big open world game, which doesn't mean this is bad. It's just sort of a different experience, and
I think the thing is like a price point like $30 might deter some people. Like, maybe it's not worth it if it's already like at a discount. So I don't know. I think that might be their logic, but I'm deterred by looking at $50.
Yeah. Anyway, the game itself looks cool. If they were like day one on Game Pass, I'd be like, sure, why not? Yeah, but again, that's. It's the problem with devaluing games because of how they're priced or whatever.
I'm going to be a little bit contentious here, and I'm going to say something that. All right, so.
Here we go.
maybe I don't know.
It's boring if we all just sit here and nod our heads.
It's
feedback.
It's boring.
Do it.
This price point, and then also having seen the showcase and the lack of actual gameplay that we've seen for some of the games that they showed, I feel like the showcase really just encapsulated just how out of touch Ubisoft seems to be with the gaming community. And I have been very vocal about this. Like, I reviewed Hyperscape, and they were so out of touch, and it seemed like they just wanted to chase after the latest trends. And with you pointing out that this game used to be $50 back when original Prince of Persia came out, it kind of made me think of like, oh yeah, there is that disconnect. And I'm not saying that this game isn't great. I'm just saying it might be like, I don't know if people are going to want to play this game for $50.
Yeah, no. So. I mean, the original side-scroller Prince of Persia games were $50 in like 1987 or whenever they came out.
Yeah.
So it's tricky. That said, we got to take a quick break, but there's more IGN Summer of Gaming coming up real soon.
In Immortals of Aveum, there's a certain type of magic for everyone. Me? I like to live dangerously. So I'm learning red magic, which embodies entropy and violence. Its spells can create, rend, and harness energy in extreme ways, manipulating them to unleash destructive beams or disrupting it to disorient enemies. And I think I'm getting pretty good at it.
Dude, that's like a $20,000 camera right there.
I'm so sorry. I'll get some more practice. In the meantime, let's get back to the show. Summon your power, stop the Everwar, save the realms. Immortals of Aveum coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
All right, welcome back. Let's get kind of big picture here for a second and talk about just this. I guess let's do our picks of the show first.
Sure.
I think Brian, I think this is a very easy answer. What's your favorite game they showed off?
Just Dance. I mean, it's an Olympic sport now. I love dancing. I love Star Wars. It's Star Wars Outlaws, of course. How could it be anything else? Like, that game just looks so good. It is everything I've always wanted from a Star Wars game. 2024 is certainly a year. I have a hunch we won't be playing it in that year because it's just incredibly ambitious, and that's 6 months away is the beginning of that year. We live in a timeline where games get delayed all the time. That said, I'm pretty happy, and no disrespect to people who have been playing video games on the PS4 recently or the Xbox One or whatever. I'm pretty happy we're finally leaving that generation behind. We were, like Cyberpunk had a run on consoles from what, 2013? When did the PS4 come out? Like this we're talking about like a decade. And so we're finally at a part where we're getting, next gen only games. This is one of them, or current gen only games. And it just looks incredible. So yeah, I can't wait to play it, but I'm not really, I will remain hopeful that it'll be next year, but I have a feeling it'll get pushed beyond.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Stella, what's your game of the show?
Yeah, so we were talking about this behind the scenes as the show was going on, and I was like, do I need one? Because I don't have one, but then Star Wars came out, and that's the first one where we actually got in-depth look at gameplay. We know how it's going to feel. We know what the story is going to be about roughly, right? That's the first game that we've seen like an in-depth look at gameplay, except for Mirage. So for me, it's probably Star Wars if I had to pick one at the showcase.
I don't think I've ever heard you awe so many times.
Nix is so cute. He's definitely modeled after an axolotl and a munchkin cat. And if you catch very briefly one of the scenes when he hops up into her lap, he makes biscuits.
Yeah.
Which is adorable.
Yes.
It's really cute. I like that she steals that thing and then feeds him a purple ball or whatever. I feel like that's going to be how you upgrade your pet. You're going to have to go find exotic, what clamshells full of bath beads or whatever that thing is. I don't know.
You think it'll evolve like a Pokemon, or?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like you give it treats to train it to be good or something.
Is there a litter box on her ship?
There's got to be one.
We only just got our first in-game bathroom in Jedi Survivor.
That's right.
The fresher.
Some stuff to think about between now and 2024.
Well, it's gonna be like Futurama, where Nyx actually poops out really good like fuel.
Maybe that's that crystal that the
Yeah,
Pike guy holds.
exactly. Yes.
Anyways,
thanks for making it weirder.
Akeem, what about you? What jumped out at you?
Well, if you're gonna twist my arm about it, I'm gonna say absolutely nothing. But I'll be honest with you. They did show some Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hopes. They showed Rayman, which is really cool. We've got a little glimpse of Rayman, but it wasn't enough of Rayman. Like 8 months ago, at the last Ubisoft Forward, it was teased that we're gonna get a Rayman DLC, and now they didn't even show the gameplay this year. They showed him playing around with Rabbids Mario and Rabbids Princess Peach.
They didn't even draw his arms. It's ridiculous.
They didn't. What'd you say?
They didn't even make his arms and his legs.
What do you? Are you joking right now?
review
You know who Rayman is?
Yes.
There it is.
Like, this is all that we got.
Yes.
He was so mad.
The final, like, we already knew the final DLC for this game is Rayman. Can we get some actual gameplay footage, not this animated thing? The Rabbids came in and took Rayman's thunder, and for me, it's upsetting. It's upsetting, and I know why Ubisoft they're doing this. I know the direction they're going. They're doing this because they see what's working for Illumination with the minions.
you got 'em
so they were like, look, we got our own minions. Rayman, you take a step back. These Rabbids are getting their own animated series. You take a step back, my guy. Thank you for giving birth to the Rabbids. I'm sorry. I'm very upset. Ubisoft, can you show my man a little bit more? Look at how cool he is, and quit doing that. What are you doing?
Don't do that. No, the original name for Rabbids was "We've Got Minions at Home,"
which is horrible. Which is horrible.
Also not true. You just keep walking into the traps.
Yeah.
I know.
Wait a minute. I'm walking into the trap.
No,
what do you mean they didn't finish his arms? He doesn't have arms.
You all are trying to make me mad? Ubisoft already did that. You don't need to do that.
It's funny when you get worked up. You get all
so
flustered.
I'm very angry.
So speaking of games,
I didn't get what I wanted.
Okay,
out of
I'm
this.
sorry. So yeah, we've
This
had kind
is
of like
Ubisoft backwards.
Okay, well that's awfully mean. So there was another game there that I liked that I'm going to even go out and say was my game of the show, Avatar. I was really happy to see Avatar. In fact, I'll even put that over Star Wars, specifically to what you said, Brian. Like I'm having flashbacks to when they first revealed Watch Dogs, or they first revealed The Division, where it's like a really impressive demo that looks really, really good, and then it doesn't come out for like 3.5 years. And
Max, they've never delayed an Avatar project.
Okay, so that's got a December 7th release date. It's a release date. It could get pushed, but they have enough confidence in it to be like, hey, it's coming out this year. I don't know. At this point, we've seen enough Far Cry games that it's sort of a known quantity. Obviously, Massive didn't make those, but like, I don't know. It seems believable they could make this game in that time frame. They've been working on it long enough. It got revealed a while back in that sort of half reveal. The Star Wars thing is so impressive. It's gorgeous. It's great. But I also kind of want to just look away at this point because I'm like totally sold on it. Great. When are we going to play that? Are we going to play that in 2024? Do you think? I feel like that's a.
I hope so. I want that to be like my sort of Christmas break game, right? Like we're off work for like a week or so. I just wake up, play this video game all day, do nothing else. Don't look at my email. Don't talk to any of you. Yeah. Just play this game.
As far as if we're going to be honest here, I think as far as the Ubisoft Forward is concerned, like these were the two winners, the Star Wars and Avatar for sure. Everything else was just filler and funny accents.
Yeah, can we talk about how they kind of just swept Jet Set Radio under the rug? They showed a snippet.
That hurt.
Yeah,
that
and then
really
it's
hurt.
just DLC, or it's like the outfits for Ruler Champion.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how dirty they did all those players?
If we need more people to yell up here, I'll yell about that.
So they did Rayman dirty. That's their dude.
Yes.
They own Rayman. They could put out a game called Everybody Loves Rayman, and it'd be a funny name, and it'd be a fun game probably.
I'm Rayman
I think that'd be
Morano.
great. Yeah. We've got a bunch more to follow up on for the Ubisoft Forward, so keep your eyes on this stream today and on IGN in the coming days as we dig deeper into all of the announcements and the gameplay, including more on Star Wars Outlaws. Ubisoft isn't all that's going on today. Stick around because Capcom's got a big presentation coming up, and you definitely don't want to miss the crushing disappointment that comes with them yet again not announcing a Dino Crisis remake, but they'll probably show some other cool stuff. And maybe they'll show a Dino Crisis remake, and I'll just lose my mind. That about wraps us up here, but we've got deeper looks at Avatar, Prince of Persia, Cyberpunk, and so much more coming up as we count down into Capcom's Showcase. And that's not gourd-bye, though. You've been so gourd this whole time, we've got something really gourd to show you. Take a gourd look at gourd.
Rated T for Teen.
Hear the whispers through wind and field. Feel the power that's our shield. It's godly mercy. It's Dahlia's call. We've pledged to her our souls and all. For this grace brought beckoned and stirred from traitors' lips, exalting words. Serpent betrays trust to wear the secret revenge shall never cease. Oh, noble dead to break glorious peace. The death is spreading with mighty bang, and noble Hefton shall soon be slain.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Dinosaur car. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Increasing hazard level to maximum. Carnage module online. Consider this superior dinosaur threat an opportunity for professional growth. Prepare for battle. Raptor Super Swarm incoming. If you are unable to prepare in time, your death may be authorized. Good luck.
You got it, pal.
Use Zephyr to quickly meet the enemy in melee combat.
Just try and stop. Get behind me.
Calculating. Your chances of survival are less than 10%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Data key has progressed 20%. Escort progress 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Stay near the data to escort and complete the mission.
Dominator activated!
Data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy data data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress, 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress, 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The data key is badly damaged. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs.
Let's play war game. Overdrive ready. Fire in the hole!
Escort progress, 80%.
Fire in the hole!
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced combat. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combatability by defeating the enemy team.
Fire in the hole! Nice work. Grenade out!
The data key has reached the objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. These preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. Data key will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You have fulfilled your objectives ahead of the enemy team. You are victorious. Repeat, you are victorious. Please enjoy the right to continued existence and be sure to rest up. The next war game is just around the corner.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign number one!
That is most unfortunate.
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
Remember when Street Fighter V came out and a lot of people were disappointed by its distinct lack of meat on its bones? Street Fighter VI is the polar opposite, complete with an excellent 18-character roster of both new and returning fighters, rendered in a killer new art style, an incredibly ambitious online battle hub that puts all other fighting game lobbies to shame, and just about everything you could ever ask for when it comes to training tools and systems to help you get better at the genre. It's a spectacularly feature-rich fighting game. Street Fighter VI takes many swings in many different directions, and though not every blow connects, the ones that do are absolute knockouts.
Gotta do this. Come on.
The gameplay of every Street Fighter game since Street Fighter II can generally be defined by a unique mechanic. Street Fighter III had parries, 4 had focus attacks, 5 had the V system, and now Street Fighter VI has the drive system. And for my money, it's the best the series has ever seen. Every character gains access to 5 powerful abilities that are all governed by their drive gauge: overdrive special moves, drive rush, drive parry, drive reversals, and drive impact. Overdrives are essentially the new EX special moves and cost 2 bars. Drive Rush allows you to quickly close the distance between you and your opponent at the cost of 1 bar, or cancel out specific normal attacks at the cost of 3 bars. Drive Reversals allows you to get an opponent off of you while you're blocking their attack at the cost of 2 bars. And Drive Impacts, well, we'll get to those in a bit. I love this system for a lot of reasons, but chief among them is that it opens up so many options, and at the start of every round, you have a full meter and have access to all of them. There's no building this meter up, or worrying about the amount you'll have left over for the next round. I could start aggressively by using a drive rush right out of the gate to put on pressure, I could save my meter for overdrive special moves to increase the damage of my combos, or I could fish for a crouching medium kick and then drive rush cancel it to convert big damage off of a single poke. Those are just a few of the options, and managing them makes the already extremely cerebral fighting of Street Fighter VI even more enjoyable. The way it's handled when you run out of drive meter is also excellent. Your character enters a burnout state where you're completely unable to use any drive meter related techniques. Your opponent's attacks become more advantageous on both block and hit, you take chip damage, and drive impacts are even scarier than before. And I swear, we'll get to drive impacts in just a bit. Being in burnout is a terrible position, but it's far from an unwinnable situation. You still move at the same speed, your attacks do the same damage, you still have access to all of your super moves, and while your opponent's drive impacts are a huge threat, you know that they'll be looking to do them, which can lead to some interesting mind games on both sides. Some of the most tense and fun matches I've had in Street Fighter VI have been when I managed to pull out a victory even while in burnout. Now, let's talk about drive impact, because I have a feeling that for a lot of people, whether or not they enjoy Street Fighter VI is largely going to come down to their feelings on this one move. Drive impact only costs 1 bar of drive meter to use. It has super armor that can absorb up to 2 hits, and if it hits while your opponent is in the middle of their own attack, they will be knocked into a crumpled state, giving you a full combo. And that's not all. Even if they block it, they get blown back and lose half a bar of drive meter. And if they get backed into the corner, you get to follow it up with a combo. That's not all either. Remember how I said that it's even more scary when you're in burnout? Well, if you block a drive impact and you're close to the wall, you get stunned, and you'll eat a full combo in the corner, even though you block their attack. It's one of the most powerful universal mechanics I've ever seen in a fighting game, and if you don't respect it, you will get crushed by it. And yet, I love drive impacts, because they're tuned so that they're just reactable enough to be defended against if you're looking out for them, but also still fast enough to catch you by surprise if you're not. All you have to do is drive impact them right back. You'll absorb their attack, hit with yours, and now the roles have been reversed so that you get the opportunity for a full combo. Countering drive impacts is just so incredibly satisfying, especially when it's the key to you turning the tables around and winning a tight round. Street Fighter 6's roster of 18 characters is mostly familiar, with 12 returning characters and 6 being entirely new. But even the returning characters feel fresh thanks to new quirks added to their movesets. Ken's command run, for example, now changes up the properties of several of his special moves when he uses them out of it, giving them EX-like properties without having to spend drive meter on them. Cammy can now charge her special moves and give them V-trigger-like qualities. And DJ has a ton of new feints that make him an extremely tricky character to use and play against. The New Blood, meanwhile, are some of the best additions Street Fighter has seen. Kimberly is a clear standout, with a ninja-inspired moveset that has her closing the distance with quick teleports, pile driving you into the ground with Izuna drop-like air throws, and mixing you up with tricky leaps from half a screen away. Jamie, meanwhile, is a drunken melee powerhouse who is able to buff himself by taking swigs of his flask. And once he takes 4 drinks, pretty much all of his moves become extremely dangerous, with multi-hitting attacks that left me totally clueless on when it was actually my turn to fight back, forcing me basically to lab against him in training mode. Pretty much every Street Fighter character archetype has representation here. You've got your grapplers in Zangief and Manon, your rushdown fighters in Ken, Jamie, and Cammy, your zoners with Guile, Dalsim, and JP, and your powerhouse bruisers in Marissa and Honda. It's everything I want out of a roster. World Tour is an ambitious single-player mode, and while it is a big step up from Street Fighter V's attempt at a cinematic story mode, and anything else Street Fighter has done before, it's certainly the weakest part of Street Fighter 6. It's at least a great idea. It's a surprisingly enormous RPG that allows you to take a created character into the world of Street Fighter, interacting with the playable roster by becoming their disciple and learning their moves, and then building them up from scratch by leveling up, equipping various types of stat-altering gear, and selecting powerful skills. It also does a good job of teaching new players the fundamentals of Street Fighter 6 by including lessons as side quests, with steadily increasing difficulty over the course of about 20 hours. However, RPGs live and die by their stories, and the story of World Tour is unbelievably dull. With paper-thin characters, predictable plot twists, and a mute protagonist whose main purpose is just to be an errand boy for various gangs and factions, there's nothing to get excited about. It feels like it was written with the primary purpose of having your character jump around to various countries to meet the roster characters, and yet it never really bothers to justify those trips. In one chapter, a random gangster all of a sudden tells me that I need to get her bag back that my buddy stole. And so, without any objection, the most reasonable solution is for me to make a global trip to Rome in order to fashion a counterfeit bag that I can hopefully use to fool the gangster into thinking I got her bag back. In another chapter, I had to go to Jamaica and Brazil because my original mentor, Luke, wanted souvenirs from those places and I guess just doesn't know how to shop online. At least the tone is goofy and fun, which is a great fit for Street Fighter. You can fight just about anyone on the street, regardless of whether they deserve a rising uppercut to the face or not. It's fun to use ridiculous looking moves like the spinning bird kick to cross gaps like you're a human helicopter. And there's a surprising amount of enemy variety, many of which do an admirable job of teaching newer players how to deal with specific situations that will come up outside of story mode. Some enemies will favor blocking high, making them vulnerable to low attacks. Others will stay permanently in the air and must be brought down by anti-air techniques. And others still will try to hang back and pepper you with projectiles, forcing you to fight them like you would a zoner type character. And then you also fight refrigerators and Roombas. It's weird, but in a very amusing Yakuza-esque kind of way. There's also a variety of fun minigames that do a great job of gamifying techniques that you would actually use in a typical fight. In one of them, you have to chop bottles by holding back for a second and then quickly moving the stick in the opposite direction and pressing a button, which is how you would perform charge-type special moves on a character like Guile or Blanca. Another has you making pizza by quickly performing special move inputs as they appear on screen. And another still has you using your combos to quickly destroy a big rig in a nod to the original car busting minigame from Street Fighter 2. The best thing about World Tour though, and the thing that really serves as the carrot at the end of the stick, is the promise of being able to outfit your character with moves from every other fighter. By the end of the campaign, I could use Dalsim's teleport to instantly appear behind an opponent, hit them with Zangief's spinning pile driver, and then use Ken's Dragon Lash kick to get right back up in their face. Being able to customize my character in ways that would make them absolutely broken in the real game is a lot of fun. The issue is that it takes forever to level up a character's style to the point where you learn new moves from them. You do this simply by using them, but even though I only used Luke's and Ken's throughout the entire mode, I still didn't max out either of them. Those who love a good grind may enjoy having plenty left over to unlock after the 20 or so hours it takes to complete World Tour, but I would have liked the drip feed of new unlocks to be substantially faster, considering the sheer amount of rewards that there are to unlock by maxing out the ranks of each character. I have many more issues with World Tour, but even despite them, I still had a fun time with it by the end. It's a mode that's more directly aimed towards people without a lot of fighting game experience, and I think those people will get a ton more out of it than I did. The character customization elements are great. The way it incentivizes fundamental lessons of how to play Street Fighter 6 by dressing them up as side missions and minigames is extremely well done, and there's just an overwhelming amount of content to discover with 2 very large open worlds to explore, both of which have day and nighttime versions that each have their own set of side missions to discover. Another reason why you might want to go through World Tour mode is that you're able to take your character and all the gear that they've earned into the online Battle Hub, which is an online social space where you can queue into both ranked and unranked matchmaking, or pull up a cabinet much like you would in a local arcade and await challengers. Online lobbies are not a new thing in the world of fighting games, and truthfully, I've never been the biggest fan of them. But Street Fighter 6's implementation of the Battle Hub has won me over. For one, it's super cool to look at because Street Fighter 6's character creator is absolutely wild, and gives you the freedom to make beautiful creations with finely tuned features, or unspeakable monsters with out-of-this-world bodily proportions. And it's fun to just wander around the hub and see what people have come up with. There's also a lot of things to do beyond just parking at a cabinet and playing with either friends or random players. There's a section of the hub where you can play a rotating selection of classic Capcom arcade games like Final Fight and Street Fighter 2, another section where you can play extreme battles with party-like rules and gimmicks, a store where you can purchase more customizable clothes for your avatar with in-game currency, and you can even pit your created character against others in avatar battles. But the most important thing about Battle Hub is that it's all optional. If you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to. You can simply queue up for ranked or casual matches via a menu, go into training mode while you wait, or create a custom room for multiple friends without ever having to go through the Battle Hub, which is exactly how it should be. What really pushes Street Fighter 6 over the edge is how it completely nails virtually everything outside of its main modes that you could ask for in a fighting game. Based on my experience playing pre-launch and in all 3 betas, including the open beta, its netcode is excellent. It's got the best training mode I've ever seen in a fighting game, complete with frame data, cancel window data, and a ton of other useful things. It's got extremely helpful character guides that make it very easy to learn a new character from scratch, combo trials that teach you practical combos for a variety of situations, load times are extremely quick, and rematches are nearly instantaneous. You can search for replays with a ton of different filters to help you learn matchups. There's crossplay across Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. There's frame data when you're spectating. You can create and join clubs, and the list just goes on and on. Many fighting games also have these features, but very few have all of them, and especially not right out of the gate. Street Fighter 6 also deserves credit for really making an effort on welcoming newcomers in innovative ways. On top of World Tour mode, there's also a new modern control scheme that allows you to play without having to worry about character-specific command inputs or combo routes. Special moves are mapped to a button and a direction, much like Smash Bros. There's one button each for light, medium, and heavy attacks. You can execute combos by holding down an assist button and mashing one of the 3 attack buttons, and you can use super moves just by pressing 2 buttons at the same time. The playing field is kept even by the fact that those using modern controls don't have access to a character's full repertoire of normal moves, but being able to perform special moves with just the press of a button is a trade-off that makes the modern control style appealing even for those who aren't beginners. And for those who just want to hold forward and mash on one button to execute special moves and combos, there's also a new dynamic control scheme that's only usable offline and essentially lets the AI choose the attacks for you. Capcom's really just covered all their bases here. Street Fighter games are always benchmark moments for the 2D fighting game genre, but Street Fighter 6 feels extra special. The drive system is an incredible addition to the fighting mechanics that gives you a veritable Swiss Army knife of options and meter management decisions right from the start of every round. The starting roster is the best that Street Fighter has ever seen. Its online netcode through 3 betas has been impeccable so far, and the number of smaller details that it nails right out of the gate is unprecedented. It's so good that even the poor story and extremely slow progression of the single-player World Tour amounts to only a jab's worth of damage on its metaphorical health bar. Whether you're completely new to fighting games or are a seasoned vet, Street Fighter 6 is a must-play. For more Street Fighter 6, check out the first minutes of the game. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Peggy 18.
It has begun. I will show you your worst nightmares. I will give you despair and death.
Alright, time to kick some ass.
Don't crap yourselves. He likes to kill demon things. That's why I built him that well-functioning arm, to kick demon ass.
Let's go for a walk, little chickie! Get lit! Back it up, Persia!
I think we should split into 2 groups.
And cover more ground. Good idea. Okay, Shakespeare. Just remember this. You and I like to exist, so get rid of those demons quick, because killing them ain't my shit! Go!
What evil lurks? I must destroy.
V, why don't you tell me everything about this job?
A powerful demon is about to resurrect, and we need your help, Dante.
What? Does that mean you're going too?
I have a duty to see this through.
And you need to see this through. Dante's war.
Come on, little puppy. I'll take you out for a walk.
Made it for Lady and she paid for it, so consider it a rental.
What's happening now?
Hey, get down out of here! This is a bad move! Go! You're just dead weight!
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
Hey everyone, I'm Shuhei Matsumoto, producer on Street Fighter 6. I'd like to walk everyone through what our plans are for Street Fighter 6 once the game releases on June 2nd. A big part of Street Fighter's charm is the cast of characters from around the world that appear in each game. We believe that Street Fighter is where players can take control of unique characters with their own awesome fighting styles. For the players, and for us as well, the appeal of the characters themselves is the most important element of the series. With Street Fighter 6, we're continuing development to deliver new characters to you every year. Today, I'd like to introduce the 4 fighters for Year 1. Year 1 will see the introduction of new characters Rashid, Aki, Ed, and Akuma. Rashid joins the fight in summer 2023, Aki in autumn 2023, Ed in the winter after the new year, and Akuma in spring 2024. These new Year 1 characters will appear in World Tour as well, so you can enjoy delving into their lore. In Battle Hub, we're planning various events and a store to obtain special collaboration items. We can't wait to show you what we have planned. For the 2023 season of the Capcom Pro Tour, Street Fighter 6 will be the main game. To commemorate the release of the new game, the Capcom Cup 2023 champion will receive a special $1 million prize package. And the total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will be over $2 million. Both modern and classic control types will be allowed in the tournament, so we hope you're all excited for a new season of Capcom Pro Tour. Street Fighter 6 is available for pre-order now. And in addition to regular version, we're also offering other editions that include the Year 1 characters and content.
When mankind is consumed by darkness, and the land falls into chaos, the archdemon of the abyss shall rise from the earth.
They come rushing here in a desperate attempt to survive. Both beast and man have more in common than they think.
Wandering flames shall feed the beast and return to darkness. The story ends, another begins. Wandering flames, I see you found your home.
Yeah! Out on a hunt with my favorite cube!
Remember what you're fighting for! No dilly-dallying from you! What's
I am the artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Your personnel data indicates you are a suitable specimen to join an ongoing experiment. Under my supervision, Ibius Corp conducts its most important research here. Welcome to Bikitoa Island. You have been selected for a live combat test. The first team to complete their assignment wins. My archives encompass exhaustive records of human history. These annals are riddled with errors and institutional bias. Your species is susceptible to mass delusion. Fascinating. Humans dread the other. You seek to evolve, yet you do not want to change. You tear down curtains, yet fear revelations. Even when what is revealed is of your own creation. Combat data is required to develop the exosuit. At Ibius, we're always reaching for better. Always. Humanity resists quantification, an interesting variable. Within your behavior lies the answer. What is variable shall become fixed. Humans, fight and die for me. Carnage module online. I call your attention to the unstoppable Raptor Horde. Calculating chance of employee retention. Chance calculated at 8.7%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. A more grueling combat experiment is called for. You will now witness a small fragment of the war game.
You need to keep quiet until we can figure out how to destroy the varmint.
I am the advanced artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Follow my guidance to maximize your growth opportunities in this research and development exercise. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. You will compete in 2 teams and provide me with the high-quality combat data I require. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Get behind me!
Summoning raptors.
Fire in the hole!
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning gas neosaurs. They will explode when defeated, or if you get too close. Summoning raptors. Summoning sniper neosaurs. These enemies attack from long range using energy bullets. Exosuits with long range attacks should prioritize these targets. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosaurs.
Shield break!
Summoning sniper neosaurs. Dinosaur Fall. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the wall.
Thank you. Disengaging.
Proceed to next mission. Use Roadblock's shield to stall charging dinosaurs.
Let's rock!
Initiating Dinosaur Cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. It is dangerous to attack a Triceratops head-on.
Shield ready! Take this! Can't hold on much longer! Nice work! Take this! I made him angry! The shield break! Hold on, shield broken!
Dinosaur Cull. You have acquired a wall. You can place barricades in the combat area. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Shield ready! One shield coming out!
Dinosaur Cull. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Follow the Watcher to your destination. Summoning a T-Rex. A T-Rex can be dangerous, even from a distance. Summon raptors.
One shield coming up! Stay there! That's more than just a threat! Shield down! Patch up! Appreciate it. Got your back. I owe you a solid. This is not good. Get behind me! Get back in the fight!
objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Increasing hazard level to maximum. Carnage module online. Consider this superior dinosaur threat an opportunity for professional growth. Prepare for battle. Raptor Super Swarm incoming. If you are unable to prepare in time, your death may be authorized. Good luck.
You got it, pal.
Use Zephyr to quickly meet the enemy in melee combat.
Just try and stop! Get behind me!
Calculating. Your chances of survival are less than 10%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. The final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Enemy data key has progressed 20%. Escort progress 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Stay near the data key to escort and complete the mission.
Dominator activated!
Data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data key has progressed 40%.
Heading to market.
Escort progress 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The data key is badly damaged. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs.
Shield ready. Let's bang or game. Overdrive ready. Fire in the hole! One shield.
Escort progress, 80%.
Shield broken. Fire in the hole!
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced combat. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team.
Fire in the hole! Nice work.
The objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data. These preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking on the exofighters. Data key will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You have fulfilled your objectives ahead of the enemy team. You are victorious. Repeat, you are victorious. Please enjoy the right to continued existence and be sure to rest up. The next war game is just around the corner.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign number one!
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
Oh, hello there. You are watching IGN Summer of Gaming. We are moments away from the Capcom Showcase, where Capcom is hopefully going to be showcasing some cool new games, and until then, we'll be showing off some games as well.
That's right. And after Capcom does its thing, we'll be talking about them, replaying the trailers, probably yelling a bunch about how mad we are that they aren't doing a Dino Crisis remake. It's a crime. Unless they are, in which case we'll still be yelling, but it'll be like happy yelling. Speaking of dinosaurs, sort of, we're getting a closer look at Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which has all sorts of big space reptiles, right, Max?
Certainly does. Up until last December, I was the only guy at IGN who had any faith in another Avatar movie, and in the 6 months since it came out, no one apologized for doubting me, and I'm still mad about it, but at least they let me ask the guy about the space dinosaurs. Let's check it out.
I'm sorry.
For Avatar fans, properly returning to Pandora usually involves movie tickets and 3D glasses or a trip to a theme park, but that's about to change big time. Here to tell me all about Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Associate Game Director Drew Reckner. Drew, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
We are accustomed to seeing big, huge, massive, sprawling Ubisoft open-world action-adventure games. Can you tell me a little bit about what makes Frontiers of Pandora more than just Far Cry with blue cats?
Absolutely. So I think there's really three things to remember with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So number one, it's set in the world of Avatar, but it's a brand new expansion of the lore and a standalone story on Pandora, Western frontiers, new continent, new biomes to explore. We've got the stuff that's familiar to Avatar fans with the Kinglor Forest. We've got the Upper Plains, brand new. We've got the Clouded Forest. So brand new places to explore. Number two, Banshee Companion. It's personally like one of my favorite kind of things to do in the game is to fly around on, not only is it your friend and you can customize it, you can make it yours, but it's like a whole new perspective on the world. You can fight on it, you can soar through the skies, it's thrilling. And number three, like you are a 3-meter tall Na'vi. You're playing not as an avatar, but actually an inhabitant of Pandora. You tower over these tiny little humans, the RDA, right? And so we really could lean into that kind of asymmetrical gameplay.
Let's talk about who you play as, because you play as a Na'vi who's raised by humans. Let's talk about character customization, sort of the role-playing side of it. How much control over who you are do players have?
Yeah, so like I said, like you play as a Na'vi and you can customize your Na'vi, right? Like you can do the normal kind of character creation things. You can choose how you want to look, but there's also customization in terms of the visuals. There's a crafting component to the game, and there's a really strong visual component to that as well. So you can really craft your Na'vi to make it look like someone that you identify and want to be with.
Something the Na'vi do is they have a lot of respect for nature. And in a lot of video games, you just kill stuff because you need new ammo straps or like a bigger inventory. How do you sort of find that compromise? Like how do you respect Awa?
We really had kind of two things that we really kept in mind. Like one is quality over quantity. We wanted to make sure that you weren't just grabbing and kind of taking everything from nature, but you were kind of living in balance. Right, and and then number two, it's really about your power coming from nature, right? Because you are connected to nature through Awa, so we really wanted to ensure that like the progression systems and things of that nature really had this connection to nature. So whether it be harvesting or connecting to these tarsiu flowers, to connect to your ancestors and getting their knowledge and progressing and getting new skills that way.
We see a lot of amp suits in the trailer. Do they come in Na'vi sizes? Like we're going to use some human technology, but
yeah. So we have the soldiers, right? And then you have the amps, and the amps are kind of formidable opponents. I mean, as a Na'vi, you're super strong. You're 3 meters tall, 10 feet tall for the imperialists out there. And in the amps, they match you in size and strength. And so they're using, these kind of big guns. But the cool thing is, you are actually raised by humans, so not only are you using Na'vi weaponry in the game, but you have a knowledge of using the human weapons against them, right? These loud, destructive weapons. So you're kind of in this unique position to use both of those tool sets.
You can use Na'vi stuff, you can use human stuff. In the most recent movie, Jake Sully kind of customizes his machine gun to have like sort of a Na'vi bit of a twist to it. Is there any kind of weapon customization, anything like that?
Yeah, so there's visual customization, but there's also, upgrading your weapons. And in both ways, right, we can change the appearance of your weapons to really make them yours. And there's the kind of stats component or the progression component to them, but there's also an additional layer to ensure that you can make your assault rifle, your bow, like all of those things kind of look like how you want to make them look.
Now, sort of James Cameron is infamous for having a very particular way he wants things done. How much oversight has he had on this, and has he swooped in at any point and been like, that's not how space pterodactyls work?
So one of the really cool things about working on this project is we've had such a close collaboration with the teams at Lightstorm and Disney. And so we had direct access to the actual people working on the films, right? And we had a pretty free-flow exchange of ideas. And so, sometimes ideas would come from them. We would tell them about the game and what we were thinking, and they would say, oh, actually, we had this idea, and you get ideas right from the creators themselves. And then, we had lots of expansion from the existing kind of content that exists, and they would kind of help us shape that to really fit, because we're expanding the lore, so they have a very vested interest in that. So it was a really a nice collaboration, and all these like detailed components.
Now, Drew, the next Avatar movie is still a ways off. When can I play the game to hold me over till then?
December 7, 2023.
Sweet, and it's
this year.
It's current gen only?
So it's new gen.
New gen.
So PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, PC, Amazon Luna.
Wonderful. Looking forward to it. Now, of all the games that could be well suited to like a live service model, I feel like Avatar makes a lot of sense because there's a movie coming out basically every 2 years for pretty much the rest of the decade. Can you talk about sort of the decision to make this a like standalone single player experience, and if you're able to talk about it, what the plans are post-launch?
Yeah, so we really wanted to create a brand new story. So new characters, right? But we wanted to tap into the familiarity with the universe. So we reference some of the events that happen in the first and second films. And I think if you're a fan, you might notice some other references as well. But we really wanted to stand on its own. And it's really such a personal journey of growth, of becoming, someone who is raised by humans, taken away from your family. And it's about self-discovery. And I think that fits the action-adventure, model so well. And then in post-launch, we do have 2 DLCs lined up that we'll have more information on. And that will be an expansion of the story.
Nice. That said, this is canon. This exists in the same universe. But are we going to see any crossover with characters from the movie?
We do reference a couple things, but the characters will not be in the film. We have a brand new cast of characters.
Okay, that's actually, that's a relief. I feel like we often see sort of just like familiar stuff shooting in there. It's it's a whole new frontier. Can you speak a little bit about sort of the new biomes and just sort of how they stand out from what we've seen in the 2 films?
Absolutely. So we have the most familiar kind of for Avatar 1 and 2 fans. We have the Kinglor Forest, which is, kind of akin to a rainforest, right? So that'll look immediately familiar to most. We did expand on some of the flora and fauna. But then we have 2 brand new regions. And so the first is the Upper Plains, and it's like sprawling, long sight lines, looks entirely different than, that really dense rainforest. Gameplay-wise, long range, long view sights, of course, right? Like you have a lot of interesting opportunities, right? If you're a sniper, all of a sudden, great. This is where I'm going to use my heavy bow a lot more, right? As a Banshee, when you're riding your Banshee, you have amazing sight lines. You can see really far, and we have brand new gameplay opportunities there that you can only do there because we have these giant wind gusts, and we could really lean into that mechanic. And then the third region that we have is the Clouded Forest, and that's, it's dense, it's foggy, it's kind of shrouded in mystery. I don't want to spoil any story, so I won't say too much more, but it's kind of a physical representation of that. And it's more akin to like a temperate forest. So you have like giant, kind of like trees that create lots of shade, and there's like kind of fungal growth and like all sorts of interesting animals and plants that have evolved to live in that environment.
Nice. Awesome. Drew, thank you so much. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora hits Xbox Series, PS5, and PC on December 7th, and between now and then, we'll have plenty more updates on IGN.
Wow, Max, they found that you talked about Avatar. All right. That was Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, one of the many awesome-looking games we're checking out on IGN Summer of Gaming. You've been very, very good so far. We are so proud. And you know what? You deserve a reward.
Or perhaps rewards, plural, as in IGN rewards. This is where IGN users can get access to giveaways, discounts, beta invites, game codes, in-game items, all that cool stuff. In fact, during IGN Summer of Gaming, IGN Rewards members have a chance to win a free PS5, Xbox Series X, or a Steam Deck. Just head to IGN.com/IGN Rewards to find out more, or IGN.com/rewards.
There we go. Now, it turns out we've also been very good, and we deserve a little break, just a tiny, tiny break. But stick around, because the Capcom pre-show kicks off very soon, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back. We love you so much.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious? Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is... we've just scratched the surface. It is just the width of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Warhaven, a 16v16 PvP medieval fantasy game. Now charge into epic battles as one of 6 different character classes, work together as a team to dominate the battlefield, and awaken the power of an immortal to turn the tides of war yourself. Now wishlist the game on Steam and play the game for free during Steam Next Fest on June 19th. Well, let's take a look.
That was a look at Warhaven right here on IGN Summer of Gaming, and based on the title, you might have been able to guess that Warhaven was a video game. Our next game, however, sounds like any other number of types of media.
It might sound like the title of an album, an adult film, or maybe a reality show that involves dating and mixology, but I assure you it is, in fact, a video game. Here's a look at Thirsty Suitors! That was great. I had a lot of fun with that one.
If you like gorgeous, unique art styles, turn-based battles, skateboarding, cooking, and romance, look no further than Thirsty Suitors. Joining me today from Outer Loop Games are game director Chandana Ekanayaka and narrative lead Meghna Jayanth to give us more details about their new game. Hi all, welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here.
Yeah, I just want to point out we all have beautiful nails.
I mean,
so, yes, I'm so excited. Okay, so this game, obviously when I first saw it, I was like, oh my God, it looks gorgeous. So can you give me a little bit of detail on why you chose to go with such a colorful and like bright art style and this unique style that you obviously have showcased in the trailer?
A lot of it is sort of the theme of the game is a celebration of culture, and we were like, the best way to get that across visually is go with a lot of color, and so a lot of our references are South Asian references, and for different kinds of foods and you know, clothing and things like that. And there's always just swaths and swaths of color.
It's like a joyful world to be in, and I think the visual style really kind of reflects that. And it's so, and like the animation as well. You know, I think there's a real kind of like tongue-in-cheek quality to all of it. Like it's silly and over the top.
Yeah.
It's kind of an anime, actually.
It is. That's why. I mean, that's also why while the colors are vivid, but also the animation and the sort of the sets designs are also pretty out there.
Yeah, I actually love that you called it an anime because it does reflect that. Actually, I was like, oh yeah, you're right, it does.
Yeah, I think some of that like tonal stuff, right? Like you can get away with being really over the top, really sincere. Kind of have these like kind of screaming emotional battles, but also these like heartfelt moments in a classic kind of sports anime style.
Yeah, because you're kind of you're dealing with pretty emotional stakes, right? It's not like saving the world; it's like saving your relationship.
Facing up to your past, making up with your family. And so the three major things that you do in the game are battling, but it's not gory in any sense. You know, and they're kind of non-contact. They're a little bit choreographed battles, and cooking with your parents, like your mother, whose approval you can never get. Not a story that has anything to do with my own life in any fashion. And skateboarding as well. They're really low stakes, but they're really real ones, and they're very relatable ones, you know, like facing up to like the people whose hearts you broke, to your family's expectations, and like your first love, and your sister as well. So she's like a big figure in the game too.
So obviously we talk about, you know, being able to make up with your parents, but is there a sort of path where it's okay to not forgive and not like make amends? Is that something that's in your story?
This is a story of Jala kind of taking responsibility for some of her past mistakes, and certainly getting to call her parents out. But there are, you know, other characters who have different, you know, each one of her suitors also has their own sort of complex relationships with their parents. And I don't think we're out here selling the message of like, of course, you must always, you know, this is a must.
Yeah.
But I think in Jala's case, you know, there's a lot of love there. I mean, I don't want to give away too much, but like the final boss in our game is Jala's maternal grandmother, right? And that's so much more of a complicated issue, and there's the dynamics between her mother and her grandma. And so there is a sense of reconciliation, but also maybe, you know, I don't know whether grandma really fully changes.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the player the player goes through changes through Jala's story, but not all the other characters might not feel exactly the same she does, you know.
Yeah, so it's very much a story about hope that, you know, generational trauma can be stopped and, you know, maybe reconciliated, just because a lot of immigrants don't have that opportunity. Yes. So is that something that you wanted to represent with this story?
Completely. You know, I think we also wanted this to be like a really joyful space for, you know, maybe like queer immigrant kids who I think we wanted to both represent the ways in which there is space for like brown queer joy in the world, and loads of people make that happen and that exists, but also a really wonderful like place to be for people who maybe don't have that with their families and aren't reconciled, right? Kind of going back to this idea of like these narratives of pain that I think all of us on the team were just kind of so tired of, like who are they really for?
Yeah.
You know, we wanted to make something for kind of people like us. It was really nice to be able to write like a brown bisexual like woman in a game, you know.
That's messy. And
that's messy.
And has some
I'm not that messy, but you know, of course, like Jala.
Yeah.
So we've seen that dialogue choices are definitely plentiful in Thirsty Suitors. So do these affect individual battles or the whole story?
Oh, yes. Yeah. There's a lot of like, you know, gentle background stuff. So even like your histories with certain characters can be kind of affected by your choices. But mostly all of the choices build towards these things called personas that we have in the game. So they're kind of 3 general paths that Jala can take, personality styles, which also affect gameplay and your build. And so I think we try as much as we can. Most lines in the battles are inflected by kind of dominant persona or your choices, you know, which is I think really exciting. But there is also a core to who Jala is, right? You're shaping her story, you're shaping her personality and her responses. But ultimately, it is a story of like her reconciliation and coming home and sorting stuff out, you know.
So speaking of shaping Jala's personality, how did you come up with the mood system?
You know, our moods are like status effects, like poison or, you know, frozen or whatever. We just found it more, you know, I think it spells thirst is the thing I really wanted to do. So there's like...
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there's like, you know, thirsty mood and impress mood. So you can try to impress somebody, they'll try to impress you. And there's different status effects that happens when you do that. So if if Jala puts someone in a thirsty mood, they tend to hurt themselves when they try to attack because they're like in a thirst mood. So they might randomly attack anyone in the battle. It could be you or themselves, and that lasts a number of turns. And then while they're in a thirsty mood, you have a thirsty attack type that does more damage. The different moods also, you know, you can cause someone to go into a mood based on what your dialogue choices, or if their, you know, partner falls in battle, they might rage, and now you have to deal with that, right? And then like every so often, especially on the 6 X's are like they're kind of mini bosses that pace the rest of the game. So there's like figuring out what their main moods are, and that also changes through the course of the battle. So you know, you have to figure out like what's the best approach to that, and comes off based on what you know about them too. Yeah.
So obviously we're talking about the core gameplay with turn-based battles, skateboarding, and cooking. So how do these all work together? We talked about the mood system, but how do all of these things come together for the gameplay that you've produced?
Cooking came through because, for both of us, it's like a way for us to connect with our parents that we can't normally have these like deeper conversations with. But if we're in the middle of cooking and we're kind of thinking about that, we can have these conversations. That was sort of like the approach for the cooking.
The cooking sections are kind of like fantastical wuxia, martial artsy, you know, like spatulas are weapons kind of thing. And so there's so much energy in that, and so it felt really important to bring that energy into the writing as well. Also, cooking is our spaces where really huge emotional arguments happen between Jala and her mother, and you know, in fact, it like kicks off the entire end of the game.
And then the skateboarding. So your main ex, Tyler, who you were best friends with, and were on and off a relationship over the years. She's the hardest one to kind of reconcile with. So there's this
You really broke her heart.
You really broke her heart.
Yeah.
And she wants to get into the skate park, which is run by this bear. A bear,
a creepy
costume.
bear mascot. Yeah.
And there's a whole like worried about the kids.
Weird cult,
thing. There's like
weird skate punk cult going on in the.
So Tyler's worried about the kids in town, and so that's sort of is to try to like get into the skate park and like figure out what's going on there, and then report back to Tyler, and that's how that part ties into. So.
Okay, cool. I actually really like that the main character isn't this just like super innocent person. Like obviously they did some wrong by some people, so it's a very refreshing telling.
Yeah.
And so I want to ask, so when someone finally does finish Thirsty Suitors' story, what do you want them to take away from that?
I think the only thing that I really want from it is that I hope people enjoy it, and I hope they feel some kind of truth in it. And some kind of sincerity, and we put I think everyone on the team has put an enormous amount of like love and creativity into it, and I hope that comes across.
Yeah, I think that, the thread of all of it is the story, and we've seen players there's a lot more skating stuff you can do, there's more cooking stuff, and there's like other side quests and things, so that there's enough stuff in there.
Oh yeah, you can battle skate punks, your grandma is sending you suitors to try and get you arranged marriage all the way from India because she's meddlesome, and they ambush you over town. There's all kinds of, and there's so many mini games in it, like
dancing going on.
There's there is dancing. You can pet a dog. You can skateboard as other characters. Yeah, I mean, you kind of call it a baby Yakuza, and I think that's a really good way
It's like a
think about it.
mishmash of things tied together with a narrative. So that's sort of our approach.
Well, I am personally so excited to play through Jella's adventures. I cannot wait. I feel like this is going to be really therapeutic for me. So, yeah, thank you so much for making this game. And thank you so much for joining me here today.
Oh, no, it's such a pleasure. Yeah.
For more up-to-date news on Thirsty Suitors, more game announcements, and gameplay reveals, stay tuned to Summer of Gaming here on IGN.
Does my hair look today? Good?
I think it looks good.
Oh,
that was Thirsty Suitors right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
You know, one of the biggest problems with the Dark Souls games is that they're full of all kinds of horrible monsters, and at no point do they let you just shoot them in the face with a gun.
Luckily, one studio is trying to remedy this grave design flaw and oversight by letting you shoot all sorts of monsters right in the face. Here's a look at Gunfire Games' much anticipated sequel, Remnant 2.
2019's Remnant from the Ashes was an innovative and action-packed take on the Soulsborne game genre, featuring procedurally generated levels and tons of guns. And this July, it's getting a big new sequel that I can't wait to play. Stella, you played a bunch of Remnant 2. I need you to tell me all about it.
Yeah, so the first hour we accidentally played on the hardest difficulty, which it was, you know, I think it would have been fun if we had actual time to like grind a little bit, because we started with like nothing. But it is really cool. You get different mods and stuff. And honestly, if you like the challenge, it's pretty decent. It's really tough.
That was always an issue I think a lot of people had with the Soulsborne games. They're like, it's just not hard enough. So I'm glad they're working.
Harder.
Yeah, make it harder. How did the guns feel, or the one specifically? You ran around with one big gun for a while, right?
I did. So I actually ended up getting a mod for it that launched like a grenade.
Yes.
Which is great. So it was really cool. It felt really good. Ammo management was not too bad. But honestly, I really liked my pistol. It packed a punch. And yeah, for the lesser enemies that we were running around, like especially in the air, it was perfect. It felt really snappy.
You played tons of FPS games. This is a third-person shooter, and I played probably like 70 hours of the first game.
Oh my God.
I loved it a lot. So running around the world, I think one of my favorite things about the last game was that it had like a lot of horror references, or a lot of kind of like horror tinged.
Yes.
So tell me about that.
I was actually going to bring it up because I know you would personally love this, because we both love Bloodborne, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
shout out to Bloodborne.
Yes.
Amazing game.
Yeah. So I got to fight against this boss that's in this really cool arena. It's like this broken down, like abandoned temple, and you get to the middle, and it's like overrun with water. There are different like platforms you can be on, and this like eldritch Lovecraftian like guy with tentacles comes out, and you fight him, and he summons more tentacles from the ground. Beautiful. It's really cool. The boss fight felt really cool. I played another boss fight, but this one really stood out to me because the environment was so immersive, and the creature was really interesting. Like all the attacks were like water attacks and everything like that. And you actually have to be careful about where you are, because if you go into waist deep water, then you get slowed down and you can get smacked by one of the tentacles.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah.
I think like when I first heard the first game had procedurally generated levels, I was like, I'm not wild about that, because I really love like bespoke, crafted environments, deliberately designed by the level designers and stuff like that. But then I started playing the game, and I was like, oh, I threw all those concerns right out the window. So is that aspect back this time? And how did that feel to kind of like navigate and run around?
Oh, it felt great, but every time we would start up a different world or whatever, we were just like, well, wait, we messed up. We can't go the same route, and we don't have the same boss. So it's actually been taken to another level. NPCs, storylines, whatever, like quest lines, they're all different. So they took it even further. Oh, also, by the way, you can jump now.
Yes!
Across platforms, which is great.
That
and
rules.
you can mantle too, so it's good. So there's more exploration, which is great because you can explore so many different areas, and nothing is going to be the same. Even your tutorial is different from like your friends.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really cool, which is why I think the co-op aspect is actually more interesting this time, so you can actually share an experience.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Because I know you play like a ton of Apex, so verticality in your shooters is very important. So yeah, adding jump is a nice little way to get a little bit higher in the world. But yeah, so did that play into like the combat and stuff like that? Like, is there a lot of kind of like traversal that ends up going upwards? Like, is the procedurally generated levels going higher now? Are you going to skyscrapers and stuff?
You can. So there is this like hidden quest that you can do with the bird and something about collecting their eggs, but you have to go vertically to reach the bird.
Okay.
I didn't get to see it because again, we only got like 2 hours, but.
Is the bird a friend?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't like the way it looked at me, but I think it's a friend.
Yeah, don't trust the bird. We'll sort it out in our official review.
But it's really cool because there is loot on higher surfaces, so you can actually climb up, and because everything is procedurally generated, you never know what's going to lead you. So it's actually, it's really nice. So I can't really speak to it in combat, but there was this one area where there was a boss that was flying around in the air, which you may or may not get.
Right.
So verticality there might be helpful, so you can like actually shoot a little bit closer to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
get up there and just shoot it in the head.
Yeah, but you were actually asking me earlier because we were talking about this offline. The melee is actually really good.
Oh, really?
It feels very snappy, very intuitive. It's actually a really good option. Whenever I would run out of ammo right next to an enemy, I would just slash and then I would just roll back. It was great.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
A thing I really liked in Remnant from the Ashes was it had kind of like this hub area where you would go interact with NPCs and like upgrade weapons and items and stuff like that. Tell me about that. Did you get to experience anything like that?
Yeah, so it actually carried over the story from the first game. So you have like some soured relationships, some really good relationships with the NPCs, and that carries over, which is really cool. So you can see that in like the interactions and stuff. But the hub world is pretty cool. I haven't been able to spend a lot of time in there. I got like one mod, but you can upgrade pretty quickly actually. The grind is like not too bad, but it's
awesome.
Just enough that it does have you working around some of the levels for a little bit and then you come back.
I need to make a confession really quick. I got up to the last boss of that game and then just really didn't like it, and I think it just kicked my butt a lot. And I was like super leveled up and awesome, and I love the game so much, and I gave up. So I'll have to go watch a YouTube video to figure out what's going on before the new one.
Just catch up on that. Honestly, I think the tutorial will be good for this because they did change a few things. Obviously, gunplay and stuff is there, but it looks so pretty too. So it'll be different. Actually, maybe you should watch like a recap because you'll compare the environments to what we have now.
Yeah.
It feels like a living world. It's just so pretty, like actual colors popping in. And the details, it looks really good. And I played on a PC that had a 30 series card in it.
Oh, man.
Looked great and ran great. Had no issues.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about some of the different environments because I really liked in the first game there was like a lot of swamps and just like nasty, murky places to hang out in.
Yeah.
I love swamps in Soulsborne games. Like you just need a good poison swamp full of awful monsters.
No, that's the worst.
Yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to push back and kick your butt a little bit.
I guess.
It's like Miyazaki's whole thing. Like he loves swamps.
I know, and I hate it. All the poison frogs. But
They're great.
Well, okay, you don't have as much of that in this game now, which is good because you get a variety, which is really nice. You might open up this fog gate and walk into like this beautiful biome with like red flowers and everything everywhere, but then also have super deadly teleporting enemies.
That's what I want. Yeah, just give me that good mix of ugly and beautiful, right?
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Yeah, they do that. And it's nice because the first game, while I did love the environment and it was like, oh yeah, the world has fallen, you kind of got the same color palette all around.
Yes. Yeah.
But this one you don't. It's really nice to see the variety and, different structures. Also, the hub area did change a little bit because time has passed. So it's really cool to see time having passed in this world that you did know from the first game.
I really liked sort of like how snappy and quick the character was in Remnant 1. Does it feel that way in Remnant 2? Like just getting around the world is just like...
Yes, and it's going to be even better because there is no stamina unless it comes to combat. So you can run around as much as you want.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good.
It's great.
Well, Stella, thank you so much for telling me about Remnant 2. Remnant 2 comes to PS5, Xbox, and PC on July 25th. For all things video games, keep watching Summer of Gaming right here on IGN.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors, beyond performance.
So you're like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Survive a brutal island filled with fearsome enemies while designing your dream shop in Sailblazers, a new multiplayer open world survival shopkeeping game from Airstrafe Interactive. Let's take a look.
Nice.
Thank you for believing in me. Together, we'll make it the best shop the island's ever seen.
Nice work. Keep this up and you'll be running your own shop. Maybe your own district.
Welcome to Karzai Village.
Who sent you? You will regret working for the Outlaws.
Take this!
Evening for some more preem cyberpunk content? Well, look no further because I have Gabe Amatangelo, game director, Paolo Sasco, quest director here with me today to answer all of our questions about Cyberpunk 2077's upcoming DLC, Phantom Liberty. Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming.
Thank you. Hello, great to be here actually.
Yeah, I saw you guys checking out our toys and everything. You were surrounded by fellow nerds.
Cool collection, yes. We're definitely nerds. We'll get you a V statue for the background.
Okay, so I'm just gonna dive right in. So this is obviously a spy thriller. So are we gonna get any noir-esque sequences?
Of course, it's a cyberpunk spy thriller, right? So noir is definitely at the heart. And we've got, within the spy portion of it, you're gonna have some of the tropes, if you will, that you get to emerge in. And we're gonna go without spoilers here. Okay. But things that you could imagine, you get to kind of role play in this, and it's gonna be fun. And maybe we can touch some inspirations we had, because like quite early when we were discussing about like Phantom Liberty, there was an idea of like, going with that spy thriller vibe. And I remember like one of us, I don't know who that was thrown the Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy movie as an inspiration. Then the Bridge of Spies came in, and then also Bond movies, and and even like Ocean's 11. So like actually a dab of Bourne Identity. A dab of Bourne, yeah. So like
actually the Phantom Liberty takes you to that trip from like really, dense atmosphere that you have in those spy thriller movies to actual movies when you feel like a Bond at some moments and really heavy action sequences. So all of that is there.
So did you include like a special Bond-esque weapon then?
Yes, but I'm trying to skirt around. I mean, there's everything you can imagine. Like, let's put it that way. And we were really excited about this because it allowed us to put V in a situation with kind of a new kind of category of characters, if you will, from the president to, of course, sleeper agents to other mysterious characters. And then we have Kurt Hansen, who's like a sort of a militia guy that's kind of taken over Dogtown. All the intrigue there. But as you get into the narrative and as you explore it, you also see that they're all human in a way. And that was part of the fun of saying this new kind of category of characters, but still that rich complexity of the characters.
Awesome. Okay, so you touched on Dogtown, so I'm very curious about this new area. What can you tell us about this new area, Dogtown, and how many new events or gigs we can find there?
Oh, there's a bunch. So, Kurt Hansen sort of defected from Noosa after the war. And he sees the opportunity to control this section adjacent to Night City, now called Dogtown. One of his exploits is weapons dealing. So there's going to be some weapons trading and dealing and stuff like that happen there. But that's not the sort of main story. It's just kind of there's this layer of activity and agency in the world that happens with or without V. And so it feels very alive and you can interact and intersect it.
Yeah, precisely. We end up like with Gabe actually going over the open world really like and trying to think like how to revitalize it in a way, what we could actually add, to make it really feel alive, and there's plenty actually that goes around, V and happens around you in Dogtown, but also in the Night City.
Awesome. So what sort of area is the Pacifica Combat Zone and how does it differ from Night City?
I mean, it was the site of conflict, the Unification War, and you see some of the kind of after effects of it there. But again, it got seized control by this sort of military leader, and it feels very oppressive. It's very different. Barghest, which is the faction that's under Hansen, they'll knock you around if you get out of line, and so you've got to be on edge a little bit. So it has a very different atmosphere, and we're excited about players exploring it.
Yeah, like when designing Dogtown, we were looking for ways, how to make it like fit the game, because like you can traverse from Dogtown to Night City without any loading screens. It's just a part of the game, right? So we wanted to make it feel like native to the game, to the Night City itself. But then there was this research, as Gabe said, for this unique vibe, what we can actually do to make it feel different. And I think we found it.
You'll see like guard towers, spotlights, very armored gates getting in and out, that kind of stuff, people outside. So yeah, it's a different vibe.
Oh, okay. I'm interested to check it out. So we did touch on weapons, and I know you don't want to spoil much, but so I hear there's a new relic system that does power up some of your gear.
Yes. So early on, when you meet Songbird, as seen in the trailer, she's a very powerful net runner, and she's able to sort of work through your relic to allow you to empower some of your cyberware, as well as find exploits in other people's cyberware. So we offer some new ways to play the game.
Ooh, okay, that sounds very fun.
Should we give examples?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go into examples.
Give examples?
Okay. 100%.
Yeah. So we revitalized a lot of the cyberware system. You now can get in a situation where you can sort of just be armor clad with cyberware, so to speak, and just barrel through people, knock them out of the way, pick them up, throw them against trucks and cars and stuff like that, splat, knock people across the room.
You shoot the barrage of rockets, right, from your rocket launcher, because before you had like one, but right now when you upgraded, you have like multiple ones. So it feels great. Like you are just actually really feeling like this, cybergeist, human being, running around Night City, being this merc, trying to survive there.
And our inspiration was basically saying, when you think about the cyberpunk genre and you think about cyberware, what are some of the fantasies of how you want to play? And so we really leaned into it with giving characters, or players rather, a bunch of new actions, a bunch of new ways they can build their character to fulfill these fantasies.
That's actually, I cannot remember the name of him right now, but I believe one of the characters from the Cyberpunk anime also had that ability. So is that a callback, and are we going to see other abilities from the show in...
Oh, is
You're
this
talking
where I
about
can-
mine. Yeah, mine had his own crew, and he had this ability of like shooting multiple. So yeah, in a way, it is a clear reference. Maybe you can talk about Edge Runner perk.
No, you spoiled it. You spoiled it. So we've got, like I said, we redid the cyberware system, and so now there's a capacity meter, and the more cyberware you slot, the farther you push the edge, and you can run over the edge. And then there's a bit of a risk versus reward. See, I wanted to do that corny punchline joke and kind of spoiled it for me. Yes. But yes, so there is it is obviously inspired. I mean, it's in the lore, it's baked into the lore, but the response obviously was huge to it, and we definitely wanted to put it into the game.
Oh, wow. That's going to be really hard to juggle because you added in so many new things that people are going to want to use, but now you're going to be like, hey, can't use all of that. So that's going to be very hard to balance, but I'm very glad for that challenge.
So yeah, and just find the way you want to play. Another way is you can jump in the air, dash in the air, block bullets with your katana blade. We've got vehicle combat as well, where you can be on your Akira-style bike and slash some tires with your katana blade, screech, pull out your SMG, shoot cars down. So a lot
Or
of
vehicles with the rockets, actually.
Vehicles with rockets, yeah.
Those are actually pretty, because you can have both like Gatling guns and rockets in some of the vehicles that you can obtain in the game, either as a quest reward or just, buy it as a player in the game. So.
Okay, is that going to be something that's found everywhere in the city or just in the new portion?
So you'll be able to access like all the, vehicle combat, all this stuff, but you do get introduced to, or you get a deeper relationship with the Fixer in Dogtown that then enables things like getting rockets on your vehicle and enhancing them a little bit more. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So speaking of the Fixer and other characters that we might interact with, we definitely need to talk about Solomon Reed, who is played by Idris Elba, who is a key character in this DLC. So can you tell us a little bit more about him and his relationship with other key characters in this DLC?
Yeah, so he is, a sleeper agent, sleeper spy. And through the story, I'm going to skirt around spoilers here, right? But through the story, we activate him, and he has, he's just a badass. And I want to say more, but I don't want to spoil stuff. I don't know, what else should I say without spoiling?
I guess we can mention that, he's of course entangled with some things, connected to his past, and throughout the story you're going to discover some of those things, and you will have to make some, I would say, key, important, difficult choices that will lead you to slightly different outcomes throughout that story that will going to impact him and other characters, around him.
You play alongside him quite a bit, so
Yes.
that's another very important point.
And exactly, and maybe we can mention that he's actually playing like one of the most important roles in the whole expansion, outside of just, of course, V and Keanu Reeves as Johnny Silverhand's back as well. He has his own story arc, but he is like going back to Idris Elba. He's an important character in that story because like some people ask, how much is there of him? Is he gonna be gone after a few scenes? That's not the case. We really like he is the main character in that story, really important person, and throughout all your interactions, you will craft that relationship.
Ooh, okay. So obviously this brings in a big chunk of another part of Cyberpunk's story. And so how does this affect the ending that we got in Cyberpunk? And will there be additional multiple endings with this one DLC?
We were actually talking about this beforehand. So yes, as the trailer shows, Songbird brings you in, and with the promise of being able to handle your issue with the relic. So it will affect outcomes in the base game, as well as the story. Phantom Liberty within itself has multiple different variations of endings and things like that. And that's as far as we'll go. And that's probably farther than you wanted me to go.
Because this is a spy thriller, like we are very conscious that the story is incredibly important here, and spoiling any of that, it will just ruin the experience for a lot of people. So that's why we're very cautious of Gabe to say anything more.
Okay, no, that's fair. So then my final question to you would be, since you want people to enjoy this content, about how many new hours of content do you think people can expect from Phantom Liberty?
Oh, wow, the question, right?
Favorite question.
Yes, it's big. There's a lot of stuff, and I'm not gonna say like a number, but it's a big expansion.
It's also just
There's
because like I'm
people
not
play different ways.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure actually what that number would be, to be honest. Like because we have done multiple different tests. If you play as a player with a stealth play style, it's significantly longer than when you go just guns blazing, or even we play melee. Then you land somewhere in between. That's one difficulty. Another difficulty is like new activities that we introduced, the airdrops or courier, for instance, that is even in a base game, as Gabe mentioned. Their nature is they are infinite. So like in a way as a player, you can keep going and it's like, how are we supposed to exactly say, you know, how much there is? Because like part of it is your choice, how you want to play. So that is a difficulty. One thing I guess we can say is that it's a large expansion. Not only just because we have added a pretty substantial amount of terrain, you know, and interiors to explore, but also just because of how many gameplay systems we have reworked. And all of that just brings a lot of new freshness, but also new ways to play the game.
Sounds like I have my work cut out for me, so I gotta finish all my games first and then play this. But thank you so much for all of your insight into this and giving us a few scoops that we definitely shouldn't have gotten, but we did. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, for more Cyberpunk 2077 news, be sure to stay right here on IGN for all of the latest updates. And don't forget to keep tuned for more Summer of Gaming content this month for all of your gaming news.
Hello, hello, hello. We are still here. This is IGN Summer of Gaming. Coming up shortly, we have a little surprise for you with a look at Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. And it might not be the Sands of Time remake fans are waiting for, but it was a fun surprise anyway.
Surprises are fun, but what about regular prizes?
Ooh.
If you're a fan of winning cool stuff, you might want to check out IGN Rewards all during Summer of Gaming. Being part of IGN Rewards could win you a free Steam Deck, PlayStation 5, or Xbox Series X, and you get year-round benefits like exclusive deals, giveaways, free game codes, and more. Head to IGN.com/rewards and check it out for yourself.
Now, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is coming up very soon, and still to come, the pre-show for Capcom Showcase, IGN Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
A brand new Prince of Persia was announced, and it's quite literally in a different dimension to the beloved Sands of Time games. Made by the folks behind Rayman, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is a 2D game that revisits the series' platformer roots. To find out more about this unexpected return, we spoke to 3 developers from Ubisoft Montpellier, who told us how they're relaunching Prince of Persia as an anime-inspired Metroidvania.
We are not welcome here.
At Ubisoft Montpellier, we have the experience of 2D games and Remnant, of course, so for us it was natural to make the choice for the game, and we also wanted to come back to the original Prince of Persia, because it fits with the kind of structure we have, but it's also in 3D when we have dynamic combat and we have a specific combo. Sometimes we take the control of the camera and we have a specific point of view, so we want to keep something immersive, of course, and modern.
We love modern pop culture, we love anime, we love comics, superheroes, and this is really an act of love of fans. We are fans and we wanted to put that in the universe of Prince of Persia. You know, our own formula is to get some strong inspiration and references from the mythological Persia, from the story which is a bit little known, but it's very rich, very inspiring, and unlike that, with more modern inspiration and references.
It's not just the visuals that combine ideas from different genres. The gameplay pays homage to both the 1989 original Prince of Persia and the beloved Sands of Time trilogy, and blends those elements with the core concepts of Metroidvania games.
To go back to the roots of the series, because there's a lot of signatures, traps, sequences, movements, etc. Without forgetting what the 3D episodes had built, because this is super important to respect each episode.
Players that play the original game will find in some areas this feeling of the Arabian Nights, big palace, open areas, and with a nice landscape and everything, but also, like in the first Prince of Persia, some place with a lot of traps, small corridors with traps and things that are sometimes difficult to anticipate. And we have a lot of gameplay sequences that are cameo to the first Prince of Persia, of course.
For the Metroidvania elements, Ubisoft wanted to pull on all the classics of the genre: an interconnected map, challenging combat, and powers that unlock new opportunities.
Our purpose was to capture this feeling of isolation, this feeling to have a black box and to be smart.
We have a lot of rewards and shortcuts. We tease the player to come back with new abilities, because a very important thing in this kind of structure is very important when you come back to have the ability to pass through a fight easily, to access to treasures that was not accessible previously.
In traditional form for Prince of Persia, you have the power to manipulate time. For example, you can create a shadow marker and rewind back to it, so you can pull yourself out of danger at the last moment. Or you can speed yourself up and dash through hazards. As cool as these are though, they are purposefully very different to the Sands of Time powers that you may remember.
We are toying with time theme, and this is not a prequel. When we begin to think about this new chapter, so Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, it was very important to try to twist all those things. So something like simple ideas. Imagine that the time powers are back, the one that you know from the trilogy, but this time they won't be in your hand. They will be in the hand of the main antagonist.
I don't want to spoil, but you will later in the game will unlock specific abilities that will allow you to have a very different approach, even in the fight, the puzzle. It's a combination of abilities that give a lot of creativity to the player.
While The Lost Crown is a traditional Metroidvania in many ways, Ubisoft Montpellier decided against the genre's typically light touch approach to storytelling. You can expect 3D animated cutscenes as well as 2D dialogue sequences, and a dedication to character growth. That all begins with your protagonist, Sargon, a member of the superhero-like Immortals. That means, in a surprise turn, you don't play as the Prince of Persia himself. Instead, you're searching for him.
When you have to deal with Prince of Persia, it's super easy to make the same recipe. And it's kind of the same thing with every idea we had. I talked about simple ideas. It was like, this time you won't play the prince, you won't be alone, you'll be part of a group. Why we did that? It was to, this time, create a closer connection with the player. I think we don't have so much prince in our audiences. We wanted to be sure that every player feel a connection with Sargon. That was super important to create a story that allows the player to grow with Sargon. This is a coming-of-age story because we took a lot of inspiration from animes. We didn't want to play as, let's say, Son Goku, but Vegeta. It was a matter of making him grow all along this journey. And Vegeta cannot be, he's a prince, of course, but we wanted to have someone more, rough. We took a lot of inspiration from Miyamoto Musashi, his story, because this is a journey for Sargon to understand why does it mean to be strong.
With Sargon effectively being an anime hero, it was important to convey his power through the game's visuals. And so Ubisoft Montpellier studied numerous art forms, from anime to comic books to street art, to inform how Sargon looks when he fights.
When Sargon, our main character, unleashes his superpower, we wanted to give this feeling of epicness, creating an impactful images. So we're using vibrant colors, modern patterns, lines, bold colors, and everything to make a memorable moment for the players, which is our main purpose, of course.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is planned to release in January next year on Switch, PlayStation, Xbox and PC. For more details on the Prince's return and everything else announced across the summer of gaming, stick with IGN.
This is Summer of Gaming. We're doing it. Capcom Showcase is coming up any second. Any last predictions?
I want to see Dino Crisis, but they're not going to show it to me.
Beautiful Joe. Resident Evil. Resident Evil 9.
Yeah.
I want...
Stick around after. We're going to have a post-show. They're going to start the thing right now. Check it out.
Watch it. Have fun. See you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Capcom Showcase pre-show. I'm Andy. This is Joe from the Capcom USA community team. Before we get to the main show, which I'm really excited about, hopefully you guys are too, we have a pre-show plan for you.
Yeah, we got some pretty cool stuff. We're going to be doing an interview with one of our developers over at Capcom Japan. We're going to be talking to one of our voice talents who worked on Street Fighter 6. And to get things started, we're going to be highlighting a Capcom creator who's done some pretty cool Street Fighter 6 art in the past. So we're really excited about that. So let's go ahead and get that started.
Yeah, hey there, I do this, never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. I done inside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Let's go.
I put that time in. My pride is out the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that, yeah. I'm trying to get ahead, get out the way. Now move forward, stand back. Now break away, I'm about to bring it on. I ain't never backing down. Took me stepping to the left, for my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get this round. Oh, I'ma go and look around. See the sights, yeah. Let's go. Hop out and I'm scheming, ride around and I'm dreaming. Once I get the feeling, nobody can stop me. Hit it, I'm on goal, fending all you foes. Once I'm on the road, I'm knocking out of the door. I got the range. If you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me, rookie, run up on me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I ain't never backing down. Took me stepping to the left, for my city, for my town. I do whatever. See the sights, yeah.
Clev is so talented. Clev, if you're watching, thank you so much for doing that time lapse for us.
Yeah, it's just really cool how the art really tells a story, right? You've got Kimberly, but then all the legacy characters from Street Fighter. It's just so cool to see. And if you really like that artwork, we are going to post that on our social media channels, so please take a look at that after the show.
And now we have an interview with the voice of Luke from Street Fighter 6, Alex Lee. Alex, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm happy to be here.
Before we get into talking about Luke, how did you get into voice acting?
I think it was one summer day. I was eating a bowl of noodles, and I thought to myself, voice acting is cool. Maybe I'll try that. That's it.
That's it, just the noodles.
That's it. That's where it went, yeah.
Did the noodles also get you to the role of Luke?
Yeah. I showed up to the studio and I went, and they said, that's the guy.
But no, seriously, how did you get the role of Luke, and how did you approach that whole performance?
When we got the character slides and everything, I read through his description, his likes, his hobbies, and I was like, this guy is kind of like me. Pretty much that role was just me trying to put myself out there and kind of relaxing a little bit. It was actually one of the first roles where I got to play somebody that was just like me.
Luke's had a pretty interesting journey. He started at kind of the tail end of Street Fighter V and now is at the forefront of Street Fighter 6. How did you approach the two performances differently?
For 5, they wanted something younger. So Luke had a bit more of an aggressive attitude. He was a lot more arrogant. He was a lot more cocky. And he was just kind of like this random punk that showed up and was like, who wants to fight me? So for 6, we definitely kind of like mellowed down. He's got a job now. Wow, amazing. I guess after getting beaten up all those times, he's like, I'm gonna lay back a little bit and figure out how to train myself and actually hone my fighting style. I think it's been a really interesting journey to see not only how his characters have evolved, but also the reception of that change as well.
This is the first Street Fighter game that was recorded in English first, right? And you were one of the first characters to record your lines. What was the experience like, and how did that change things up for you?
For me, this was like a brand new way to do this, because in 5 is a dub, so we have to match the timing of the Japanese voice line, we have to match the cadence, the tone, and the animation. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot that you have to constantly be juggling. But for 6, it was a lot more loose, it was more flow. And for the first time, we got that sweet mouth tech where you can say anything and the characters would, automatically lip sync. So that was really, really cool. And I just had a lot more time, a lot more freedom to deliver lines how I wanted to do it. And also, again, because we were creating this character in the US, I got to put a lot of my ideas in there as well. So that was a much, much different process than 5.
So speaking of you putting yourself into Luke and everything, I see online, we all see online.
Yes.
Your advocacy for Luke, the memes, everything, how much you love him. Where does that come from, and what's that whole experience like?
I never thought this day would come where I would get to be in a Street Fighter game. For me, it's more about how this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I just got to make the best of it. So, with my full heart, I just was like, I'm gonna have fun with this character. Actually, some of my posts have even reached a wider global audience.
Yes, they have.
I visited the Capcom Japan office and I met up with Nakayama-san and the whole team over there. And I walked into the studio and they were like, we've all seen your Twitter. And I'm like, no!
What happened?
No! And they're like, no, it's good. We like it. And they thanked me for, promoting the character and just having fun with him. And they wanted to use that energy and put it into how they wrote and how they made the character. And I was really honored by that.
People are playing Street Fighter 6 now. Any favorite lines that you want to?
Ooh.
Oh, let's hear them.
Yeah. we got a lot of good ones. We got the Sandblast, but we also got the, gotta say, you're pretty photogenic.
That's the one everyone wants to hear.
Yeah. That's a good
one. That's the main one.
The Hadouken.
There we go.
That one was fun. There's one where he whiffs his ultimate and he goes, whoa, wait.
Oh,
yeah. So those are all great lines I remember recording, because all the funniest lines, we got them in one take. And then they were like, that's it, ship it. I'm like, you sure? And they're like, nope, it was good. And I'm like, I messed up. And they're like, you're supposed to mess up.
It's Luke, right? He's supposed to mess up. He's kind of corny like that.
It's true.
Anything you want to say to the community?
Thank you for your support over the last year. It's been amazing. I've had such a blast with this character, interacting with the community, seeing all the memes online, seeing all the fan art. It's been so much fun. And also, thank you for kicking my butt online. That's awesome too. I love that part. That's so cool. Thanks, guys. No, seriously though, thank you so much.
For everyone else at home, please stick around. We have an interview with localization director Andrew Alfonso that we pre-recorded, and that's coming up right now.
We're going to take you a little bit behind the scenes today, and we've got a special guest to do that for us. We're with Andrew Alfonso, coming to us all the way from Osaka, Japan. He works over at Capcom Japan. So Andrew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys. I'm localization director at Capcom Japan. I've been at Capcom for 17 years now. It's been quite a while. My first game that I worked on was Mega Man Star Force for the DS. After that, I worked on a bunch of Ace Attorney games, Ace Attorney 3, 4, 5, and Investigations. After that, I worked on the Monster Hunter series for about 10 years. And now I'm back on the Street Fighter series. And yeah, the latest game that I worked on was Street Fighter 6, which was just released.
Just an amazing tenure over at Capcom. But is there one in particular, a project that you've worked on that's really near and dear to your heart?
I would say the number one is usually Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. That was kind of the first game that I really got to work with the dev team very closely, especially the directors Fujioka-san and Takuda-san. Probably number two is definitely Street Fighter 6, because just working with Nakayama-san and Matsumoto-san has just been an absolute pleasure. Their kind of philosophy on how game development should work has always been very appealing. So I was really happy to have this opportunity to work with them on Street Fighter 6.
Love working with them, and they've been amazing. But before we get into like Street Fighter 6, can you tell us a little bit more about localization, the different responsibilities, and what it's all about?
Obviously we do, translation in text, in terms of text and whatnot. But we also handle a lot of the voice direction for our games. On top of that, we also get involved a lot in the motion capture for the games. We also do a lot of stuff just to help the dev teams out in terms of diversity and culturalization and stuff like that. I do remember that, Nakayama-san mentioned in an interview last time where we were, he was talking about, Kimberly in Street Fighter 6. And, he had a lot of consultants, working with him to get the design just right. He also talked to Capcom employees, and that's actually, the localization team. He came to us and, asked us for our feedback on not only Kimberly, but also, Lily and also DJ, to make sure that those characters are, in a good spot for fans. And, their designs are not only cool, but also, something that is going to be appealing to a worldwide audience.
Yeah, tell us, how you're involved in the game, how you kind of got started on the project. I know it's probably been a really long road for you, so just tell us about kind of your experience in the development.
Yeah, sure. It's been a very long time. It's been about 3 years, at least for me. I got started off because Nakayama-san asked me if I could help them out with with their prototyping. He wanted to, get me in early because he knows that I was a big fighting game fan. I know a lot of things that we should try to improve for not only just Street Fighter fans, but also for a newer audience that they're trying to, get with Street Fighter 6. He brought me on mainly for that, but also because they were going to be working on this new commentary system that was going to be a first for the series. So they asked me to come on early just to, get that sorted out so that we could have something, very natural for, the English-speaking audience that are going to use this commentary system.
So we're definitely going to hit on the real-time commentary feature later. But before that, what were some of your goals as a localization director for Street Fighter 6, and what do you hope fans come away with in terms of the story, characters, or just anything?
One of the goals that I told the director, Nakayama-san, this game has a huge legacy, long legacy. We need to give it the localization that it actually deserves. We need to make sure that this, people come away with this, the better understanding of all the characters, and the characters that they already love, they fall in love with them all over again. The other goal that I had was because I knew that we were going to be working on World Tour mode. We had stuff like the modern controls to appeal to new users. We're trying to aim for a lot of new players to come in, and we had to make this as beginner friendly as possible. We're not going to be throwing a lot of FGC community terms in there. We're going to try to explain things in a very natural but easy to understand way. And also, like a lot of the attack names are still in Japanese, and Karen's super Super Ardent Street Fighter 5 is just completely in Romaji. They just translated from Japanese to English without actually translating it. So no one actually ever said the name of her, attack. And I said, this is not something that you want. You want something that people can kind of attach to. They get attached to the name. And, especially with this new commentary system, we want people to kind of call out these attack names so that people get, this certain affinity for it and they start to like get real attached to it. And that's kind of like the two basic goals, two high-level goals that I had for this localization.
Tell us a little bit more about the real-time commentary feature.
Nagamas-san, when he approached me about this, I'll admit that I was very, very against the idea, to be honest with you, because I just heard this and I just thought, no, we can't do it. And it's not because I thought the idea was bad. I just kind of like thought about it for about a couple of seconds, and I thought about the scope of this. I play a lot of sports games, so I know like how they do the commentary in those games, and they always, spouse about, we recorded like 50,000 lines. For Monster Hunter, we only recorded 5,000 lines. So going, making that huge jump in like line count is just, a huge mountain to scale. So I was kind of taken aback. But, I kind of settled down, and we did go with, the first person we did go with was Vicious. He's just, as a person, he's just super reliable. He's, he has a good attitude about everything. He's very good on the microphone. He's always looking to improve. I kind of made him like, okay, he's all these things because he's kind of like the Ryu of like commentators. And then, if we're going to have a Ryu as a commentator, we need a Ken, a counterpart. And, there's no better counterpart to Vicious than Tasty Steve because they work together on Street Fighter League. They actually work very well together, but they also have their just completely contrasting styles too. Vicious is very much, he sounds very professional, even, when things get very excited in a match. But Tasty does not do that. He goes nuts, right? And that's one of the things that I really wanted for these two choices.
Yeah, definitely a lot involved in that whole process, especially with the commentary system being a completely new thing for a Street Fighter game. Speaking of new things in Street Fighter 6, I do want to ask you about the World Tour mode and what it's like just helping craft a story mode for a Street Fighter game, and also a story mode where you can create your own character. What was that like? What was the experience like? Is there anything that was really challenging or memorable about the whole experience?
I mean, I think just the main challenging thing was just the scope of the whole mode is just gigantic. It's like a whole other game unto itself. Like in terms of just like how much we had to translate and record, this is actually bigger than a typical Monster Hunter game by a good margin. So it was very big in scope. One of the things that was really a pleasure to hear was that the main scenario writer was actually the creator of the Breath of Fire series. He's also worked on Dragon's Dogma as well. So we kind of had this confidence that, okay, this story is going to be good. It's going to be solid. We're going to have a good solid base to work on. I think the one challenge was having to characterize so many new characters, returning characters. And so you don't really know how they're supposed to, talk, in terms of like a fully fleshed out character. So we kind of had to conceptualize that like on a basic level to make sure that we're getting something that's, different from all the other characters, but also really interesting at the same time.
It's always incredible just hearing like all the behind the scenes stuff about World Tour. And we've talked a lot about this, but like some of my favorite things that you guys did was the way like Ryu texts you. Yeah. Amazing, hilarious, but also just like the tiny things, how like Li Fen says like Jie to like Chun Li, just to keep that culture in there. It's fantastic. So thank you so much for like having so much of a detail-oriented approach to World Tour.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. This was awesome just to be able to hear about all this behind-the-scenes stuff in developing the game. Any closing comments for the Street Fighter and the Capcom fans out there that are getting ready for the showcase happening?
Yeah, I mean, Street Fighter 6 is out there. It's been released. We're still working on the game as always. I do want to hear, if anyone has any opinions about how the writing is and how the voices are. I've always been keeping track of that.
And again, Andrew, thanks for joining us. And to everybody for watching.
All right, that's going to do it for our pre-show. Thanks to everybody for joining us, and thanks to our guests, Alex, Andrew, and Clev, for joining us for all these segments. It was really great to talk to everybody and show off your content. We do want to mention there is going to be a post-show, so please stick around for that after the main show, but we're getting close. Andy, any parting words that you want to say?
Yeah, if you guys have been paying attention, we've been wearing these Capcom hoodies. If you guys want one yourself, go to the Capcom Amazon store. So with that, we'll see you guys later.
Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe. Okay, it's game time. I'm ready to die, Boogie. Exalt all the earth and let it be so.
Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Capcom Showcase. Before we get started, we'd like to share that June 11th, 2023 marked Capcom's 40th anniversary. A big thanks to everyone for playing our games. It's thanks to our amazing fans that we can celebrate such a milestone. We look forward to creating many more games in the years to come, and we hope that you'll continue to enjoy them. Now it's time to show off our latest titles at the Capcom Showcase. Stay tuned until the end so you don't miss anything. Let's take a look at this video. traditional Japanese aesthetics come to life through the power of RE Engine. Experience a unique blend of strategy and action in this epic tale. A beautiful yet unsettling world of mystery awaits in Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Coming to Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, Windows, PlayStation 5, and Steam. Mega Man X Dive Offline is coming to Steam, iOS, and Android. The Deep Log, which holds collected memories of the Mega Man X series, is under attack. Dive into cyberspace using hunter programs to recover data before it's too late. Play as Mega Man X and other characters from the Mega Man franchise, including characters that haven't been playable before. Level up your favorite characters and equipment to create a powerful hunter. Power up your weapons and more to customize your character however you want. Mega Man X Dive Offline. Control and develop over 100 different characters. Play as a variety of characters, including new heroes created for Mega Man X Dive. Complete stages and use element medals to recover memory pieces. Then analyze recovered memories to unlock characters. There are more than 900 stages to play. Challenging mechanics and enemies await on classic and new stages. You're bound to clash with familiar bosses from the past. Build the ultimate hunter and save the Deep Log from total destruction. Mega Man X Dive Offline launches in 2023. Now, here's the Capcom Spotlight Corner.
A new era of fighting games is upon us. Street Fighter VI launched on June 2nd. It's already received an enthusiastic welcome from fighting game fans around the world. Street Fighter VI includes World Tour, an expansive single-player story mode. Fighting Ground, the core fighting game experience made even more accessible. And Battle Hub, a social space where players from around the world can compete and hang out. These are the game's 3 main modes. In addition, we're planning to release new fighters and content so you can enjoy the game for a long time to come. Street Fighter VI is out now for PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, and Steam. Don't miss it. We also have an announcement for Capcom Pro Tour 2023. This year's Capcom Pro Tour will feature Street Fighter VI, the newest entry in the series. Players from around the world will compete in regional matches and battle to be this year's champion. To celebrate the launch of Street Fighter VI, this year we have our largest prize pool ever. The total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour is over $2 million, with $1 million going to first place. Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will feature 3 types of tournaments: online premieres, offline premieres, and World Warrior. The winners of each tournament will advance to the World Finals at Capcom Cup 10. Stay tuned to see which player will crush the competition and take home this year's championship. Next, we have news about Street Fighter League Pro JP 2023. In Street Fighter League, the world's top players form teams of 4 and compete in official Capcom Team League matches. We have the largest number of teams ever. The opening match will be held on July 7th and will be streamed live on the Capcom Fighters JP channel on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget about the Street Fighter League World Championship 2023. The US and European leagues will determine the teams that will go on to compete in the World Championship. Get up close and personal with Resident Evil 4 on PlayStation 5. The game's main story will be playable in VR with PlayStation VR 2. Thanks to the power of PlayStation VR 2, you'll be able to experience an even more immersive version of the game. Take aim as you fight to survive. RE4's cutting-edge knife action is a core part of the game, and the PlayStation VR 2 Sense controller makes parrying even more intuitive. Experience extreme survival horror firsthand. Resident Evil 4 VR mode is a free DLC exclusive to PlayStation VR 2.
Now on to the next game in today's lineup.
Up you go! Sorry, kid. We still got a ways to go.
It's almost time for Ghost Trick. Here's the latest on the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Shu Takumi, the original creator of Ghost Trick. It's almost time for the game's release, and I can't wait for you to play it. But first, let's get started with this. The demo for Ghost Trick is available now for download. The story stars a lonely spirit named Cecil. In the course of solving his own murder, he will meet and change the lives of all sorts of people in all sorts of situations. Things may seem unrelated at first, but each person plays a vital role in Cecil's story. And together, their stories will lead him to one ultimate truth. So think of the demo as a doorway, inviting you into a great big mystery. It's been 30 years since we made the original game. And just like Cecil, I met many new people, and there were many miracles that occurred during its development. I have no doubt these experiences are what shaped Ghost Trick into the unforgettable game it is. To the team that lovingly ported this game, and all the fans who have shown so much love towards it, I'm so grateful to all of you. I'm thrilled that through this rebirth, Ghost Trick will be available to so many more people around the world. Now, to wait for its release. And one more thing. I practiced very hard for 2 weeks for this appearance. So, should be me someday. It would make me very happy if it could speak in Japanese.
From the creator of the Ace Attorney series, Shu Takumi, this classic mystery game is being reborn. One night, a man named Sissel loses both his memory and his life. Using the powers of the dead, he tries to solve the mystery of his own death. The only clue he has is a red-headed detective. A night of mystery begins anew. A rookie detective, brimming with a sense of justice. She too is being targeted, and Sissel witnesses her death. Who was I? Why was I killed? Who killed me? And what does it mean that I was given these powers of the dead? Use the powers of the dead to possess and trick items. The controls are easy. Connect Sissel's glowing blue soul to the core of objects to possess them. Possess the tire. Possess the bowl. Possess the star ornament. You can then trick the objects you possess. Trick the guitar to play it. What will happen when you trick the cart? Trick the door to open it. Possessing and tricking objects will let you access new areas. Sissel can go back 4 minutes before someone's death. What happened before her murder? Those clues are hidden in the past. Follow past events in real time. The limit, however, is 4 minutes. Help people avoid near-death predicaments and change their fates. Sissel will face death in many forms. Changing their fates will change the story. And that story must be linked in some way to the mystery of Sissel's death. Ghost Trick, launching on June 30th, 2023. Demo version available now. Don't miss the pre-order bonuses. See the official website for details. Now on to the next game in today's lineup.
Objection!
In Ace Attorney, players serve as lawyers for the falsely accused. Battle for justice in the courtroom and uncover the truth. Now, the 4th, 5th, and 6th mainline Ace Attorney games are being brought together to share the story of Apollo Justice and his allies in the dark age of the law. On Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Windows, and Steam. The colorful characters and courtroom drama of each game have been relitigated in beautiful full HD. Available in 7 languages: Japanese, English, French, German, Korean, and traditional and simplified Chinese. We've also added voice recordings for the new languages. We're sure there's no objection to everything included in this collection. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy is currently in development for release in early 2024. Please look forward to more information about this collection in the future. Next, we have some Capcom news to share. This month marks Capcom's 40th anniversary. As part of the celebration, we've opened a digital theme park called Capcom Town. Take a stroll through the museum to view original artwork and other materials from various titles on display. You can even play a few of Capcom's beloved classics for free. Head on over to the castle to cast your vote in the Capcom elections. Participants will receive a special reward, so don't miss out. We can't wait for everyone to enjoy these attractions, along with the many other fun experiences we've prepared at a Capcom ID account is required to play Resident Evil RE-Verse, our new upcoming title Exoprimal, and to use the online features of Street Fighter 6. You can also use this account with other Capcom services and campaigns, such as a survey about today's Capcom Showcase. We'll release more titles and services compatible with Capcom ID soon. Register now for Capcom ID. Now for the latest on Exoprimal ahead of next month's launch.
Hello everyone, I'm Takudo Hideoka, the director of Exoprimal. I'm excited to share the latest Exoprimal news with you all. But first, let's check out this video.
Hello? Thought I heard activity on this frequency. Hello? My name is Garrett Siles.
Basically, the IB's godfather. He was responsible for the entire Exosuit project.
You know, Anchor Division, I assume?
Exosuits were developed right here.
I need exosuits. It's our only shot. We need access to the past. All my R&D is just waiting to be picked up back in 2040. Intact and hot off the presses. The access codes to override Leviathan. You can shut it down. The whole thing.
Heisel.
The fuel of the future.
All this time, Heisel is a side effect of time travel? Did they just juice it out of dead dinosaurs?
At least we know why dinosaurs bleed blood. Lozol. Unrefined Lozol in the blood. A Neosaur. I mean, look at this. It's a walking glob of stuff.
I promise you this. We'll find a way out of here. All Anchor project files have serial numbers. Look for anything starting with 181. That's the project code for Leviathan's core.
Okay, Doc.
Oh, gentlemen, I didn't get your names.
Golos, the Hammerheads.
Well done. You fought desperately and survived. The perfect exosuit development project is nearing fruition. Activating Massacre Module, summoning Neo T-Rex Swarm.
This is all helping to make a better exosuit.
Good hunting, Ace.
presenting my most exciting combat project, the Savage Gauntlet.
What did you think? That was a lot of new info. Before we dive in, I'd like to give a huge thanks to all the players who participated in the open beta test back in March. We were extremely pleased to have so many participants. Plus, you gave us a lot of invaluable feedback. We can't thank you enough. While only portions of the Dino Survival content were made available for the open beta test, today we'll be introducing more content included in the full game. Let's take a look at what you can expect when Exoprimal launches on July 14th. Let's start with the story. Ace, the game's protagonist, is transported to the year 2040 and forced to participate in a never-ending series of war games. The story unfolds as you play through Dino Survival, the game's main mode. Gathering intel to update the analysis map unravels the mysteries surrounding parallel worlds and the AI entity known as Leviathan. At times, players will also engage in special boss battles as part of the main story. Dino Survival mode will also change as the story progresses. You'll unlock new missions with a variety of objectives, including 10-player co-op, a multitude of dinosaurs to fight, and more maps. The game will also feature an assortment of unlockables and challenges. Modules can be used to enhance exosuits and modify active skills. These modules can be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions while you play the game. You can also personalize your appearance with a variety of cosmetics, such as exosuit skins, weapon skins, decals, and emotes. The game also features a special 5-player mission that changes weekly. Compete with squads from around the world for the fastest completion times, or by earning awards through achievements, like most damage block with a tank suit in battle. There are many ways to enjoy the game, even after completing the main story. We took your feedback into consideration as well. In the full version of Exoprimal, we plan to implement a mode where victory is determined by completing missions as quickly as possible, instead of direct combat with other players. We hope you look forward to that. Now, let's go over all the new info we just saw in the video. Who was that new face at the beginning? Meet Dr. Signs, the developer of the exosuits, and the head of Anchor Division, IBS's elite research group based on Bikitoa Island. The Stratovator, a space elevator that extends from the Anchor Division research facility into orbit, will also be a playable map. Incredible battles will unfold while exofighters and dinosaurs clash atop this massive space elevator. Players will even encounter dangerous mutations of dinosaurs, known as neosaurs, the most deadly among them being the Neo T-Rex. You'll need to work together with your team to stand a chance at taking them down. Oh no, is that a swarm of Neo T-Rexes? What are Leviathan's true intentions? Wait, what's the deal with this new exosuit? While it may look similar to Deadeye, this exosuit is a variant called Deadeye Alpha Burst Fighter. Unlike the default Deadeye, this variant comes equipped with a weapon that can burst fire or be used as a shotgun, allowing exofighters to change their style of play. Exosuit variants, including Deadeye Alpha, will be added in a title update following the full version's release. At the end of the video, we revealed Savage Gauntlet, a mode that lets you take on special 5-player missions that change weekly. In this mode, players can enjoy a change of pace from Dino Survival by competing against exofighters from all over the world for the fastest completion time. More info about exosuit variants and Savage Gauntlet will be revealed at the Xbox Games Showcase Extended. Be sure to tune in. And last but not least, we're excited to announce that we'll be holding a second open beta test. This time, we're including additional story-related missions, 10-player co-op missions, and other adjustments based on everyone's feedback. Check out the official website for dates and times. We hope you're all excited to try out this new content. Players will also receive a new reward for participating. Don't miss out. We'll continue to make adjustments to Exoprimal, leading up to the game's launch on July 14th. Thank you again for all the feedback. We look forward to seeing you in the second open beta test. That's all we have for you today. See you in the War Games. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Next up is the last title we'll be showing off today.
Hi everyone, my name is Hideaki Itsuno, and I'm the director of Dragon's Dogma 2. It's been over a year since we celebrated 10 years of Dragon's Dogma, and I can finally give you some more information about the new game. First, let's take a look at the trailer we revealed the other day.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course. That begs the question. If he's a mere mammoth, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
What did you think? The action RPG game Dragon's Dogma was released in 2012. Now, a decade later, I'm proud to share a look at the highly anticipated sequel, Dragon's Dogma 2. Today I want to talk about two characteristics that Dragon's Dogma 2 will inherit from its predecessor. First, Dragon's Dogma 2 will be a single-player game, but with pawns at your side, it will feel like co-op. And second, gameplay will feature action role-playing mechanics set in an open-world environment. In the Dragon's Dogma series, you embark on your adventures with pawns, otherworldly beings controlled by AI. Alongside the player-controlled Arisen, you can embark on your journey with a main pawn that can be customized to your liking, as well as up to 2 additional support pawns you can borrow from other players, to form a party of up to 4 characters. Pawns are controlled by the AI and are now capable of even more precise decisions than in the previous title, helping you in the midst of battle. They can also help guide you to new locations, or give you a high five following a successful battle. It really feels like playing in a party with other players. Dragon's Dogma 2 is built with the RE engine, resulting in a dense world woven with high graphical fidelity. you'll enjoy a world roughly 4 times the size of the original Dragon's Dogma, with more to experience than ever before. The characters and monsters that populate the world are given life thanks to the power of AI, and players will feel like they've been reborn in this vibrant fantasy world. You can look forward to a variety of vocations to choose from. Your vocation will shape your Arisen's role throughout the adventure. Will you take on enemies with swords? Magic? It's all up to you. We'll have much more to share in the future, but for now, I want to go over a few sections from the trailer that show what we've improved for Dragon's Dogma 2. This game is designed to enable players to take on situations in their own way. In addition to AI, advanced technology like immersive physics brings pawns, monsters, and NPCs to life. What would happen if you destroyed that bridge, or if you pulled that monster's leg? What other exciting possibilities can you think of? Meet 2 characters pivotal to the story that also appear in the game's key art. Ulrika, a bow wielder with a deep connection to the Arisen, and Nadinia, a high priestess of the Beast Ring, which appear in the series for the first time. What destiny awaits? How will they affect your fate? The intricate relationships and situations you will encounter in the game are sure to keep you on your toes. During your adventure, you will come across familiar monsters from the previous game, as well as new monsters such as Medusa. You can look forward to new player vocations and many new experiences unique to Dragon's Dogma 2. Please stay tuned for more information. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Beyond and hello, and what the hell was that?
Hi.
I'm not sure.
Can I take my microphone off?
It's okay. Welcome back. I'm Max Scova. Welcome to a very special Summer of Gaming edition of Podcast Beyond, IGN's weekly PlayStation show. We're going to break down everything huge, regardless of whether or not it's PlayStation exclusive that happened in that Capcom show. But don't worry, we're going to talk about other stuff. Thankfully, we're not expected to just talk about Capcom. But we are going to talk about Capcom. Here to help me break down all that stuff, I'm joined by Jada Griffin, Matt Kim, and Akeem Lewanson. Wow, that was kind of slim pickings right there.
I mean, well, Capcom, they're 40 years old now, and as someone that age, they're showing how out of touch they are with their audience, clearly, by giving us Capcom Town?
Captown.
Captown?
I think was it Captown?
Capcom Town.
Capcom Town.
Maybe it was Capcom Town.
It's a browser game you can go to celebrate 40 years of Capcom.
Yeah.
And that was maybe the biggest reveal in that.
No, we got Pragmata. That was probably.
But that's not. That was a delay announcement.
It wasn't.
World premiere delay.
They announced they revealed the delay.
Yeah, which was a very cute reveal. It was very funny.
Yes.
We actually put out the call on social media to tweet out your reactions with the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. We're still checking those. Jada, what did we have to say? I think we had a comment about those.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. So based on the reveal of the delay, we got Craig Anderson. That release date apology in the trailer was pretty funny. We had Steve at Scuba Steve 1219 said, with the hot streak Capcom is on, ignoring Exoprimal, it feels like they can delay this as much as they want and it'll still be a banger. This year and next are already stacked as it is. I do 100% agree. We are very stacked this year, so I think maybe there's not a lot of pressure on Capcom to put a lot of stuff out, especially since they're still taking a victory lap from Street Fighter 6 coming out and doing so well.
Yeah, and RE4.
And RE4, yeah.
But again, I just feel like having they didn't have this. They announced this super late. It just feels like kind of unnecessary information. Like it almost just kind of muddied the waters in terms of things to look forward to. And we were joking they're going to show us Dino Crisis. Please show Dino Crisis. Show us. I was thinking we'd get a like an RE9 tease or something. Like,
I was hoping for that.
Devil May Cry 6, something like that.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 6 was the top of my bingo card. Monster Hunter World 2 was what I was really hoping because they're just winding down development on Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak. It's a perfect time to be like, hey, Monster Hunter World 2 is in production, but no.
Yeah, when you surprise announce a showcase following the events of this weekend, you presume that it's because, hey, we want to get in on the action. We also have big news that we want to drop during this time where everybody's being hyped up for things. And you kind of feel like it's not just a superfluous sort of like, hey, remember these games that we've already announced like 2 months ago?
And a lot of these trailers were just rehashed from stuff we saw at the PlayStation conference or saw at the Xbox conference. Like we've seen a lot of the footage here.
Yeah.
So like I was kind of like, it was like they lost their homework in the mail. They mailed it to LA to get here, and it got lost. And they're like, well, let's just use the homework from last week.
I don't get it. But yeah, we did get the Dragon's Dogma 2 reveal at the PlayStation Showcase, which I'm extremely excited for. Like, all due respect, like that game. Love the first one. Very excited to play the second one because it looks gorgeous. But this just feels like kind of a wonky. Like they showed us the trailer we already seen, gave us a little more insight on the gameplay, but with the same gameplay we'd already seen mostly. Like it's just one of those things where you have to keep track of what's actually new and being shown off.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like, we're really excited to announce that this is an open world action RPG that has physics and a pawn system. And it's like, yeah, man, I knew that from the title. It was in the first one, and you put a 2 after it. It's just sort of assumed as much. You know?
It even has support pawns, which is interesting.
Human bones that move on their own.
All roads lead to Grand Sororin.
Master Harpies. I'm actually really excited. I hope they don't nerf the pawn dialogue because that is one of the funniest things in that game. I think they did actually have to make them shut up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it looks gorgeous. I mean, I'm excited to jump in here and character creation and all that.
Exactly. I'm very excited for Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm upset that I didn't get new stuff. I was hoping to have some new things to like rewatch the trailer over and over again and be like, oh my goodness, look at that. That is a really cool, that's one of the new vocations. That's one of the new jobs. That's one of the new spells.
It was a lot of reused footage in everything that we saw today coming out of Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, you know, we saw this at the PlayStation Showcase for the most part. We were excited then. They didn't show us anything to like get us even more excited.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of confirmed things that we assumed. We were like, we gotta do a post show for Capcom, and I'm really glad we also have other stuff to talk about. We're also gonna talk about Ubisoft and all that. But one big thing that we got during this sort of summer gaming stretch was the reveal of Path of the Goddess, which got shown off first at the Xbox Showcase. Brand new IP. I saw a few people kind of scratching their heads and being like, Onimusha when it first popped up.
Yeah.
And it's got, Jada, what did you think of this?
Yeah, no, I think Path of the Goddess looks really great. I think they want to do some more demonic stuff, but they're not ready to bring Onimusha back. So this is kind of their half and half way of doing it. It's also, we were talking a little bit during the show, it's got a little bit of Okami elements into it where you're kind of like moving and things are popping up behind you. And so, people love Okami. So I don't know. I need to see a little bit more of this one because I'm still not really sure what it's all about. But I don't know. It looks interesting. It's definitely got me intrigued, and I'm gonna check it out as we get more details. But it's still a long way from selling me on being like a day one buy.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we've gotten a lot of games that kind of have this aesthetic recently. What was the
Monster Hunter Rise kind of went this kind of aesthetic as well.
Monster Hunter Rise, Wild Hearts.
Yep.
I feel like Wolong Fallen Dynasty a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's cool yokai and monsters and stuff. This is one of those sort of shotgun blasts of sort of snippets of gameplay, which is it looks like gameplay for the most part, maybe a little cutscene in there, but it's also so kind of scattered that you're like, what do you do? Like I would almost have taken like a stylized cinematic trailer that kind of establishes what this universe is, and then a little sort of a gameplay overview. But yeah, I mean, it's got some creepy monsters and stuff.
This is the one I would have liked to see. It had that gameplay breakdown instead of Dragon's Dogma, where they telling us the same. This is the one I would have liked to have the breakdown on because I would have gotten actually new information about this game and it would have answered questions that I had.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you can't win them all. Capcom is they're on a victory lap, like I said earlier.
Expecting some kind of a showcase?
I know, man. maybe some cake.
Well, I think Capcom just really wanted to be a part of the action. You know, we have Summer Game Fest happening right now. We're doing our Summer of Gaming, so I feel like they just really wanted to be part of the action. So they hodgepodged the thing together. They spent a long time on a Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, which was I tried so hard not to fall asleep during that.
Yeah, with all due respect, Ghost Trick is great, but also it's a game that already came out.
Yeah.
Like it's a sort of a known quantity, and it's coming out really soon. Like I kind of always, this is like a thing during sort of E3 showcase presentation type things that have always kind of bugged me, where it's something that is totally it's a known quantity. It's coming out so soon, and they always come, try to remind people that it's happening. And we're of course, we very nose down on this and pay close attention when everything's happening. But showing off this and like Exoprimal, it's like. Maybe just do like a dedicated thing just to that, like do like a launch day stream. I don't know.
It's good. Like I'm very happy. It's and I'm sure a lot of game preservationists are gonna be very happy that we're gonna get this one. We're getting the Ace Attorney Apollo trilogy that's coming out. That looks really cool to be able to replay those on modern consoles. That they're no longer locked on the handhelds. So like, all in all, they did show a lot of stuff that people are going to be interested in, but it's not the showcase material that we were hoping for.
I think even then, right, like Ghost Trick is also still going to be a digital-only release along with Apollo Justice, Like, if you're going to spend that much time on Ghost Trick, and it seems like it's a game that Capcom really cares about to get people to play, they should announce like a special collector's edition at their fancy showcase,
Yeah. I would love to get that red suit, that fancy red suit comes with it.
I really appreciate that this has a Pomeranian dog in it. See, there's the Pomeranian dog. That's a good dog. I have a Pomeranian dog myself. I can attest. They're great. It's like this and Tokyo Jungle, some of the best Pomeranian dogs in games.
You gonna dress Peppers up like that for Halloween?
I think that would involve spray painting him.
You actually should do the Ghost Trick character
you want me
for
to
Halloween.
bleach my dog? I'm not doing it. It's a terrible idea. Exoprimal. Also something we sort of touched on. It's Jada, you're actually kind of interested in this, right?
Yeah, I got some hands-on time with Exoprimal, with some of the devs and stuff ways back, and I think it's a great game. I think it's not getting it's not being shown off in the way that most people are expecting it to be shown off, or needs to be shown off for people to be hyped on this game. But it's got a really cool blend of PvE, VP. So most of the time, most of the matches you're playing against, just AI dinosaurs that are funneling through portals, and just what they do. They just fall out of portals on top of each other. And the physics of it is great. You see them literally tripping on each other as they fall down from the sky. And then once you get to the tail end of most of the matches, you're competing against another team in kind of like an escort push match. And now this is just one of the modes that I got to play. Like there's multiple different modes, so this isn't all of them aren't the same, but you can, at that point, when you're both pushing like this payload, you're fighting against each other and you're shooting the other team's payload, which stops it from moving. So you have to choose, like, am I targeting the payload? Am I targeting the enemies that are shooting our payload or shooting us? Am I targeting the person who just transformed into a dinosaur and is now trying to destroy us? Because my team at one round got wiped because we went through a choke point in the map, and they came through as a Triceratops and just did a little belly roll through the whole
so cool.
chokehold and wiped our whole team. It was a masterful play. I was very upset. We still won, and I MVP'd the round, but it was I
really appreciate how just wackadoo video gamey this is. Like
it is.
It's like, why are the dinosaurs coming out of portals in the sky? Shut up, just shoot them.
I mean, these are also the creators of Dead Rising, where we have like hordes of zombies just running at you. So I mean, like this is like within their wheelhouse to make a game where just like a bunch of raptors are just jumping out of a portal coming at you. I'm also interested in this too. One of the things though that caught me off guard, I saw the redhead right there. I immediately thought of Regina from Dino Crisis. I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching in the comments, y'all were like, oh, is that Regina? Oh, we're getting Dino Crisis. Nope, it's just a switcheroo. Capcom, they know what they're doing. They're not going to give us Dino Crisis because we got Exoprimal at home. Not yet, coming soon.
Right.
Next month.
I feel like it's going to be a while before we get a proper Dino Crisis remake. I think they got enough Resident Evils to probably.
I think they're testing some stuff, testing some physics with the dinosaurs.
Making sure they can fall out of the sky properly.
Yeah.
How many of them can we pile up? How much of a crisis can these dinosaurs really be?
Existential crises for the dinosaurs.
But speaking survival horror, we got a very quick snippet of RE4 VR.
Yes, Resident Evil 4 VR, which I'm super excited about. I mean, I was excited about it when we saw it during the show, the PlayStation Showcase. I don't think they showed us any new footage. I think that was the same exact footage that we saw. Like, I mean, I combed through that footage after it dropped for the PSVR 2, or after that footage dropped, however many weeks ago at the PlayStation Showcase. I'm excited for this, but it still looks, I don't know, like it looks kind of wonky a little bit. Like, you know, looking at the arms there, I don't know. It doesn't look as fluid and smooth as the arm as the movement in Resident Evil 4 Village VR.
You think so?
No, not Resident Evil. Not 4 Village. Resident Evil Village VR.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
combining
the part
two
of it
different
because that was by design first person.
Yeah.
You really spent a lot of time looking at Ethan's hands and how horribly they get injured in that game.
They're building it from the ground up, which is amazing. I mean, this is it's not going to be an easy feat. So I know it's going to be some time till we get this.
This is kind of cool. I mean, it's funny because we've gotten the first-person games flipped into third-person, and we've gotten this. We've already seen this in VR once with the Meta Quest version. Yeah, man, I'm into it, but also it looks, I'm not gonna, it's too scary, you know? So you're looking forward to it. What part are you dreading the worst?
Are you kidding me? The chainsaw man coming at me and I gotta like block him with either my gun or my knife?
He's funny though.
You just hit the parry button at the right time.
I don't know how easy it's gonna be in VR. I'm not sure about this. Like, look at that. That in your face right there?
I think it's scary that he's a doctor, you know? Like, canonically, he's a doctor of what? I don't know. Where to get the chainsaw? It's weird.
Doctor of Pain.
Yeah, I don't know.
Of chain saw. Yeah, there you go.
No, I dreaded the Verdugo in the the first VR one they did, and I proceeded to not play that far into it because I didn't want to deal with him. And the Verdugo really just gives me the panics. Like I really don't. That guy comes out of the ceiling. You gotta freeze him like he's a mole you want to take off. It's just very bad time.
I'm not looking forward to the axes being thrown at me and them screaming obscenities at me that I don't understand.
I'm afraid, my only fear is that I'm going to swing to block the axe and I'm going to hit somebody as they walk through my living room. That's what I'm most afraid of.
An actual walker.
An actual walker, yes.
Yeah, that seems like it could be tricky. I don't know. It's interesting though because there were enough new mechanics in the remake that this could be a very different experience compared to the previous VR one we saw. Anyway, we've got tons more to talk about, including grading all of the shows over the last few days. I think some of them that we might have to see us after class. We're also going to talk about everything we saw from a PlayStation perspective. Stick around. Summer of Gaming continues right after this.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery, I'm coming for you. IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by the United States Air Force. The call to serve can come from anywhere,
from providing and sustaining security to humanitarian assistance in the event of disasters, and the US Air Force is prepared to answer. And in 2023, the Air Force is hiring over 26,000 new airmen and has over 200 career opportunities. To learn more, visit airforce.com.
Welcome back. This is a very special IGN Summer of Gaming episode of Podcast Beyond. This is a weekly PlayStation show. We do it every week normally, but we're doing kind of a special, kind of a post-mortem after the Capcom thing, which, to be honest, maybe not the best showing we've had over these past few weeks of big game stuff. So I figured we could kind of go over all of them and talk about, what grade would we give these showcases? Strictly speaking, as someone who has a PlayStation in their home and likes to play games on it.
Yeah.
Let's start with Capcom. Akeem, what are you thinking?
If I'm gonna give it a grade, I honestly was not impressed with Capcom's showing at all.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, but if I had to pick one game that I am excited for, I already talked about it.
Exoprimal. You can't get enough of Exoprimal.
Exoprimal, yeah, that's the one. I have an obsession with dinosaurs and. Just can't get enough of it. So, but no, it would definitely as someone who bought the PSVR 2 day one, I'm looking for more games on it, and I feel like Capcom is like one of the only real third-party AAA game studios out there that's actually trying to do something with it.
No, I agree.
So I'm looking at Resident Evil 4 VR.
Before we swap off, would you play Exoprimal in VR?
100%, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that would actually, that would kind of
move
move the needle. Matt, what were you thinking? What grade would you give the Capcom Showcase? And what was its sort of redeeming quality?
As a PlayStation vendor, those games are coming to PlayStation. In that technical sense, like a B, but in terms of the show itself, right? like a C. I want to play this by the rules. There are a lot of PlayStation games on the Capcom show that I do want to play. But as a show itself, I did not come away super impressed. So C+.
Okay, Jada?
C-. So Dragon's Dogma is going to be the big one for me out of this showcase. Even though we got no new footage and a little bit of new information, I'm still very hyped for Dragon's Dogma 2. It does so many cool things with its world and its characters and its NPCs and its pawns. It does really cool stuff with that, and I really am looking forward to trying out all the new vocations and abilities and everything like that. And I really think they have a chance to really establish Dragon's Dogma as more than a cult following for a more niche audience. I think it can be really more mainstream.
I understand their reasoning to sort of have to reiterate what it is, because the first one it didn't exactly.
It's PS3 in the original release. It's been a while.
Yeah, it wasn't a massive hit, or we probably would have gotten a 2 sooner.
Yeah.
So I get why they need to be like, here's what it is, in case you didn't know, because some people don't know. But also, because it is sort of a known quantity for anyone who did play it, I think a straight chunk of gameplay might be nice, like a gameplay overview where they're just like, all right, you play as this, here's the systems that work. Because jumping around like this is it's exactly between giving you a clear idea of what the game is and the cinematic thing. And it's nice to see some in-engine, actual gameplay stuff, but it's messy, it's not it's neither here nor there.
How about you, Max? What are you giving it?
Incomplete.
Incomplete.
Did it feel incomplete?
Capcom's getting a note sent home to their parents over this one. This was just, we're like, oh, well, they announced this late. They must have something to do. And it's like, this, what?
Yeah. So I also get it. Summer of Gaming, our whole thing, there's so many more eyeballs on this than maybe just a PlayStation showcase on its own. So it makes sense for them to reuse some stuff, and, it's easier to, turn in your homework a second time than to, do a whole new piece of artwork.
This is the instance where I would have actually accepted some of those, I think the last time I did one of these, they announced that, Village was getting DLC, which it eventually got. One of those, they were like, we're excited to announce it's in the works, and everyone's like, hey, cool, great. And it was just text. It was totally phoned in, but maybe they could have done that, Maybe they could have had something like that to show us. But yeah, moving backwards, let's go back way to the beginning. Let's go back to the PlayStation Showcase, because that was kind of what kicked things off for the summer gaming stuff. And I don't know, I feel like we were pretty hyped on it when it first started. And I kind of think a lot of people cooled off on it.
I got to go back and rewatch it later, and my excitement definitely tempered from it. I went from like, well, this is kind of like at this. I think I said at the end of the showcase day of, it was like, I was like, this is like a 9, like a high 8, low 9, and then I came back and rewatched it. It was like, it's kind of like a B-, like a high 7, low 8.
So you were caught up in the moment, is what you're saying?
I was caught up in the moment. Yes, I love games. I love games.
Yeah,
and I will not apologize for getting hyped about games that I love.
Yeah.
I got Final Fantasy. They showed off Dragon's Dogma that day.
Yeah.
We got Foam Stars. Akeem,
Foam
I know
Stars.
you're hyped for Foam
Yes,
Stars.
I don't think we gave it a 9. We gave it a foam out of 10.
We did give it a foam. Yeah, we foamed it in.
Yeah.
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 Whatever number that is.
You decide what number it is. Tell me in chat. I'm watching chat. Tell me what number foam is out of 10. Y'all in chat, tell me.
Weird question, but
I don't
sure.
know.
Matt, what did you think of the PlayStation Showcase?
It's called Engaged
I know that was
Max.
a long time ago.
Yeah, it was fun. It was all right. It was a perfectly good showcase.
The hot takes right here.
F stands for fine.
F stands for fine. It was
Okay.
a foam out of 10, which is a fine.
Fine out. Yeah. Okay.
No, again, yeah, Dragon's Dogma, Spider-Man 2, things that you would expect. No major surprises, because the surprise for Spider-Man 2, the release date came later.
Yeah.
So
That was weird. Yeah. Again, we'll get to that. That was in the Summer Game Fest. It's like this is we're all kind of dancing on E3's grave right now, but it sort of feels like people are figuring out exactly what everyone's doing. You know, it's pretty scattered. The thing that was the biggest surprise from the PlayStation Showcase, in hindsight, is that they didn't show off any first-party PSVR 2 games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very upset about that.
They talked about some, I believe, but they didn't show any.
Yeah. I mean, they
They showed a few PSVR 2 games, but it wasn't. It was a lot of shooters. We also got the Five Nights at Freddy's VR
Help
game.
wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, but it was nothing that was impressive.
There was nothing substantial.
No, not at all. So I mean, I would definitely docket points for that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we did get a look at Spider-Man, and then we did get I would say one of the big highlights of Summer Game Fest was the release date. You know,
I thought you were going to say Snake Eater.
Oh, Snake Eater.
Snake Eater remake. Did you just forget that was a thing?
Well, here's the thing. I don't quite believe it's a thing. Yet, you know? I also like, the more I think about this, the more it annoys me. But to get a big cinematic reveal trailer for a remake of something is kind of cheap, kind of gross, you know, because like we know what the game looks like. Just show us the before and after kind of thing.
And we know Kojima's not involved, so like that means there's obviously going to be some changes. And we've learned since then that they're reusing some of the old voice lines. That they're not recording
all of the voice lines.
They're all the voice lines. Yeah, they're not recording. Yeah, they're
Which
using
is
all the old
weird
lines.
because the first thing we saw about this was the voice actors who sings the theme song leaking it. So I guess they re-recorded the theme, but not the, you know.
always like putting CD Projekt Red up on a pedestal, and then Cyberpunk came out, and on the older consoles, and consoles just really in general, it was not up to their pedigree compared to the PC version.
Yeah. But yeah,
I think it's got sort of a redemption arc now. Also, we at the Xbox Game Showcase, we also got Persona 3 Reload.
Yep. I was just about to say, yeah, we got
freaking
three,
amazing.
well, 2.5 Persona games.
Yeah.
Persona 3 Reload. There was Persona 5 Tactica, which I guess that could be sort of the half game. But then there's also Metaphor Refantasia, which is we were watching it. We're like, is this Persona? Is this
It's amazing.
Shin Megami Tensei?
I mean, it's by the same people.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It looks amazing, and I feel like anyone that is a fan of the Persona series is going to feel right at home with this new IP. Like I was already sold. I was already bought in once I saw the reveal. I want that game. I think the Xbox Showcase is like the standard. I think that's what we want when we're thinking about these showcases and these forwards. I want it to be game heavy. I want to get surprises. I want it front loaded. I want it back loaded. I want a little bit of the nonsense in the middle. I just want it to be solid, and that's what this was. The Xbox Showcase was a solid A.
It was really, really good. It's also interesting because we see Sega really pushing stuff on the Xbox front because they're really trying to make people realize that these previously PlayStation exclusive platform or series, Persona and Yakuza, are both on other platforms as well, which is cool. Now let's go through this pretty quick. What do we think of Summer Game Fest? We're gonna have to kind of speedrun this, but Jada?
Ooh, Summer Game Fest, solid, but I don't know. I didn't see anything that really was major for me personally. So I'm tired. I'm gonna pass. Go ahead, somebody else. Like that's where I was with it. Like,
yeah, started strong, petered out towards the end, I think.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. You got Nick Cage, coming out there, just being very eccentric and just wowing the audience with his presence. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was definitely more stage presence than some of what we saw at Ubisoft earlier today. That was weird. I will say the one thing Capcom really did impressively was I think made us forget about what was going on with Ubisoft. And Ubisoft ended really strong with the Star Wars Outlaws gameplay reveal. That was cool. Getting more details in Avatar, also very good. But like, I keep wanting to call it Sea of Thieves. Skull and Bones, which has been delayed, 6 times? Like, that game keeps getting kicked down the road. It was supposed to be out by now. It's okay. You could show the Star Wars gameplay because it's actually fun to look at. I don't know, 5 dudes on stage singing a sea shanty while one of the beatboxes, I would say less so. That was a weird way to promote something that people were expecting to be playing by now.
Yeah, they're extremely late on that TikTok trend, too. I don't know why they thought of that.
Yeah. No, that's mixed feelings on that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, Summer of Gaming kind of scattered out, but I'm glad we're getting this stuff as opposed to just kind of radio silence.
Yeah.
That said, we do have more stuff coming up. We're going to talk more about some of the mini games that are coming to PlayStation that we're excited about it. We'll be back in just a moment to talk about all that. Stick around.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we are talking about all sorts of cool stuff related to summer game stuff that also relates to PlayStation and the many different showcases. I like that even good games even got revealed on the Xbox show that you can play on your PlayStation because, I don't know, maybe exclusivity is a cool idea, but it's also fun when more people play games.
Yeah.
One series that historically used to be PlayStation exclusive but has more recently kind of opened up is Yakuza, or as how it's been renamed, Like a Dragon. The most recent sort of, I guess, mainline entry was Yakuza Like a Dragon, or Like a Dragon, yeah, the one with Ichiban Kasuga. And we got a sequel to that, which is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which is maybe my favorite reveal trailer in recent memory,
100%.
because it's basically just an Austin Powers joke that they just draw out. But like, think of how many game reveals we get that are either like just overly serious, dramatic cinematics, or they're like, I don't know, like it's just a bunch of, people fighting or whatever. This is just a nude man being confused for like a solid, 2 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they're like, here's the logo. And it's like, I feel like that says a lot about how good that first game is, that they can totally do that, and it's totally earned, and I applaud them for doing it. Not enough butts in reveal trailers.
I was fascinated by this because I just couldn't believe there were so many NPCs just acting like NPCs and not really noticing him right off the top.
That's pretty on brand, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't notice it right off the
Right,
top.
yeah.
Like, I would have known right away.
Yeah, I feel like I know when there's clothes on my body.
To be fair, though, if I was at the beach, unless it was in my direct purview, my direct view of what I can see, if I see if I happen to like look over and there's a naked person, I'm just gonna kind of let them do their own thing. I'm not gonna draw attention to myself because that may make them think that I want to talk to them.
Yeah, well, that dude's like, he's like all for it. The one guy laying down.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm thinking this is, what do you think? Hawaii?
Hawaii.
A lot of, they got lays there. Yeah. So that checks out. I'm okay. So the weird thing here is that this is now, I think this is now like the mainline Yakuza series basically, and it's weird because it also historically beat 'em up, franchise is now turn-based. It's a turn-based, JRPG, which is also weirdly meta about how much of a JRPG it is. Man, early 2020. I'm really also kind of relieved that that's not this year.
Yeah.
Because there's enough
so
going
many
on,
games to
a lot
play
of
right
stuff
now.
happening.
So I'm so curious. Like, I know, Max, you've been playing these games for a very long time. What do you think? I mean, do we know anything about this more than him being like a naked guy?
So
Anything
like
more than this?
the last game,
like how does he end up on this beach?
The last game ended up with him like in a garbage, or it started with him in a garbage can. Like he basically, I think he just got knocked out and dumped in a different city, and then.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
Maybe he's on a boat trip.
I think he's gonna get real drunk and wind up on a boat, and then probably on a beach.
That makes sense. That tracks.
The thing that's really funny about this, though, this was the first game since the original Yakuza that had an English voice track. It was really good. They did a really good job with the dub, and I'm usually not the kind of person who says that. And it's interesting because we have him speaking Japanese and we have her speaking English, and I'm wondering if it's going to be, like, if you want to play it dubbed, is it going to be flipped, where like all the Americans are speaking Japanese? Weird thought, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually really relieved that it's a new setting, because my I guess biggest gripe with the Yakuza games is they typically just kind of revisit Kamurocho, which is the main area. This isn't the only Yakuza game we got either. There's also the Man Who Lost His Name, which is the next adventure of Kiryu, but he's going by Joryu now. Yeah. And I don't know, I heard some people have mixed feelings about that because he had his big farewell swan song, and now they're, just when he thought he got out, they're pulling him back in. Yeah, anyway, let's talk Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about this a fair amount. We're probably going to continue talking about it. What did we learn from the Summer Games Fest? We get the release date.
We got the release date, and we learned that Venom is not going to be Eddie Brock.
But who is he?
I mean, if you remember playing the original, there was a post-credit scene after you finished the game that showed Harry, I believe, in a tank. If I remember correctly, it's been a couple of years since I played that. Am
I taking crazy pills? I thought that the ending of Spider-Man 1 was pretty clear-cut. Like, it was Harry Osborn in a
tank, right? Yeah.
But I mean, symbiote on it.
That's sort of the thing about Venom is that it's, I guess Venom is the symbiote, or I mean, it's the symbiote and whoever, they're got the stuff on there. I mean, that's Spider-Man in the black costume.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is that Venom starts out on Spider-Man and then winds up, and since then in the the comics, there's like a whole symbiote planet and galaxy or whatever, and they're all over the place, and different characters wind up with the stuff on them. So really, it's kind of fair game to do whatever. Doing a sort of Venom Green Goblin hybrid is an interesting idea.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, they were definitely being coy at Summer Game Fest. What was it, Summer Game Fest, where they were having a conversation about we're telling an original story with Venom?
Yes.
I think it's fairly obvious that it's going to be Harry Osborn. I mean, like if you've played the previous games, like I feel like that's the obvious choice.
Yeah.
I can't see who else it could possibly be.
Maybe it's a janitor comes by. He accidentally hits the glass with his broom, and then
a janitor just comes by.
Comes by, and the symbiote wraps onto him.
Clean up this garbage here. Oh no!
He's got a big beef with the city because now he feels like he's got to clean the whole city.
At the very least, it's a Osborn.
That's just the Toxic Avenger story. That's
yeah. I mean, one of the Osborns possibly.
Yeah. An Osborn.
Yeah, no, this game is awesome. I'm really excited to play it. There's certain games that have kind of come out of this whole summer thing where I'm just like, yep, let me get it. Come on, that's it. That's fine. That's all. I'm good. Alan Wake 2. Let's talk about that.
I'm hyped on Alan Wake 2. It looks so good. Nice little suspense horror. Got some great elements to it. I like we're getting a new character to play as. It's going to give a more combat-oriented gameplay. Is what it looks like. I mean, she's an FBI agent, so she's got more training than Alan Wake has as a novelist.
Yeah.
So it's going to be exciting to see what her gameplay looks like and how it differs from when you're playing as Alan Wake. So
Alan Wake's the reverse of what you were talking about earlier about how Yakuza and Persona are like historically PlayStation games that are on Xbox.
Yes.
Alan Wake is a historically known Xbox quantity, and now it's being shown off like, hey, you can play this on PlayStation.
And the remaster was cross-platform, right? Yeah. Yeah. That must have been kind of a sticky situation for Remedy to figure out, because it's that was Microsoft Studios published it, and now Epic's publishing it, but it's not running on Unreal, which is a whole thing. I'm into it though. I never played the original, and
well, fortunately, I mean, like based upon what they said, like you don't have to have played the original in order to enjoy Alan Wake 2. So yeah, I mean, I really want to just jump into this game. Like the creature designs were just amazing. Like the tone of this game.
You're gonna have 3 days to do that, and then you have to play Spider-Man.
Yep. Rules. Right. I'm really hoping that we also get a cameo or an element from Control, because they have the Alan Wake DLC that was for Control. So I'm really hoping. I believe her name was Jessie, was the main character in Control. I really hope she gets to come over and we get to see some of that. Maybe some hiss kind of coming over, some hiss-controlled humans, as they call them. Yeah, that's what the enemies are called.
Humans?
Hiss.
Oh, hiss.
Hiss.
I played Control. I beat it. I cannot think of a game, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I cannot think of a game that I forgot more of in terms of lore. Like I remember the moment-to-moment really well. I remember that
the janitor that just kept
with his Walkman.
So like, yeah, you
it was cool. There's all the weird hotel stuff. You got to wake up in the motel a bunch. Yep. Yeah. I remember the game. I like playing it. It's amazing. If you put a gun to my head and you were like, "What's the main character's name?" I'd be like, "I don't remember."
I want Remedy to make they should make like an X-Men Jean Grey game, because I felt like I was like Jean Grey, just like manipulating, floating through the sky, and it's like that.
Right.
Like
well, who knows? I mean, maybe after Insomniac's Wolverine, we'll get a Jean Grey game.
Or Magneto, either one.
Honestly, I feel like Jean Grey has died and come back more than most video game characters. So, anyway, let's go down and let's go over most anticipated. Akeem, what's your most anticipated from anything shown up?
From any? Oh my goodness. I mean, like if we're talking about just in general.
Say a game.
Baby Steps was so good.
Oh my goodness, yes! I love
Baby Steps.
Baby
Looks
Steps.
amazing. I mean, I love quirky games like that, so I feel like I'd be right at home playing that, especially as someone who does like to, make content on YouTube. That's also like the perfect streaming game. Like if you're a Twitch streamer, if you're a YouTuber, I feel like that's like the perfect game to kind of like stream, because there's going to be various different moments of you just being frustrated because you're trying to navigate this 30-something-year-old man who decides to leave his parents' basement and explore the world for the first time.
The official description is you play as Nate, who is an unemployed fail son with nothing going for him.
He's a failed son.
No, fail son. One word.
Fail son.
Fail son.
Oh, fail son. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was from the Devolver.
Devolver's so quirky.
That honestly was the best trailer out of the entire day for me.
Yeah.
I think Baby Steps had the setup and everything was just great. It was just ludicrous. Like, it was just all over the place, and I was like, yes, this is what I want.
He gets teleported, and then he has to take
teleported,
his first,
yeah.
And it's the creators of Ape Out, and it's Bennett Foddy who made Quap. And what is it called? Getting Over It?
Getting Over It.
Yeah. He's like his entire, you know how like Kojima makes games that wants to be movies or whatever, and then we go like Bennett Foddy just wants to mess with you. Like, that's his entire like MO as a game designer. Very cool guy. I hope it's like slightly more playable than some of his other stuff, you know, because there's a whole part where he finds this stack of rocks. And then the guy just yells at him, and it's like definitely
he kicks it over. He tries to pick it up with his feet and kicks it over, and the guy gets upset with him.
Probably
but I love that because it shows you that there's a story to this, though.
Yeah,
there's a story. You know, the story element. So
the sliding down the hill and just
yeah. No, this looks very fun, very very stupid. Matt, what about you? What's your most anticipated?
I'm gonna go for a low-hanging fruit and just say metaphor. What was the subtitle? Refantasio?
From the creators of the
Persona
series.
Yeah. I mean, you remember the trailer? Like how beautiful it was. Like that was gameplay. We got menu design, which I don't get excited by menus very often, right? But they showed the menu for this one, and it looked gorgeous, and I just kind of want to look at it some more.
I don't think it was as cool as Persona 5. I feel like Persona 5 set such a high bar for like what you can do with text in a game, and this. I don't know.
It's got that painterly art style.
They got like serif fonts. There's no, it's bespoke graffiti or whatever.
I'm a fan. And they're doing that thing where like none of the reports are saying it's an Xbox exclusive, but it's advertised closely with that platform. But I feel like it's one of those things that like they're not confirming via omission. Not saying it's not coming to PlayStation. So yeah, I'm gonna assume that it will be multi-platform until I hear otherwise, which I haven't so far.
Cool, that's always good. Yeah, this looks gorgeous. I'm wondering if this means that Persona 6 is a longer ways off.
It's gotta be. I think this is like the main thing, because this was teased like 5 years ago by Atlas, like in a real like underhanded way, like an understated way, and I'm pretty sure this is considered their big main project.
Yeah,
post P5.
Persona fans eating good.
Yeah,
they got a lot going on. Yeah. Were you guys surprised by Persona 3 getting a remake? Do you think that was exciting? The thing that has leaked more times than any game in recent memory?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to be surprised when it's like you've seen it leaked so many times. So, but I'm happy that we finally got the official word that we know it's a thing that we will soon get. And so yeah, no, I'm happy that Persona 3, because like that was my first Persona game.
Oh yeah.
And I loved it ever since. I love the franchise ever since. So yeah.
Really, you didn't start with Persona 2 Innocent Sin that was only available on a PSP digital download?
No.
I did.
All right, now, real quick, Jada, Remnant 2, you were talking about that earlier?
I'm going to do Remnant 2. I think that's one of my big ones. I really loved playing the first one co-op with my partner, and it's a Souls-like with guns and different cool abilities, and it kind of changed depending on when you load it up, and Remnant 2 is taking all of that to the next level, new classes, new abilities. The developers said that every time you play it, it's going to be different, because you may go to, like, say, a forest in one time and fight one boss, but then the next time you may go to this zone and it's instead like a temple, and you still might fight that same boss, or you might fight a different boss. You might fight something else. Like they said, it's very different. Their goal is to encourage replayability, and also to share with your friends. So, like, you're talking to your friends like, oh yeah, I killed that horse monster. It's like, what? I didn't get a horse monster there. I got this this demonic goat with machine gun
That's gonna
arms.
kill somebody on our guides team, I swear.
Oh, it's gonna be crazy, guides.
Well, mine is something I've talked about a lot, and I'm going to continue talking about it a lot. It's sort of a no-brainer, but Star Wars Outlaws, I think.
Okay.
It's just
that's good.
We'll talk about that more.
Safe choice.
But yeah, we got to take a quick break. We're going to see you in a couple minutes, but we're going to take a look at what PS5 has coming up for the rest of the year and beyond. It's the name of the show. See you in a bit.
Live out your power fantasy and break the laws of physics with magic in Immortals of Aveum. Take, for instance, blue magic, which embodies force and the physical manipulation of matter. Fire precise bolts, spontaneously form shields and defensive walls, or manipulate gravity. Blue magic is actually pretty practical in real life, since you can grapple, push, or pull objects. Check it out.
Lunch is here.
Great, I'm hungry.
You forgot your coffee.
Just grab that one by hand. In the meantime, let's get back to the show. Can I get another sandwich? Summon your power, stop the Everwar, save the realms. Immortals of Aveum coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
There you are. So following all the new trailers and reveals and everything we've seen, the rest of 2023 is looking very busy, and like it wasn't already. So let's just kind of take a look ahead at what's coming out for the rest of the year, some of the big stuff. Really soon, we're getting Final Fantasy 16, which is, you checking? Yeah.
I'm checking the date for it.
Yeah.
We got 10 days.
That's wild. We got a big, huge sort of Square presentation yesterday.
Yeah, they did a whole pre-launch celebration. They had a bunch of streamers on showing off the different parts of the game. I think it was all like the demo. They launched a demo at the end of the night. It was like 1 a.m. Pacific Coast time. And then they had like Soken talking about music with Alex McCullough, which was really cool. They did a little piece together. They talked about narrative. They had Maximilian Dude on stage doing a combat section against a boss, which he got rocked. Granted, it was 15 levels higher than him, which was so like the developers I don't think expected him to win. But then they had the combat developer come in and play it, and he just destroyed the boss. It was like perfect pairing. I was like, is this my gameplay? Is this me? Do I need to be a combat designer? But yeah, no, it was a really cool presentation. It was like 5 hours long, so like tons of stuff they talked about. The demo's out. It's got like 2 parts to it, so you play through one part of the demo, and then it unlocks another part of the demo, and you can like, I think if I remember correctly, there's abilities that are like deeper in the game that you get access to in there that you normally wouldn't have at this point.
Yeah.
So you can kind of play around and have a lot of fun. And the progress of from that first part of the demo carries over to launch. so you can get a head start.
That's cool.
10 days early.
I love that.
That's the hair raising on your arms. Is like the progress carries over. Yes, it's not wasted time.
It's so nice. Matt, are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I'm a huge Final Fantasy 14 player, so that's the team that's handling the mainline single player for the first time in however many years, and I'm really excited for 16.
They also revealed that they pulled in, so like we already knew that they brought the combat director from Capcom in. They revealed that also Platinum is worked on it. So like, if you're a fan of Bayonetta, like you're gonna probably really like Final Fantasy 16.
None of you went to that thing, right?
No.
Fan Fest
No.
event. Yeah,
I was moderating our chat for Livestream with all our lovely audience.
It went for a very long time. It was a very long live stream. I think it's 11 hours up, the entire thing right now on IGN's YouTube channel.
Yeah, even we had an IGN alum, Alana Pierce was there. She was doing the interview portion for the narrative section of the game. But yeah, I think it was a really good time. I think it was very successful. They announced the merchandise. They opened the merchandise. I pre-ordered a couple Torgles. So I've got a couple plush pets coming home with me in a couple of weeks.
Did you get the big dog or the tiny dog?
I got 3 of them.
Okay.
I got one big one, and I got one small one for me as well, and then I got another small one for my niece.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's sweet. That sounds like they really had a lot going on, and I think we have a launch day stream plan, which is going to be cool. But yeah, this there was a story going around at I guess it was actually on the stream, but the CEO of Square Enix came out and was like, "I love Final Fantasy." Everyone's like, "Yeah, we get it, sure." And then he tells a story about how his parents got him the first one for picking oranges as a child. Like he got very specific. And then he was like, "My teachers told me I played too much Final Fantasy," and he was like, "Look where I am now." It's like, I love a good redemption arc.
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, he said like you'd get nowhere playing. My teachers told me I'd get nowhere playing games. Look at me now. It's like, yeah, you're making boss moves. So yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Now, speaking of boss moves, another game that is coming down the pipe rapidly is Lies of P, which is out September 19th. This is, of course, every time I say it, I feel slightly crazier. This is the Soulsborne about Pinocchio.
Yeah.
France.
Sure.
France.
French Pinocchio.
Italian.
I don't get it.
That makes sense. It tracks.
Does it?
Do the math.
I don't. Okay.
This game,
geography.
I feel like this looks noticeably better than the last time they showed it off, and it never looked bad. It just looks like it's gotten a lot more polish.
Yeah, because I think the last time we did a big kind of expose was Gamescom last year.
Yeah. And they had a demo there, and I remember I think Mitchell Saltzman checked it out and was into it. It's so hard to sort of quantify how good a Soulsborne type action game is going to be based on a vertical slice, because like one corner of one of those games that doesn't have enough love and attention can break it, Like if there's just one part where there's just too sharp of a difficulty spike or not enough of one or whatever, it's tricky. These bosses are awful and I love them. I'm into them. They are gross, and then you can take Le Metro apparently. Yeah, I don't know. What's everyone's read on this?
I mean, I love Souls games, so I'm definitely gonna pick up and play Lies of P. It looks to be really good. Will be interesting to see how they handle story, because Souls games are not generally very heavy on the story outright. Like there's a ton of story buried in lore. You got to read item descriptions and learn the background. Kill one person so that another person talks about their history together and other crazy things. But this one looks like it might have more on surface value. On the surface level?
That's what I was going to ask the panel here. I'm kind of curious. Do we think is it going to follow like in the line of other Souls games and not be super heavy on story, or do we think we're going to get more story in this? Because like honestly, I'm afraid of Souls-like games, but I really want this because I love Pinocchio, and so I want to experience this.
You just want a chance at making a wish to become a real boy.
Hey, come on now, watch it. Come on now.
They've told us that there is going to be a lying mechanic, which is interesting because they haven't shown that anywhere that I'm aware of, and I'm not sure how that works branching dialogue-wise. From what they've seen, it's going to be. From what they've shown, it is clearly more narratively focused.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that in a Soulsborne type game.
Give it a shot, Max. Come on, you might like it.
I do like stories now and then, and Pinocchio was at one point a story. No, it's sort of an interesting I guess I like how much of a mystery this is going.
Yeah.
It's
no, you gotta really go for it with the premise, right? Because the ideas are like, oh, what if we made a Soulsborne game with ninjas, or what if we made a Soulsborne game with Vikings, and those games made it like, and then someone just came up and was like, what if we made a Soulsborne game but with Pinocchio? And someone was like, you know what?
That's the one. That's the one we're doing.
I have some questions about this. I still hate the name. I think the name is just a bizarre choice.
Do you think they had a dartboard, and whoever's fictional character they hit, that's what it was going to be, and they would have just kind of based it off of that?
Also at the I was just looking it up at the PC gaming show that there was a Metroidvania game revealed, Ebenezer and the Invisible World. That's another one where it's like, and he's harnessing the powers of the Ghost of Christmas Past.
Are you kidding me?
No, I am not.
A Scrooge Troidvania?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
So people are hey, just taking these classic stories and making interesting games with them. I'm all for that.
You've heard of Lies of P. Get ready for Wealth of S.
I was gonna. What do you want?
I was going to say, it's like, chat, I see you guys talking about, no, we didn't get any DMC3 news, we didn't get any Dead Rising, and we didn't get any Monster Hunter. I am watching chat, so.
Yeah, if you didn't watch the Capcom Showcase, that's okay. I think you're fine. Let's talk about Lords of the Fallen, which I've been extremely excited about. This is looking like the next, with all due respect to Pinocchio and all that, this is looking like the next, really proper FromSoft, Soulsborne with, character creation and everything. This is, everyone, when I bring this up, is sort of like, I don't know, I wasn't wild about the first one. The first one I think was fine, whatever, but
it was kind of paint by numbers.
Yeah, and it was also a bespoke. It was their character. It kind of removed that level of role playing. You didn't get to create your own person, and this remedies that big time. They showed off the actual mechanics in action, the way it works, and it's like, I feel like when you make a Soulsborne, you gotta have some kind of a gimmick. You gotta have something to set it apart, to make it stand out. And in this case, they decided to have the regular world, which I think is called Axiom.
I think that's right.
Axiom, and then it's
the other one is Umbral.
Umbral, yeah. So you've basically got the light world and the dark world, and if you die, you wind up in the dark world, which is, akin to some people's belief systems. But basically, it kicks your ass to hell, and there's all sorts of even scarier monsters over there, and you've got to, I don't know, I feel like it's a twist on the whole, go back to where your souls are and go get them or whatever.
It's almost kind of like Demon Souls when that first launched, because when you died, you came back in spirit form, and you'd have reduced HP, and the enemies would be tougher because you died in that world, and the more times you died, it would change the world tendency, and that would just continue to amp up, so the more you died in that one, until you killed the boss.
I feel like that is the same game design philosophy as overdraft fees on a debit card. It's like, you're bad at this, let's make it harder. But no, I'm so stoked with this. But the big thing is you get this lantern that shows you the light world, or shows you the dark world through the light world. And of course, you get to do some fun sort of video gamey stuff where you shine it and you see a hidden bridge or a hidden treasure chest, or this is it right now. And this is one of the first really impressive looking Unreal 5 games that's coming out. This is slated for, did we get a release date for it? October 13th.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Yeah. That's a Friday.
Yeah, Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good on them for getting a nice scary release date. That's always good.
There was another game that was that got announced for horror, and they didn't do it. I think it was Alan Wake. Yeah.
Yeah, Alan Wake on the 17th. Is it 17th?
Weird Alan Wake. Now, another game I was not expecting to get this year, but which we are getting, is Avatar: The Frontiers of Pandora. I was kind of like, is this going to be like Far Cry with Avatar? And it is.
Yeah.
So, all right.
If you love Far Cry, you can't go wrong then.
So, my big thing is, I think they have a real big chance here, because we all know what Ubisoft open world games look like. I think they have a really good chance here at kind of resetting what it means to be an Ubisoft open world. I think if they go back to kind of the drawing room and drawing board, that's what I was looking for, and they change up kind of the format, and then use this as kind of the test bed to launch it into their Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, and if they continue the Ghost Recon open world style.
That is an optimistic outlook. You think they are going to take a licensed game based on the most popular 2 movies ever made and start trying new things?
I mean, that is the time to do it, honestly, because they're going to get a lot of sales based on name value alone.
No, they're doing the safe thing here.
They're doing the safe thing?
This is going to be Far Cry Exoprimal. Like,
Okay, all right. Okay,
but
well
with flying dinosaurs.
Okay, I'll give you one other optimistic point that I think is more likely. If they just make it to where co-op progress carries over, then that will be a huge enough win for me. Because nothing angers me more than booting up Far Cry to play with my partner at home and then having to redo it myself because I was playing in his world that night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big one. I know that was a big sort of frustration with Redfall, and I hope they can figure that out. I mean, Ubisoft's pretty good about like cross progression.
Yes, they are.
Do the whole, I played the beginning of Valhalla on like a stream or something, and it was like a preview build or whatever, and I had my Uplay thing logged in, and the game came out, and I was like, ugh, I don't want to play the first 3 hours again just so I can go and actually get to the part where the world opens up. And I popped it open, and it was like right where I left off, and I was like, all right then, and I sunk a bunch more hours into it, but not the 170 it takes to finish that game or whatever.
There's a lot of value to respecting our time and our backlogs as gamers by not making us have to replay sections.
Yeah, but Ubisoft is actually kind of bad at that.
They
does not respect my time.
It's because they want to monopolize all your time, and then they want you to buy their Monopoly version and play Monopoly with your friends to take even more time.
Now, funny thing this is doing to shake stuff up is the fact that you are a 10-foot tall cat as opposed to a normal-sized human person. But there are still human people that you are going to be absolutely wrecking.
Yeah.
Which is sort of funny. That feels like almost a mod, like when they're like, we made our character bigger for whatever reason.
Do you think we're gonna get? like executions, like where you just kind of like step on?
Takedowns and stuff. There's a shot in here at the end that looks like something like that, or it possibly like one of those sort of. It could just be a cinematic thing, but where basically they're fighting someone in the amp suit, and it does sort of like a bullet time twist around thing, which felt like Breath of the Wild sort of fighting the
slowdown or the flurry rushes and stuff. Yeah.
And I mean, I think there's the shot of ripping the dude out of the amp suit, and I think that's going to be basically like, when you can like stealth kill dudes with flamethrowers in Far Cry.
Okay, well, yeah, finishers like Batman Arkham and stuff
which they show you in the trailer, but it takes you like 11 hours to get that far. I think it's going to be like that. But I want to ride that guy right there, that little Thanator. I want to ride on him like a little horse, and I don't want him to bite me, but he's definitely going to bite me.
I wish we could toggle from third person to first person on this. I don't know. I was thinking about that after looking at Starfield, the Starfield Direct. I was like, that'd be a pretty cool option to have.
Yeah. I keep waiting for them to do that with Far Cry, but I guess it hasn't. It's weird because you get third person and co-op.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2023 is looking pretty good. What about 2024 and after that? Well, there's more games coming out, and we're going to talk about them in just a bit. There's more Beyond coming up after this. Beyond.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Eternity is a digital collectible competitive card game set in a dark fantasy shared universe known as Aether. What sets it apart from other online TCGs is that users can freely trade and sell their collection as if they were real, tangible cards. Let's take a look.
Feel my anger and nature's fury. I hear your heartbeat.
I can feel the anger taking over!
Of my mercy.
Welcome back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we're talking about what lays ahead for PlayStation. This is Podcast Beyond. We talk about PlayStation every week. Some weeks we have more to talk about than others. This week we've got plenty to talk about, and 2023 isn't stacked enough. We are already getting stuff that's coming out in 2024. Let's start with one that we thought we were going to be playing much sooner, which was Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which has been, they put that one back in the oven or freezer, I guess. I don't know. I think they're going to finish it. I feel like that's the cake being baked. Whatever.
They killed the last release date.
There we go. Ding, ding, ding. So that's supposedly coming out February 2nd, assuming it doesn't get kicked down the road any further. I feel like we had kind of mixed feelings on this one. Jada, you were...
So I'm one of the few people out there that really do like the kind of looter shooter kind of like upgrade gear type things. Like I put a good amount of time into Avengers. Like yes, it didn't have a lot of long tail form content. I was hoping Suicide Squad was going to kind of learn from that, pick up from that, and evolve and give us in-game content earlier, because I feel like that was where Avengers really like lost their step. Is they started out pretty good, had good marketing around it, and then it was like everybody finished it in the first couple weeks, and they're like, what else is there to do? Mm-hmm. And I was hoping Suicide Squad was going to maybe take a lesson from that, since it's releasing at this point like 2 years later. So I'm still low-key optimistic about it, but I do think it's smart that they went back to the drawing board on certain things and pushed it back, and that they're going to be making some changes.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I mean, like I feel like when we first saw this, it was at the State of Play, right? One of the State of Plays that we got like an extended.
It was like that longer look. Yeah.
The overall like reception from fans and even us here, it wasn't like super positive. I mean, like seeing some of the gameplay mechanics, like we're watching Harley Quinn swinging around like Spider-Man, like these are things that that we've never seen these characters do in the comics, in any of the movies, any of the animated shows. So it just feels weird, and it looks weird.
Well, I think some of them are pulled from comics. Like I believe Captain Boomerang tapping into.
What about Harley Quinn swinging like Spider-Man? I've never seen her do that.
Maybe that's coming. That's on the way. It's a preview for the upcoming comic that they're gonna do, where she, she crosses realms.
It's a weird choice. It definitely seems like if it didn't say Suicide Squad on it, this could be anything.
Yeah,
it's true.
Any game.
Yes.
It also seems awfully kind of similar to what we got with Gotham Knights. It's a 4-player co-op thing, and it's like I feel like people kind of just want another Arkham.
Well, to be fair, Gotham Knights was only 2-player, so this is 4, so it's doubling the player count, which is great. Gotham Knights did have a 4-player mode they added post-launch, but this is more full campaign, 4 players. So I don't know. I think it still has a good chance to come out and do really well. I think the action looks fun, at least. I just think that they need to really kind of hammer out why people should care about this.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to play it for the story, you know, as someone who, you know, I mean, I like the DC universe as a whole, so I kind of want to play it just to see what the story is all about. But, I mean, like, I'm not thrilled by the gameplay mechanics from what they've shown us. Like, I was, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they didn't show us any sort of, like, teamwork combat, like kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy, you know, like, you know.
That's that would have been a much better way to showcase the combat in this, and it's taking a page out of the Guardians, which was a phenomenal action RPG game.
100%, yeah. Like,
yeah.
Anyway, I'm bleh. I don't know.
Let's not give it any more time right now. It's got
that's
months
fine.
to cook.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out Q1 2024 at some point.
Yeah, 2 discs, everybody.
Yeah, 2 discs.
2 discs. Remember those days?
I like how people are mad at things that aren't getting like physical releases, and they're like, "Well, we will do even more, double discs."
This is making up for the DLC not having a disc form. There you go.
Yeah, we'll give you more discs than you want.
Maybe they did release.
So I'm confused. What if I only buy my games digitally? What does that mean?
Just means you need a new internal hard drive for your PlayStation.
Okay. Do I get 2 digitals? 2 digital copies?
I don't think. What if it's like 2 icons on your?
That
would be 2 icons.
That would be
2
excessive.
icons, yes.
Please start game file 2. So is this going to be open world? Do you think, like fully?
Oh yeah. I think there's gonna be a lot of large open world sections. I think it's gonna function mostly similar to the original remake, where it is open, like hub kind of like type thing. But I think this is going to be a lot bigger, because this is the section of the game where they're exploring outside of Midgar. Like there's so many areas that we get to explore. I'm hoping we get to see Gonzaga. I'm hoping we're going to see Calm. There's so many cities and places, and just are we going to get to go into Vincent's little cave and wake Vincent up? I hope so. I really hope we get to do that.
I remember the sort of big thing with the first one was being curious when exactly it's going to cut off, and there was I'm glad we know that this is going to be a trilogy. I think that's a nice kind of reassurance, because if they were like, here's the second one, we'd be like, when's this one going to end? And that's still a valid question. It's also going to be interesting how it deviates from the original. They've obviously shaken some things up a little bit. I don't know. I'm going to go to Golden Saucer, go snowboarding. I want to mess around, do some funny mini games and stuff.
I want to breed some chocobos. Go and do some chocobo racing. Yeah, give me the mini games.
I'm excited about this. I don't think it's quite as much as I had going into the initial remake, because it's now I know what it's like,
Right.
Yeah.
And it's fun. I liked it a lot, but it's also like, I don't know. There's this sort of there was a first impression side of things that was really kind of blew me away.
Like a curiosity factor that's not
exactly. Like the first thing I said when they announced this game was, how are we going to fight that house?
Right.
And then when I like accepted that, I'm like, I don't think they're going to have hell houses in this, and then you get to the boss fight, and I don't think I've gotten that excited playing a game since I was much younger. I like just jumped up and screamed, and dogs started barking at me. It was a very good time. But yeah, I mean, there's even weirder stuff in this chunk of the game.
There is. Is there one you've got an enemy you're hoping for in this one that would make you excited equally?
Off the top of my head, no.
I'm hoping at the very end we get teases to Ruby and Emerald. I'm really hoping that we get teases for those. Like maybe it's a part, like you can do a part of the fight and then it runs away, and then you have to go back in disc 3 to actually fight it fully. I'm hoping we get something like that.
Now, how many sort of side stories do you think we're going to get? Because we got the sort of Yuffie, what was that called? Not Crisis Core.
Intergrade.
Yeah, and then we got Crisis Core as well, which is sort of also another
feeds into the lore and everything.
It's funny because people are like, oh, if I get this store, I'm gonna have to buy 3 games, and it's like, you might have to buy like
7
multiple games.
You gotta buy 7 games. It's Final Fantasy 7 games.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a beloved corner of that universe. It's weird because I guess it's sort of a franchise of its own at this point. But yeah, I'm stoked about that. Now, we touched on this briefly. Star Wars Outlaws. Another game that might have Wedge and Biggs in it.
It very well might.
Yeah, this. Oh my God! This is I think a game I've kind of always wanted.
Okay.
I know people are like,
as a Star Wars fan, the game you've always wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I love big open world Ubisoft games, and it's funny that the most exciting stuff to come out of a Ubisoft conference was
Star Wars and Avatar.
Playing with someone else's toys a little bit, and it's. I don't know. Adoring the subject matter will go a long way in terms of making people like a game if they like that subject matter to begin with.
Yeah.
But like this, I don't know. It's a sort of a proven it's a proven platform. Like the Ubisoft open world game, like this doesn't feel like a Beyond Good and Evil 2 situation to me. This feels like a quantifiable real thing. Honestly, it just kind of looks like Watch Dogs, but like Watch Dogs 2, not Legion. Like they're keeping it simple. It's kind of like just a fun little scrappy adventure game that also happens to let you explore a galaxy. I don't know. I'm sort of, to be pessimistic, I'm thinking this might be a 2025 game. It wouldn't be the first time that Ubisoft is like, this is coming out later, and then later they go, it's actually later than that.
You're thinking 2025? I was thinking like maybe late 2024, but I mean, again, that's me being optimistic.
I could see it being a holiday 2024. Star Wars does really well around like Christmas time and stuff. It makes sense.
I think they really need this. You know, I think I think they really need this, and I think they will try to move all the planets in order to make this align for 2024.
That was very good. I was like, are you gonna move mountains? No, you're gonna move planets, make the planets align. Yeah, that was very good.
That's what I know about Star Wars.
Space.
Maybe Disney's like, we need a game a year, Star Wars related. So
I hope that's not the case. I don't.
I
think the appropriate thing here should, like, we're in that age where like licensed games are kind of good again. We've gotten some really cool ones.
My biggest hope for this one is they nail it. And then somebody in our chat earlier said they should make a Star Wars assassin game where you play as a Sith and you hunt down other Jedi.
That's cool.
And that is such a smart idea. I think that would print money. It's like you can take your Assassin's Creed DNA, blend it with your Star Wars Outlaw DNA for however you guys are doing the worlds and setup and everything.
Now that's interesting because I feel like it would veer in towards sort of M-rated territory. The interesting thing is both Avatar and Star Wars are T-rated, which means that they, can hit a much wider audience. But one thing that we know is not T-rated, I think, is Marvel's Wolverine, which I hope that comes out next year. I think it's probably still a ways off because we've got Spider-Man in front of us and Insomniac's keeping pretty busy with that. But like,
I mean, my guess is we're gonna get gameplay footage next year for a possible 2025 release, possibly.
That's my guess.
Yeah, maybe early.
I think we'll get a summer. I'm looking summer 2025 for Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jeff Keighley's gonna get the exclusive.
It'll probably show up at Game Awards next year.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this fall.
I don't know.
Or this fall.
I don't know if we'll get it. I don't know if we'll get it at Game Awards. We might get like an extended CG, but I don't think we're gonna get gameplay this Game Awards. I think gameplay is next Game Awards.
I am so excited about this. I love Wolverine.
Wolverine is
great.
best.
I like Wolverine more than Spider-Man.
Oh, okay, that's a little blasphemous.
You're not serious, are you?
No, I'm with you.
What? You're with?
I'm with him.
You're wearing red.
Wolverine.
I guess
very
I'm wearing
cool.
Okay, he's very cool, but what are you backing that up with? You can't
has
just say
knives.
he's cool. Spider-Man is cool too. He's also a nerd.
So that
Nerds
said,
are cool.
Spider-Man is a little bit more of a kind of proven game mechanic, I feel like. I mean, making a game where you have sharp things on your hands and you jump around stabbing people, that's been done. That's a proven concept. The healing factor is where it gets tricky, and that's where you kind of veer into the same territory as like Superman games, where it's like, how do you make him like? How do you balance it?
They did it really well in what was it?
Origins?
Wolverine Origins.
Yeah,
they did a really good job with it, and you could actually see like the tissue reforming as you healed.
Yeah.
They did a really good job with it. I'm totally fine if Insomniac just kind of borrows that and makes it better. Like I'm good with
I mean, I have faith they'll figure it out. I hope you get to climb walls with your claws, That's
I mean,
great.
we are par for the course as a PlayStation game where we're used to like kind of climbing around ledges. So it could fit.
It's got to be a third-person game where you climb stuff, and maybe
if Brian was here, I would say you got to squeeze through a couple cracks.
You have daddy issues,
Okay, so you're all talking about like gameplay and mechanics. Okay, I mean, like the thing with me, like I think if we're just talking about the character alone, Wolverine's cool, but he's not cooler than Spider-Man. I mean, there's a reason why we have more Spider-Man video games.
He rides a motorcycle.
Spider-Man delivers pizzas.
That's a scooter. Spider-Man does actually have a motorcycle, I guess, but it's kind of I don't know.
He has a spider cycle.
Wolverine is like, by the sheer definition of what cool is, he's cooler than Spider-Man.
Spider-Man is shorter than
Spider-Man is amazing.
Spider-Man.
He's spectacular.
Yeah.
He's ultimate.
And what's Wolverine? What's in front of his
He has a
name?
hat. He has a cool cowboy hat.
What do they? What, I guess it's just
so something that he could buy at the Gap.
Doesn't need to have anything.
So Wolverine.
He's cool.
The insufferable Wolverine. I love it. We have lots more to talk about, but we're going to be doing that probably next week. We got some more summer gaming stuff coming up tomorrow. Thank you, Jada, Akeem, Matt. Love hanging out with you guys, talking about this stuff. Everyone in the control room, thank you for making this happen. It's wonderful doing this. We are going to call it a day. But
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Yeah. Summer of Gaming continues tomorrow. We've got an Xbox Extended Showcase with a special Game Scoop, next-gen console watch, and some more reveals and gameplay to show off. We'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. We love you.
And all summer long.
All summer long. Yeah, beyond.
Beyond.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.